Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our channel. It is the time attack at Colani. I am Simon, semi-on track, and I am joined by Jason Williams. I'm not going to make any Gatsby jokes. I lie. I am throughout the entire live stream.
Good morning, everybody, and it is an amazing day. Looking forward to spending it here at Time Attack with Simon. It's going to be an amazing day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Guys, the energy out here, we just witnessed the drivers briefing. It was so energetic. The cars are revving. It's been a while since Colani has had a time attack, so we are bringing it to you, powered by Masterdrive. A big shout out to them. Thank you for making this happen, and it's going to be an exciting day. We had some qualifying warm-ups yesterday, and we had 2 qualifying that has happened. So my lovely Jason over here is going to every now and then talk about a Gatsby. I'm joking. I'm just going to keep on making jokes,
I may just, because we don't have any at the track here today, so I have to feed that need somehow.
There we go. I mean, he's the reason I ended up going to Cozy Corner. So if that's not marketing, then I don't know what
They haven't paid us enough to say that out loud, so we'll just keep that under wraps.
There we go. So, Jason, tell me, please. Yesterday, we had warm-ups. We had 2 qualifyings that happened. We are going to have qualifying 3, 4, 5, and 6 happening later on this morning.
Correct.
And everything is coming to you live today. So you've got to stay tuned to the channel. But tell us what happened yesterday. I heard some fast times.
So, first of all, before we go ahead, it is a time attack, right? The beauty about this particular event is that it's at Killarney International Raceway, that all you guys know and love. The difference is, Simon, that they're running it in reverse. That is what's insane about this event.
I noticed that the start is usually on my left of the track on this side. Oh, is it sweetie time?
Sweetie time,
you know it happens every single time.
Thank you so much,
every
Uncle Brian.
Power Series.
Pink sweets are okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm masculine enough to be okay with the pink
sweets. For
sweets.
later, okay, I'm going to take a blue one for later.
Just one for me. I'm watching my weights. Thank you.
Guys, this happens every time. Isn't this lovely?
I'm good, thank you.
Isn't this lovely? Then he's got to have a Mentos first.
I wish we had the microphone on Uncle Brian for what he said just there. I don't know if that picked it up, but you could rewind and just increase the volume a little bit. You'll hear exactly what he said.
Sometimes when we film people, I'm so glad that some of our interviews are pre-recorded, because we have to. These guys, listen, the personalities are big.
Big. So you were mentioning start line was over there. That is now the finish line. So what actually happens is, the guys are starting, or I think there's, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's about 49 entrants that have entered for Masterdrive time attack, and they start on the back straight. Then they come up through the course in reverse, and the finish line is actually on the main straight. You know, so that's what's different. Why this is nice is that there aren't many.
The reverse thing is something that I think is worth talking about.
Absolutely. The nice thing about it being in reverse is that it's kind of a new track for everybody. So if you are an out-of-town driver, right, there's no advantage that the locals have against you, because it's not a track that they're familiar with. So it's a little bit, levels of playing fields ever so slightly.
Okay, and the distance that they're going here, because, excuse my ignorance, guys, I do tend to be a little bit blonde sometimes. I was like, it's like robot racing. And then my husband was like, no, it's not.
No, sir.
It's basically a shortened version of the track. Thanks, pipe.
So from what I spoke to Gino from Masterdrive Coastal earlier, and he was saying that the course is roughly 2.1 kilometers long. The course that they have set up for the time attack is roughly 2.1 kilometers long. I think it's about 100 to 150 meters longer than previous time attacks that they've had. And they've got reasons behind that which you didn't go into, but that's more or less what we are looking at, about 2.1 kilometers on the track.
Sure. And I want to talk about those times now, because you're 2.1 kilometers and the speeds I saw yesterday. And guys, you can watch this all live today. If you want to see the timing and you may be out and about or something, you can download the Speed Hive app, find the live racing, go to the Colani one. It should be live, and it'll give you all of the laps as they happen.
Absolutely. And what's nice about watching times, you know, when it comes to racing, it's at the end of the day, it's a competition. And as festive as this is, as how friendly as the drivers are, at the end of the day, I need to be faster than you. So the minute that helmet visor closes, it's now a battle.
Yeah.
We were friends a few seconds ago, but we're going to war now.
You see, now this is what I find really interesting about the time attack, because the concept is you technically not racing against your peers in your class, really. You're racing against yourself and how fast you can go. But at the end of the day, it's still a competition. So you're competing with yourself and how much faster you can go, but you're also competing with everyone else in your class, because at the end of the day, they want to win the shootouts later today.
100%, and that's what makes time attack a little bit different. A lot of people maybe aren't familiar with the way time attack works. It's basically racing against the clock. where you're racing against the clock, but as you mentioned, you've got people in your class, so you need to be faster than somebody else. And there's a couple of on-track rivalries which are coming always, which are coming across from local series in Cape Town, like the BMW Car Club Cape Town.
I was astonished by the amount of BMWs
so many
I saw on this
BMWs.
track. I think I counted like 13 out of the 49.
Are you sponsored by BMW?
Yeah.
What's happening? There's just so many BMWs out here right now.
What's going on, guys? What do you know that we don't know?
That being said, and I think you wanted to mention earlier, we can get back to that. Excuse me, a bit of a frog in my throat. Neon de Toy. Well, I bring it up because it's a BMW.
Well, okay, so for the viewers, Neon always fast, great,
Yes.
absolutely fantastic driver.
Yes.
But he's racing two different classes, two different cars today.
He is. And I managed to speak to you about that a little bit earlier. So the way Time Attack works, you enter your car. Most everybody that's here, it's a driver driving his one car. Neon de Toy, NDT Racing, is racing two cars.
Of course he is.
He's racing.
Neon.
Why not?
I mean,
why not? He's racing his E36 BMW.
like Ernest tries to do the Barra series, but it's too much. It's too much.
It is a lot. It is a lot. Do you know what the biggest deal is with racing two cars? Other than it's a lot of fun on the day, if you've got two very different cars with two
It's
very
different driving styles.
100%, so much different.
I never even thought about that until this very moment.
So when I was chatting with Neon this morning, he was saying that it's so different coming out of his what's essentially a saloon car, his BMW E36, and he's driving a David Hubert's Lotus with a Ferrari engine. Very different car, very different setup.
What's
very
that, the
different
Lotari?
Yeah.
I'm always going to just think about it as the words come out.
Very clever play on words. Lotus with a Ferrari engine, Lotari. So a well-known car and a car that's no strange to the circuit. But again, he's having to drive that car like everybody else on this track in reverse, which has its own set of challenges. It changes everything. It changes your lines. It changes a lot. And the difficulty is coming out of a car that accelerates one way, brakes one way, handles the bends and the corners one way, into another car that handles it a completely different way. And you don't drive them too far apart. So when you think, I've got this one waxed, the next one is completely different.
Yeah, and just speaking of the far apart, just to give people an understanding of this time attack today, we have some people, and we're going to talk about the times and everything, we have some people doing a 54 seconds or 53.4, whatever it is.
49.3.
Going down this track, but yet the time difference between the one car and the second car and the third car going out is about 20 to 30 seconds. So if you think about it realistically, we are going to have instances where somebody's just finishing, someone's halfway through, and the next one is starting off the line. It's going to be a little bit, or let me rather rephrase that, there could be room for absolute chaos today, and I'm loving it.
And there has been some chaos yesterday. If you look at some of the footage, some of it's been shared online. Our friend, performance page, Ernest Page, was in his BMW E36, had a little bit of a moment yesterday. But like the professional he is...
That's why you didn't want to be on the breakfast show this morning.
Possibly, but he handled it so well. Car went off, but just a little bit of nothing. It wasn't a very big moment, but it could have been. But he handled it well. Yeah. But this is what's happening. Neon de Toy, the guy we were speaking about earlier on, who happens to have the fastest time in this time attack so far. He did a 49.3. But that is in the Lotari. Yeah. You know, he's doing, I think, 53s or something in the BMW. Yeah. Also had a moment yesterday, I think, coming out of our, as we know it, turn one. Car got loose. He had to catch the car and hit his elbow against the roll cage, so his arm was a little bit sore this morning. So there's a lot going into today.
That is hectic. Guys, it's going to be jam-packed. The weather looks like it's going to be on our side. This is Cape Town. I'm going from sun to cloud to sun to cloud. My poor camera guy is having to adjust the lighting for us throughout this. But it's going to be really, really fun. We are going to get some interviews with all of the drivers, well, as many as we can.
It's 49. Are you going to do all?
I'm throwing Jason here into the pit.
We'll get some. We'll get as many as we possibly can.
I'm going to be walking around the track. Oh, here comes my Herbie, guys. You got to see my Herbie.
Such a cool looking car.
It's so cute. We are going to be interviewing the vendors, checking out what is happening around the track. It's going to be very, very exciting. So stay tuned the whole day. And if you have nothing else to do, please get down to Colani because it's going to be exciting. So, Jason, let's get through those qualifying times from yesterday and see how things went.
I've got this on paper because my memory is not as good as it used to be. So we got qualifying 1. So the fastest time set yesterday, from what I can see, was Neanderthal in the Lotari. He did a 49.3.
49.3
Guys,
on 2.1 kilometers. Guys, that's insane.
It's crazily fast. Let me just give you an idea of how fast it is. Next up, close on his heels, is a fan favorite, not a Cape Town boy, a Joburg boy. But Cape Town loves when this team bring their cars down. We've got Franco Scribanti Racing, and they are in that Chevron B19. Very classic car, a car built period correct for the most part, because it competes in various other hill climbs, and it needs to be a specific spec, as original as it should be. He's brought that car down. Franco is done in a qualifying 1, a 54.9. That is a 4.5 second difference between the front runners so far. But I know these guys. I know a lot of these drivers. I'm not saying they're sandbagging, but this is the psychology that goes into this racing. You sandbag a little bit, make your opponent think, well, this is where they are at, and in the final moments of the event, you turn that boost up a little bit. Not that the Chevron is boosted, because it's not, but you take a little something else out of the bag, and you just blow it out the water. And then you go further down. Look, there's a bunch of other cars and various classes as well, and we've even got some bikes on here.
Yes, I wanted to say we got Abigail. If you were watching the Power Series last time, we interviewed Abigail, as I call her, and she was out yesterday doing fantastic speeds again. I got to briefly say hello to her this morning, and I just said to her, be safe and have fun. She was like, I'm gonna come first, because that's that girl's mantra. She's just like, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win.
Just confidence.
Yes.
Speak it into the universe,
and that's
it'll
what
happen.
gets it. So we're looking forward to some of the bikes today. Who will we have on the bikes? We've got Kawasaki's, we've got Suzuki's, Honda CBR, another Honda CBR. So that is Abigail Basson, Almi Mostert, Jean Momberg, Kenwin Sneyman, and Tristan Pinar. Those are all our bikes. I think that's all the bikes that are on today.
As always, I've got to give so much respect to these riders. I mean, I'm not a rider. I drive in a cage. You know, so if something happens, I'm protected by this cage. But these guys,
got some balls of steel.
They are going so fast. You know, so massive shout out to all the riders. Watch the live stream. We're going to show you guys all of the action as the day goes on.
Cool. Okay, and then let's talk about we have a different quite a variety of classes. I'm still trying to get an understanding of, there's a 3A, a 3AM, and the engine, they all road car, 4 cylinders, forced induction, so they're all the same car, but they're in different classes. So we're going to get some information on that. And guys, as always, comment. If you're watching the live stream right now, comment, ask us questions, tell us who you want to see, anything you want to say. So moving on to the class 3A, 3B, 3AM. I'm just gonna go down there. We've got see, I don't have my glasses on, Jason. This is why this paper thing doesn't.
Do you want mine? So
I'm gonna do my best. Okay, so we've got Karen Rus over there, Karen Rus in a Toyota MR2. We've got Marlo in a Mazda MX-3. Then we've got Daniel, Gino, and Ronaldo Jack in a Renault Megane 2-liter, Ford Focus, Audi S3 2-liter. Ashley Abbott, Donovan Woodendal, we've got a Renault Megane, Volkswagen Golf 6 GTR. I'm just going to run over some of the cars. I'm not going to get the opportunity to mention everybody's names here.
As I mentioned earlier, there are about, I think there's 49 or 50, it's quite a bit.
There's a lot. So we've got Renault Meganes, we've got Volkswagens, we've got Lotus Exiges, Fiestas, Harper Type 5s, Nissans, BMWs, Porsches. Got a couple of Porsches, well, a lot of BMWs, as we said.
Yes, we
Subarus, Ford Mustangs, Toyota RAV4.
That is.
I'm just gonna make it make sense.
We should go have a look at this car earlier. I just caught a quick glimpse of it this morning. I don't know too much about the car, but it's actually a rally car.
Wow.
This car is meant for rally, and it's here today doing a time attack.
Wow. Okay, so we've got everything. Okay,
we
even have like a Polo Classic. I think something changed earlier. Yes, we have Wessel Oosthuizen. He was doing an Opel Superboss. He is now going on a Polo Classic.
Yes, something, if I'm speaking under correction, but I was on the, on the WhatsApp, you guys talk about certain things. I think something may have happened with that car yesterday. It's changed or something. Okay. I speak under correction, but it might be.
Okay. We got Ford Escort. I mentioned Subaru. Oh God! And this is the page which is BMW.
You mentioned the Subaru, and that is the one that you are mentioning. There's more than one. I do know.
Faisal's got the Subaru, and we got Herman Manka from Mischief.
So that particular Subaru. If you are a Subaru fan, if you are a Subaru purist, do not watch the show any further, because that particular car will go against all your sensibilities. It's a Subaru, with a Toyota 2JZ engine.
Oh, hello.
They've taken out the front diff, and it's now a rear-wheel drive car.
Oh, wow.
So it's very, very different. So when you see the Subaru, so
is that Faisal's one or Herman's one?
That's Herman's one.
Okay. And Herman, how did he do yesterday?
I didn't pay too much attention. I'm not quite sure where he is, but we'll definitely get an interview with him in the pits later.
Absolutely. Okay, and then we have our very own Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page, both in BMWs.
Yes.
I don't think they did qualifying yesterday. They were just doing warm-ups, right?
They were just doing warm-ups. But if I remember correctly, let me just get this down here. And I spoke to Ernest sort of behind the scenes. I want to put some of the rivalry out there. Now, this might not be a rivalry.
You've got to. You're going to lay it all out there for the viewers.
This might not be a rivalry between them, because a lot of these drivers, they race together every month in BMW Car Club Cape Town, and they race for championship points, they race for points. So on track, it's really, bumper to bumper, door to door. Oops, I'm sorry.
You carry on.
That's my fault. For you. But at the end of the day, regardless of what goes on the racetrack, these guys are still the best of friends. But I know Ernest, and what's the gentleman's name? I'm going to get back to it now, is in a battle with another gentleman. I'll remember it in just a few minutes, but they are split seconds apart. But why I'm saying this is because it's worth it watching the times. You can see exactly how close certain drivers are, and you can tell, well, that's going to be a fight.
Yeah.
And then you watch the race. It just gets you really involved in this racing. So you mentioned download Speed Hive.
Yes.
Download Speed Hive, you can see exactly who's doing what, and it just makes the whole experience so much better.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's go back to those qualifying times. Let's look at via the class. Well, actually, never mind the classes. If we just look at these drivers, and I'm looking at a list of 1 to whatever 40 something it is, right? We're averaging. Our papers are just flying everywhere. Okay, it's not even that windy. I think it's just us.
Wind. We've got Cape Town weather, guys.
It's just us. We have about, if I want to look at this, we have about 25 people that are all doing 1-4, 1-4, 2-0, 2-3, like 1 or 2 seconds apart, regardless of the class that they're in.
100%, and sometimes even a 1/10 of a second separating times.
Absolutely.
That's how tight this is.
And like we said, they are going out every 30 seconds, 20 to 30 seconds, okay? So it's going to be insane. But now listen here, Jason, we always sit down here, well, Ernest is usually with me, and we're doing the breakfast show. We've got a lot of activity behind us. But you know what the viewers never get to see?
What don't they see?
The commentators.
There we go. That's a guy. James King in his guy.
He just comes pulling up on a scooter, like all casually.
That was not scripted.
No,
that was not scripted. Well handled by Ernest.
Right.
Well handled.
Okay, so since he just flew by,
let's just hope he keeps it on track today.
We hope so. We're always rooting for him. We are a little bit biased. So guys, what I want to do is take you guys up to the commentator box. It has never been done before that I'm aware of. It's never been done with me. So I would like.
I feel special.
You're gonna get to listen here. It is the bird's eye view up there. You guys are gonna see it, and I want to make that happen right now, because why not? Change things up. It's the time attack. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so guys, I'm gonna ask my cameraman to cut, because I'm not gonna have you witnessing me walk up 6 flights of stairs.
I think cameraman should get it. With me and my clutch, we'll have a disabled guy walking up the stairs. Should you get all of that as good B-roll.
I'm just gonna have a conversation about Gatsby's as we walk up the stairs, okay? But I'm gonna ask our cameraman to cut quickly, and guys, I'll be back in like give me 2 extra minutes to catch my breath. About 7 minutes, and we will show you what is happening upstairs in the commentator box and get to chat to them. Isn't that exciting?
Absolutely, and after that, we'll also do some pit walks and talk to the drivers, find out about their cars, find out how they're doing on track, what have they got in line.
Absolutely. Guys, we will be back in a second. Let me climb the stairs, man. Guys, I made it up the stairs, and so did Jason for our
Barely,
age. Hey?
barely.
Pretty good. We are now here in the commentators box, sitting here with the famous Gary, Gazza as we all know him.
Yes.
And Jordan at the back there. Jordan, wave hi to the viewers. So this is it, guys. It is the bird's eye view. It is the tower, as they call it, the place where all of the magic happens. All of the cameras are here. These guys can see everything that is happening on the track on every corner, most of the time. So yeah, guys, how's it? Gary, what's up? What's happening?
I also just walked up the steps, so you must ask somebody else a question first while I get my breath.
Guys, I said give me 7 minutes. I needed an extra minute because I literally couldn't breathe when I got up.
I don't often come up these steps, but I've got a newfound respect for anybody up here like Gary and Jordan and Frankie and the guys that are usually commentating from Killarney. You don't see what goes on behind the scenes. This is it. When you're hearing these guys online or on television and they're talking about the racing, this is where they're doing it from. It's amazing. I can see everything. Why do I even bother with being at the inside of turn 1? I can just shoot from here. It's crazy.
Yeah, now you know where to come, man. When you're busy doing your videos. So guys, I think there are some comments happening on the YouTube live. Thank you so much for everybody that is commenting. Please ask us any questions, say who you would like us to go find and interview. I see there's a lot of shout outs to good luck to the boys and girls out there. Be safe and enjoy. Absolutely, safety first. We have the warm-up 1 that's happening right now. Gary, tell us a little bit about who's on the track. My eyesight from here to this.
Well, yeah, this is the first warm-up session, and obviously it's a learning curve for everybody out there.
Gary, I have to stop you because guys, if you watch the live stream, you always hear this silky voice. Now you get to see this beautiful face behind that voice, eh?
If only there was a beautiful face behind the voice. So we're basically busy with practice 1 right now. A lot of the guys were out on circuit yesterday, but not everybody was out on circuit. So for some of the people, this is literally a sighting lap that they're doing right now. Completely different to the norm, opposite direction. Even if you're a main circuit racer, you always go the other way around unless your car's broken and you're on the back of a tow truck going in the opposite direction. So keep in mind, curbstones and runoff areas is actually in the opposite. Luckily, Colani International Raceway, with the ratings that we've got, with the safety that has been built into the circuit, it is possible to go opposite direction.
Yeah, I see we had a comment there now from Why Not 5105, if I'm not mistaken. Track is not very friendly when you're going in the opposite direction. So there's going to be some challenges today, especially for those drivers that are used to it, right?
100%. This is what we were talking about this morning, Gary, and I don't know if you can also confirm. This track sort of levels the playing field for a lot of the guys. There aren't many out-of-town guys. I know Franco Scribanti is here from out-of-town, and I think in the Porsche, is it Guy Davies?
That's right.
If I remember correctly.
Man in a wheelchair.
100%.
In a Porsche.
It's unbelievable what this guy does in his Porsche. Big shout out to him. But what I was getting at is that by running the track in reverse, it sort of levels the playing field for a lot of the guys.
And remember, you've also got a situation that entry and exit lines are similar but not exactly the same in terms of the amount of rubber out on circuit. So in going in the opposite direction, you could be on a section that's well rubbered in and then end up going onto a section that's not that well rubbered in. Not a big variation, but there is a variation. And when you're going these speeds, I mean, some of the guys are doing sub 1 minute. It's kind of quick.
That is very, very quick. And those guys we were talking about it earlier this morning. You look at what Neanderthal is doing, driving 2 cars at the moment, doing a 49.3 on the current track in W Bears Lotari. So at those speeds, those sorts of changes in traction make a difference.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The interesting thing is we were actually having a chat earlier on this morning, and I'm sure you guys are going to clear it up for us a little bit later on. Neanderthal in 2 different cars. Both of them was very quick.
Yes.
He's one of the best drivers out there. What happens if he comes first and second with the 2 cars? Does he race against himself? Do you bring the third place in?
Well, they say the time hack is you're competing against yourself at the clock, right?
So the folks out there are going to have to stick around for that part of the day to work that one out. Do we have an indication of roughly how it's going to play itself out? Yes, you're looking at anything from 50 seconds to, in general, around about 1 minute 12. Most of the midfield probably going to be about 1 minute 3 seconds to about 1 minute 9 seconds. But having said that, as you see on the circuit right now, you've got 2 cars that are out on circuit. So once you get to a situation, and Jason actually highlighted this earlier on, once you get into a situation where call it slower cars, that's over a minute, you're going to have somebody pulling away, somebody in the middle of the track and somebody that is on their way to the finish line.
Yeah.
That means that the marshalling a team, Killarney International Raceway, has got to be spot on, because at any given time, if something happens, there could be up to 2 cars behind you on circuit, on a flyer.
And as a driver, that's not something that you're expecting, because you think that you're going out, it's just you and the track, right?
That's the thought, but then again, it very quickly changes to you in the grass and you in the retaining wall and you in the tires.
So Gary, just help the viewers who are watching right now just understand, when we're seeing all these drivers that are lined up, we're seeing their best laps. This is a one-shot out, right?
Everybody, we've got a half an hour, and everybody gets a turn to do a run right now.
Okay.
That then will run for round about, give or take a couple of minutes, 30 minutes, and then there's a 10-minute break. Then we repeat that process for warm-up 2. Exactly the same kind of format as what you have at Samoa International, which is the premier
So they have
event.
one opportunity, really. That's it. This list of drivers, so if
this
Spain
session,
out, it's one shot. That's
you
it.
get one shot, that's it. Everybody gets one shot, reset, go out there for the second turn.
I'll be like, I just want to try it again, please.
So I actually chatted with a couple of guys this morning, because if you look yesterday, a lot of the guys had a chance to do several warm-ups and do a qualifying, which gave them a chance to sort of get used to the track. I mean, a lot of these guys drive this track several times a month, going clockwise.
Yeah.
This is something different now, so there is some getting used to. And there are, like Gary just mentioned, there are several drivers who didn't do warm-ups yesterday or didn't do qualifying yesterday. So this is brand new, this is fresh to them.
So you're saying anti-clockwise, so is everybody unwinding at Colani this Saturday morning?
It looks well. Like
Sounds like a plan to me.
And some of them are unwinding onto the grass. It's happened once or twice yesterday. It's got a little bit squirty, some big moments yesterday. And as the day progresses, Simona and I were talking about this morning, if you watch the times, you look at the times that these guys are doing within their classes, yes, you are racing the clock, but at the same time, there's someone around you that's maybe a split second faster, a tenth slower. Those are going to be the battles on track today. So what guys are going to do is they're going to push a little bit harder, And in this game, when you're getting to the sub 1 minutes, down to as little as 49.3, it takes a lot out of a driver and the car to get a tenth of a second. And that could be the difference between being on track and being out in the grass.
And
oh, there we go. Talking about being on the grass.
Grass.
Yep, on the exit. That was the person that came through after
That's
Dead.
Dylan Joubert, yeah.
Jason, you spoke about a couple of offs yesterday. Where
it was right there.
I was just about to say, is that the spot where you have seen most of the action so far?
It looks like it, yes. Coming in coming into turn 1, out additional turn 1, basically coming out of turn 2, coming out of 3. Obviously the other way around. As they were coming out of 3, you got a little bit of a straight towards the kink. That's kind of where I saw a lot of the offs happening. So it's going to be interesting.
And it's going to evolve through the day as you get rubber down in certain areas, and you all of a sudden start getting more grip in certain areas, less grip, variation in other areas. And then also, Jason, with your knowledge of motorsport, you'll also understand the factor of the temperature of the track going up every single time you go out.
Yes.
Then the temperature of the track going down in the latter part of the afternoon. Well, here about 2 o'clock, when Paul Simon's normally watering the grass as the sun starts going down, around about that time, the temperature then starts going down.
How are these guys deciding on the tires? Because obviously we had very cloudy weather this morning. Are they allowed to change their tires, like on the whim? If they're warming up now with whatever tire, can they change it later?
Just by walking through the pits, I do know that they are allowed to run tire warmers, which I've seen on some of these cars.
Okay.
You know, so a lot of these cars, like with any race cars, you're looking at the race tires, they work at a certain temperature. But this is not a circuit race. You don't get 1, 2, or 3 laps to work your tires and warm your tires up. So they warm their tires up, and hopefully there is no snag getting to the start line and starting, giving the tires a chance to cool down, and they can just go on warm tires.
Speaking of which, explain to the viewers how the start is. It's not a case of a standing start, pop the clutch and turn the shafts off.
Yeah.
Explain to the folks how that works.
Which happens. So from what I understand is there's a burnout area, so it does give people a chance to sort of warm their tires up ever so slightly. You then stage your car. When the light drops, there is, from what I understand, there's been I've been speaking to drivers. Some guys have said it's 7 meters, some guys have said it's 10 meters. So once you launch your car, you've got 7 to 10 meters before you cross the start track. that's when your timing starts. So it's technically a rolling start.
But if I'm prepared to be harder on the clutch than what you are,
Yes.
I get to that timing
100%.
starter marker at a higher pace than what you are. So
Yes.
no, you don't have to shake it and break it coming off the line, but
Yeah.
you still got to get the hammer down
Of
as
course.
quick as possible, so your
100%.
initial speed is there.
It makes a big difference. And I just saw, did I see Ernest Page come around here? I think.
Yes, he is at a 103.32 now at the moment. And I read it out
So
correctly. It was very
yeah, in the chat this morning, I had gotten that incorrect. I couldn't get to James King's name for some reason, but keep an
Was
eye
that
out.
the name from
That
the
was
breakfast show? There
That's
we
the
go.
one
Okay,
when
back to-
Ernest came behind us, and he said it was James King. So keep an eye out on that. That's very close racing. Tenths of a second separating those two. That's going to be some good fighting over there.
Well, it looks like the bikes at the moment are the fastest. Tristan Pinar, that is out there on a 55.476. Tristan Pinar's on a Honda CBR 1000 RR. And, well, that's very quick. And if you think at Kewan Snyman, who won Cape Town and South Africa's best on the 51, also on a motorbike. But we did see in the initial data that came through, and you were here yesterday as well, that when you start doing a Neanderthal style motor car, you can beat a bike out in this, which is unheard of. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable. But that being said, you said Tristan did a 55.4 yesterday. In qualifying 2, he did a 55.3.
Sure. It's
You
so-
know, and those tenths of a second, they count. They
Yeah,
really count when
they
it comes
do.
towards the end of the day. And Nian being in that Lotari doing a 49.3 is what he did yesterday. I can't remember if it was a warm-up or a qualifying, but those are the kinds of times you're looking at.
Okay, so is this the warm-up now? I'm checking the screen. Time to go. We're at 30. We got 30 minutes for each one, right? So is this the last person pulling away? It looks like there's still cars behind.
No, there's still cars to come. It is a half-hour session.
So now everyone's gone and done their one lap and they still got time. Can they go again? I'm very interested in who gets the second opportunity.
It is basically a repetition that happens going forward, that you then give everybody a chance to go again and again and
Amazing.
again. So
So
you
the
start off
faster
with
you
the
go, you get a
warm-ups,
second chance.
then you do the qualifying, then you do your runs. It then gets narrowed down, and you'll have less and less competitors towards the end, and then it's the shootout. That's the time that you jump up and down and just be yourself.
Amazing. And Jordan, we have Jordan here as well with us, who hasn't said a word. Jordan, tell us, what are you looking forward to? Or what are you looking for? What are words? I don't know. What are you looking forward to?
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm just sitting in the background making my notes and,
And now you
getting
guys get
myself
to
ready
see
for the day.
the stunning face behind that voice.
Good morning. What am I looking forward today? Well, you guys have already spoken about it. The track's in reverse. They used to have reverse racing here before, I say before my time, but 10, 15 years ago.
Almost before your time.
Definitely
Almost
before-
before my time, giving my age away, as the older people say.
Don't let his little moustache for you. He's a young chicken.
And yeah, I mean, the weather, everyone said, you know, praying to the rain gods that nothing comes out today, but it's getting warmer, the sun's
It
coming
is.
out, the clouds are moving away, and to me, your fastest time during your qualifyings is what sets your pace for the day. So they've got 4 qualifyings this morning up until lunchtime, and with the cold air slowly leaving the area, I think the temperatures are going to start rising, the cars are going to start getting hot, tires are getting hot, so now's the real time when the guys need to put their test sessions in and make sure, like we saw with Dylan Joubert, not to make too many errors early on, and like you said, between Jason and Gary, getting off the line, snapping a drive shaft or
Yeah.
pulling an axle or...
Did I just see Dylan pulling away again? I'm just looking at the start lines. He's got the grey BMW, yeah?
That would be Shane Williams.
Ah, it's Shane.
Jumping from a
The dear
front-wheel
Shane.
drive GTI Challenge car into a rear-wheel drive BMW. But it's Shane Williams. He's
Okay.
a man of many characters.
And
Yes.
that's
But,
Marco Retz on track now, I think just left.
Marco did great yesterday, huh?
So to me, another awesome thing is seeing names you don't generally see, especially in different types of cars. Neon, we never see drive the Lotari,
Oh!
but we know him with his BM
Is it the
as...
same turn?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That turn, that
But
turn's going to be...
You guys were speaking about it, and that is one to catch you out, because you got to remember, if they rode into turn 5 with that little kink there, it's the same thing between 3 and 2. You're actually traveling a lot faster into the kink, and it throws you right off. And I think the guys are getting caught out quite aggressively with
I was
that.
chatting to some guys, sorry Simon, I was
No, no,
chatting
no.
to some guys about the lines, what kind of lines they follow. So on the track, usually, on a normal circuit race with the track going clockwise, the kink coming out of turn 2 As you come out of turn 2 into the kink, you can sometimes miss that curve. You can go around it. But somehow, with this track being in reverse, you have to ride that curb. You've got to get over it, otherwise you're not going to line yourself up properly for turn 2.
Well, depending on the confidence of a racer, you might hear some saying, I believe it, that straight lining a corner is the fastest way to get through a corner. So if you have to get almost 4 wheels over the curb to line you up in a better line for the next corner, then you have to do that. But that very much risks you getting on 2 wheels.
Yes.
As now I hear almost 2 wheels in the air, the way that Niaan de Tooy's BMW pulls away.
I just wanted to say, I'm literally sitting in, I don't know if you guys know, I'm here. And I don't know, big shout out to our camera crew, our production crew, everyone today, because with 20 to 30 second intervals, you don't know where to look right now. I'm looking there at the screen, I'm looking on the track behind me, I'm looking that way, someone's pulling off. It's all happening. I mean, there's room for chaos, but exciting chaos, and I love it.
I'm sorry to pause everybody. I just want to see Niaan come around this bend. That is going to be. Here he comes, sticks it, gets it very close to the apex to the one, goes wide, and it's the weirdest thing seeing this track in reverse for someone that's. I mean, we're so used to seeing the cars go this way. It's so strange watching this, but it's exciting at the same time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a complete...
Oh, moment there for Niaan. Got a bit squirrely coming on one.
It is quite mind-blowing to try and wrap your head around, not only as a spectator or as an official or as a marshal, but especially as a driver. It's literally turning your brain backwards to try and drive the track in reverse.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
God, I don't know which way to look. These guys are talking and I'm just like... And these cars, even my camera guy here behind the camera was like, whoa, as you hear these cars coming past, they are sexy as all hell. There are some good cars here today. Because so guys, again, watch the live stream. But if your garden's done and the homework is done and all that, bring the family, come down here. It's going to be super exciting.
Talking about the way that it's lined up, the warm-up that we're now busy with and coming to the end of, that's warm-up 1, which was set at 10 o'clock and it was spot on. Warm-up 2, warm-up 3, also half-hour sessions. Then at 12 o'clock, that's round about when the washing's all hung up and the grass and the edges is cut. That is when we start with the quali. So the quali 3, 4, 5, and 6, respectively, at 12, 20 to 1, 20 past 1, and 2 o'clock. Then we're going to the lunch and break. After that, we're going into class finals, then the motorcycle shootout. They then split Abby and Kewen from everybody else. Then the road car shootout, then the modified saloon shootout. So if your wife was a bit slow with the washing, still time to get down for that part of it. Sports and GT car shootout, Niaan de Tooy and the crazy people that do sub-1s, and then King of Killarney shootout and Simone's shoutout at that stage.
That's going to be amazing.
We just need to talk about this because Niaan just got a 54.1. That's quicker than yesterday.
54.1.
Yesterday was it 54.3?
Yes.
I stand corrected. Sorry.
The only car to beat out,
fast.
Jason, the only car to beat out on Tristan Pienaar and Kewen Snyman on the bikes. Then we've got the Porsche that comes in behind that of Ryan Lowe, the Porsche 992 GT3 RS. That's the 4-liter power plant.
Beautiful
and then
car.
our own man from BMW Motor Club, BMW Car Club of Cape Town, who are using this as a round for points for BMW Car Club of Cape Town's championship, linking up to the regional racing for Killarney for 2025.
It's amazing stuff. You know, got to be
another off on your favorite spot, entrance to 2.
It's exactly the same spot. There is where
wait, where is he?
A big thanks to our man that's doing the replay for us there.
It's crazy.
Give us something to talk about, something that's happening right now in the minute that we can see. You know what's amazing about being, I'm a little bit jealous now because usually when I'm on circuit, I'm photographing for whatever team and I'm doing whatever, and I find myself stuck at whatever corner. I don't know what's happening on the other corners. I have to listen to the intercoms or whatever. But being up here, I can see it immediately. I've got a bird's eye view of absolutely everything.
See why I wanted to bring the viewers up here.
100%. This is absolutely amazing on top here. What is that?
We need to get our cameraman to get some footage of. What's going on?
That is Franco Scabante's Chevron B19.
Here we go.
Running a Ford BDT motor 2 liter Cosworth.
Heat up now.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good one. Excuse me if I go quiet for just call it 45, 50 seconds.
Are we going to play some music, Jason?
No, we can listen to the sound of a car's worth. That's the music we'll play. Wow. Unbelievable car, that.
Wow.
That particular car has seen the top step of the podium at Somoli Hill climb several times over the years.
Yep.
I think 24, 16, 17, 18. I think it must skip a year, but in the Classic Car Friday, that car's been up there. Here it comes down.
Guys, I just want to be like you. I just want to watch now. I don't want to talk.
Okay, so it's through the kink.
And a big thanks to IMUSAT, to Killarney and the guys that have redirected all the cameras from what we had before to configure it for what we've got here today to give you the best possible view. And as Jason says, if you're sitting on one corner, you see one thing. If you follow the IMUSAT link, you will see a whole bunch more.
And guys, again, it's been a hot minute since we've done the time attack. So a massive shout out to powered by Masterdrive. So a massive shout out to all the guys at Masterdrive for making this happen today here at Killarney International Raceway.
Absolutely, Masterdrive. They've done this several years. This is not the first year that we're having a time attack, but it is by far one of the best so far.
Okay, this is the biggest one.
What did he do? What did he do? Where's the times? Guys, where's the time? Where's the time?
But now, that being said, we're comparing it to Neon's saloon car over there. So Neon's saloon car is currently faster than Franco's Chevron B19. You know, so like
by
Gary said earlier,
6/10.
by 6/10. So we don't know, is there more in it, is there not more in it? We're going to have to wait and see.
He's not going to be happy with that. He's going to push again.
I know this team intimately. When it comes to the last second of the event, they pulled the bag. Where it came from, no one knows. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but it might.
Simone, I think what you must maybe do is just let Marco Retta know that there's a teenage lass on a motorbike that is just a smidgen, like 1/10 slower than what he is right now. He mustn't feel pressure.
That girl's a queen in the making.
When he goes to work on Monday morning to explain how he was beaten by a teenager on Saturday. So Marco Retta, we put the challenge out to you. Make sure you stay ahead
you
of
had a
Abigail
blonde,
Bosson.
pink-haired teenage young lady that has
been going on the WhatsApp. Obviously, a lot of drivers WhatsApp groups, a lot of series WhatsApp groups. From what I've seen, I know Marco Retta in that BMW E36, which has been building for BMW Cape Town, he just had launch control installed into the car. So you'll hear when that car's on the line.
Does that not give him an advantage today?
Oh, we need every advantage you get. Look at if you look at the difference between the times, you need every single little piece of advantage you've got to fight within your class. There are
no rules.
No rules. No,
How does that launch control work? Basically, when you come off the line under normal circumstances, it's your reaction time from your eye to your foot, right foot to give gas, left foot to let the clutch out. A launch control system, you actually program it to get maximum traction without getting excessive wheel spin and or lag. And with people like Neon the Toy, he will set that up that it picks up when the turbo spools up to pick it up at the right point, and that will give you and that once again comes in that short piece that you have from where you pull away till where the timer starts to get maximum volume in terms of speed in that you hit the ground running and running hard.
Absolutely.
Sure. Okay, so I think that warm-up 1 is done. They are getting ready for warm-up 2 now, which is going to happen soon. I think there's 10-minute breaks in between each. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Guys, again, head down to Colani or keep on live streaming with us. Comment on anything that you want to see. Give us a shout out. Anything that we are going to be showing you what is happening here at the track. I'm going to throw Jason into the pits later to be interviewing as many drivers as he can.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go chat to the vendors, all of the people, the spectators, and get some exciting behind-the-scenes footage.
Get some food, Simon.
And get some food.
And
Gatsby,
the burger stand.
I'm going to find a Gatsby. All right, guys. So we are going to wrap up our breakfast show. It has been absolutely fun. I'm so glad that I got everybody up here to come and chat to the commentators, put your beautiful faces behind the voices that they hear all day, every day when there are events happening at Colani. Massive shout out to Masterdrive again for empowering this and making this a reality. Jason, thanks for joining me for the breakfast show. It was our first time, and I'm loving it.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm having such an amazing time.
I'm going to have to chat to Ernest and bring you back more often.
I'd love that. I'd absolutely. Next time, I'll bring food.
Okay, you're going to bring me.
I'll bring food. Yes.
Ah, it's happening.
So just to wrap up quickly, you mentioned early on, guys, watch the live stream. The live stream is amazing. Gary was saying earlier, the way they've configured these cameras, you can see everything. But shout out to IMUSAT. But at the same time, if you can get out to Killarney, get your bum into a seat at Killarney International Raceway, because as insane and as awesome as the live stream is, there's just something different about being in the pits, smelling the fuel, smelling the tires, chatting to the drivers, and you've got all of that access here today. So if you can come through, come to Killarney.
Awesome, guys. Thank you. From me, Simon, Jason, Gary, and Jordan. We'll see you later.
And
Bye.
a big thanks to Masterdrive.
split each class up into their individual segments. You've got the likes of 1B, 1A, 3B, 3A, and so on up until 4A, B, C, and D, and then 5. And all of those are split up into the likes of motorcycles, like you're seeing now, both 2 cylinders and 4 cylinders. Then we've got road cars, 4 cylinders, and naturally aspirated boosters actually. And then we move on to road cars, those 6 cylinders, naturally aspirated and forced induction. And then we move on to race cars, naturally aspirated, all-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, forced induction, and then finally the 6-cylinder race cars, forced reduction and naturally aspirated that end off a little bit later on in each 30-minute session. But yeah, welcome to all of those around the circuit here joining us. And joining us, I say myself, Jordan J.T. Uben, and Mike side with me, Mr. Gary Gaza Fleming.
Well, folks, good morning to you. Great to be here with you at Killarney International Raceway today. And yeah, something different, something special, something unique. Arrive alive with Masterdrive. I like that saying. And a big thanks to G North's Masterdrive Cape Town chapter, if you want to refer to that. Up there we see a replay of the biker games that Abigail Boston, unfortunately dropping it on the entrance to turn 2, and most of the action, Jordan, that we've seen so far today, and then also linking up with Jason that did the morning show with us, that most of the incidents has been on the entrance to Castrol Corner.
And you know what, Gary, is as someone that's driven the track before, not in this direction, however, and sort of having a racer's mindset and where the lines are and whatever the case is, turning the track completely around and driving the opposite way. Yes, it's not all 5 corners like they used to have the reverse races a couple of years ago for the Power Series. Now, it's just a race against time, as of course Ray and Jason said this morning during the breakfast show. But this, in turn 2, is a real catch-out area, as you can see. Unfortunately, staying there by the bike.
Ouch, that doesn't look so good at all.
Yeah, and you know what? We saw it with Dylan Chabert earlier this morning in warm-up 1, and I think it is turn 4. Turn 4, which is now turn number 1, when you jump off the line. Then down into turn 3, which is now turn number 2. What that does is those are pretty flowy corners. Then you come into the kink, this time coming uphill than the usual downhill out of a very fast turn number 3. You double the speed almost, and now all of a sudden you're going into a blind turn number 2, Castrol Corner, now the third corner, and I think it's catching a lot of people out trying to go past that curve and you get thrown completely offline.
You would tend to think that if you take Castrol Corner and you go in the opposite direction, roughly where you would enter and exit would be same and similar kind of line. Enter wide, go tight on the apex, exit wide. So you would tend to think that they would be pretty much not on green track at that point. But for some other reason, this is where the problem scenario is. And I tend to think that in general, coming out of turn 2, Castrol Corner, which is here, turn 1, 2, 3, there is not that much rubber on the exit of Castrol Corner as what you would have on the entrance. Sorry, on the exit of Castrol going in this direction, where everybody would be under braking, coming through the Jabert Straight and entering the right-hander turn corner of Castrol. So there's lots of rubber there, but on the entrance into the corner, most people wouldn't be, unless you're Frank Bernardia, you wouldn't be wheel spinning, unless you're Nia de Toy, Retta, you wouldn't be wheel spinning coming out of the corner. So I think that is almost a green piece of braking circuit for them there. And that, to my mind, is the first time that you really harden the brakes. If you take Castrol, it's tighter than what turn 2 is, our proverbial turn 3.
Well, if you think about it, to me, the easiest way to put it for those that are listening is turn 2's natural exit on a normal Power Series day. It's a gradual get on the gas, whether it's on a motorcycle, a twist of the wrist, or with the pedal. This time, instead of driving out of turn number 2, you brake it into turn number 2. Yes, as you say, offline, up to a quote-unquote green area. Yeah. And that very much throws you off because you used to, okay, this is where I throttle on, but now I have to say this is where I brake on, and I'm braking later than what I would have put the throttle on.
If you picture it coming out of turn 2, you're very much up against the curbstone on the inside from the apex 2/3 of the way up through the corner, 3/4 of the way through the corner. On the entrance where you saw Abigail going down and where you saw the two beams going off, you were right on the outside of the track, which is not a normal racing line unless you make a mistake on a normal rotation. Either way, for those of you who just joined us, good morning. Gary Gazer with you up in the commentary box, and Jordan Ruben, JT upstairs, and then we've got Jason Williams downstairs and Simone that's going to be operating downstairs as well, bringing you bunches of information as they move around through the pit area with the IMUSAT crew, and they will be then bringing us all those little inserts and interviews, and then also take us with the mobile camera to where the action is, if there is action in the pit area, which is normally when you start with basically the shootouts. It's like, this is your last chance, away you go. For those that are not aware of exactly how the format is, we've got 4 warm-up sessions. One is completed. This was the beginning of the second one, and we're using quite a bit of time with this one. Then you've got warm-up 3 and 4, and then so you got warm-up 3. Then we go to qualifying. So starting at 12 o'clock with the qualifiers, pretty much the same as what you get with rally. It's pretty much the same as what you get with hill climb. You've got qualifier 3, 4, 5, and 6, and those sessions start at 12, 20 to 1, 20 past 1, and then at 2 o'clock, at which point we'll go to the luncheon interval, which starts at 2:30. It's just a quick 45-minute interlude, and then we go for the real deal, the class finals, the shootouts. It all happens after the luncheon break.
Absolutely, Gaza. So it will be quite a long day in terms of constant action. Yes, you've got the 10-minute breaks in between classes, but as you guys and me included said this morning, it's 30-second launches per car, per bike. It also depends on the time of the competitor ahead. If you guys are quite close, or if the person ahead of you is a little bit slower than you, then they set you off 25 seconds because you know that they're going to get to the line at the same time.
I'm not too sure if they have pinned it at 30 seconds irrespective of pace. I would tend to think that they would set it on a constant 30 seconds irrespective, given that the fastest is going to be, well, the way they're going now, anything down to a 53, 54 seconds, going anything up to around about 1 minute 12, I think is pretty much a benchmark, even for the slower vehicles. Keeping in mind the slower vehicle, if you pull away any robot in Cape Town, doesn't matter what area you are, everything that you see around you, you will be able to watch in your rear view mirror when you hit second gear.
Absolutely, if you have got the traction on the rear wheels or front wheels or wherever. But I think another thing is it's very good to have a 30-second gap, because some hill climbs and some time attacks, whether it's a circuit time attack or a point-to-point like we've got today at a start and a finish line, as opposed to lapping, or a hill climb from the bottom of the hill to the line at the top of the hill like Samola and the Speed Classic coming on at the end of October. The gap in between also shows you a little bit of a differentiation between, if something were to go wrong with the car ahead of you, it gives someone a little bit of time, and it gives the officials and the marshals the time to react. Speaking of that, a big thank you to all the marshals and all the officials out here at Colani International Raceway today for such an event. Obviously, it is going to be completely different for some of them as well, not doing the track in the opposite direction. As is for me, I've never actually watched a Colani time attack, nor was I around for the reverse racing 10 years ago.
It's a good 10 years ago. I don't remember exactly when last we did a reverse, but again, remember in the modern era, cars are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. So 20 years ago, your danger factor and danger areas, as opposed to 20 years down the line when most everything is going quicker than what it was at that point of view, then those runoff areas become more and more marginal as time goes by. So I do believe we will have racing at some point again in the opposite direction. There's no doubt in my mind that that would be one of the initiatives, and to get the necessary new blood that is now in terms of chairman and vice chairman. They've obviously got visions and ideas and initiatives that they're going to want to bring in. So I think we're going to get a fair variety of, as we always do, from Killarney International. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to get back to you with warm-up number 2.
So back to it we go. Just after that little spill from the Super Twin Cup 650 rider Abigail Bossen. That landed her off just on the grass by turn number 2. She was alright. The bike just had a little bit of fairing damage. Hopefully she can come back out a little bit later today, which is also very nice. But you've got so many sessions that if you have an issue of any sort, car or bike, you should be able to make your way back out onto the circuit. We just had Alme Mostert, another Super Twin Cup 650 class riders, and another one of the lady racers come across the line. There is Jean Momberg, one of the classics breakfast and clubman class riders, on his GSXR 750. Made his way by 101.642. Obviously a handful of cars and bikes. You see the time drop as a 57.433 for the Rocket Man Koen Sneeman from Missile Motorcycles on that CBR 600. And then there's one more bike out on the circuit as we see this NB Mazda MX-5 driven there by Marlo Granger. Just makes his way by us, and a 55 dead, 55.058 from Pinar on that CBR 1000 Triple RSP. Here comes Marlo Granger, one of the road cars in the foursome of the class. Makes his way by. So as we said, every 30 odd seconds a car is let out, or a bike, and it's all about getting to the line as quickly as you can. I mean, there is some competition in it. You're not only versing yourself, but as the day goes on, you see where you fall in between other drivers or riders. You can see the time of the person ahead, and you can see the time of the person behind, and you can have your own little inter-time attack competitions going on. It's always cool. You always want to better yourself, and some also want to beat their rivals. So we just had Daniel Chang make his way by 104.892 in that Renault Megane RS. The Audi's going through Seoul, sweep and reverse now, the double apex right-hander around the main circuit that now changes itself completely 180 and is now a double apex left-hander. That would be the Audi S3 of Ronaldo Jack. The 2-litre makes its way around through Landstem King, who's been getting caught out, and you might see more of the rear-wheel drive cars getting caught out just because jumping on the brakes, you lock up the rear wheels. Even on the bikes, you come in a little bit hot and you tuck the front, as we saw unfortunately with Abigail Bossen this morning. We also had Eugene Norse, Mr. Masterdrive himself, one of the general managers, doing a 1:11.011. So a big one, Gino Norse. Guys and gals, cars and bikes will just keep making their way out. As the Audi comes across the line, there is the Lotus Exige of Sean O'Connell. It lines up. This thing is an absolute screamer with that Toyota motor in the back. As far as I know, that is supercharged as well, as they came out with those motors. So a very, very awesome array of motor cars and motorcycles and race cars, not just road cars, that we see out at the circuit today, unlike our usual race cars and race bikes. It also gives the guys from the road, the guys that don't race, don't have race cars, or that just want to race on a racetrack for once, the opportunity to come and join us here at Killarney International Raceway. There goes that Mischief Garage Lotus Exige. Very lightweight Lotus. All of them built pretty much to be little go-karts. As it runs its way down into Castro Corner, now reverse Castro Corner. It's also throwing my mind about that the circuit is in reverse. It's a good exit down towards the proverbial start-finish line, but in this case, the time attack finish line. Just there you see checkered flag waving, rather. Across the line he goes. See a 106.212. There's Jason Clifton in the Motul BMW E36 race car, or road car rather. And a beautifully prepped road car that is. As far as I know, one or two of these guys, I say one or two, a handful of these guys, have also been accepted and invited to the Speed Classic hill climb in Cape Town on the 25th and 26th of October, to the end of next month, or about a month's time. So this is also good practice for those that want to get their cars ready and set. As there we see a 350Z making its way out, that's Derek Truscott in that VQ35 V6 NA. This is 350Z with the Vulcan Type 5 of Matthew O'Connell. Make his way by another one of the Mischief Garage cars. So constant out and about for all these different classes, and as you can see, it's very nicely put up as the day will go on. I'm sure all of the numbers that range from what is 52 downwards, 54 downwards rather, will all be shown in their individual classes with individual colors, as you see on the top center of the screen. As Truscott makes his way by, we have Donovan O'Donnell, Ashley Abbott, Stuart Jamison in another one of the Renault Megans, also making his way by the RS Cup. There goes Jason Clifton. I heard that raspy BMW led off the line a moment ago. There is that 992 GT3 RS that was on your picture, and it's just like that, it's launched off the line. Jason Clifton makes his way by us now. The M52 E28 E36. And a BMW G42 M240 X-Drive, driven by Ariel Katz. Charles Trudeau, thank you very much. Absolutely loving this time attack, as am I, as am those that are around the circuit today, and those joining us on the live stream. We hope it's just as awesome to watch as it is to be here. But I mean, I'd have to say, it's so much better being here, because you can hear the screaming six-cylinder, or the flat six noises of Nürburgring built Porsche GT3 RS's race cars, the likes of Neanderthal, and even that incredibly rare, especially Chevron V19 of Franco Scribanti. Any thought? Hope you have a blessed day yourself. Awesome to have the live stream for such an event as well, where people can watch this back tomorrow or even later on this evening and see what it was like from an outside point of view. It's always nice to watch. As Katz makes his way across the line of the 107.260 into that X-Drive 2 Series M240i. The Mischief Garage Super Imprezas getting very slightly that all-wheel drive Impreza hatch. Is making their way across the line now is Guy Davies. An inspirational, to say, incredibly awesome guy is Guy Davies. A man who drives with his hands due to a disability, but that does not let anything stop him. He's been to Samola Hill Climb. He's here at Time Attack now. So it's so awesome to have him down here and driving with us. As here him and Munka across the line. 6th spot overall at 103.404 in the Mischief Garage Subaru Impreza. BMW E92 M3 with the 4-litre V8, as well as there we see on the screen the F82 M4, another 3-litre turbocharged BMW. serious and very active driver here at our traction and what was previously called Masterdrive track days. As he gets the tail end a little bit happy coming through the final corner. Speaking of track days, there is a track day next week, Wednesday, for Heritage Day. And as well as that, don't forget that there's also regional karting on today. Traction has drift rides at the Castrol spinning pitch on the other side of the circuit, that you can go and pay to join them in the passenger seat. And of course, plenty of other activities around the circuit as the day goes on. Vendors galore. The clubhouse is open. So make sure to make your way down to Colani International Raceway, not only to watch the action, but also to support those that make this possible for everybody here. As there we see that E92 M3 of Yassine Amlay make his way by. Two of the Masterdrive highlights. One of the Masterdrive Ford Mustangs, and another, the Mustang Dark Horse of Greg Parton, makes its way around the circuit. There you see it in the background, as there comes the second Mustang of Eugene Herbert, also part of the stable. Dark Horse comes across the line, an incredibly awesome supercharged 5-litre V8. The Coyote motor, straight out of the US of A, from Detroit, Michigan. And here will come the second of the two. There is Eugene Herbert. That car was actually taken up to Joburg for the Killarney Festival of Motoring. They got the chance to drive those cars up there at Killarney International Raceway. There's a big lock-up there. It was a replay. Awesome to have the replays also in shot. That was the E36 2.8 turbo of Naim Elika. It just went in a little bit hot, locking up the brakes, but keeping it on the tarmac. There's Denny Sundenberg in one of the GTI Challenge Polo 9N 2-litre cars, Class B car. Leaving the line now. I just heard Faisal Jacobs in the Traction Subaru WRX. This car has been out of action for quite some time. I believe the gearbox about 2 years ago. This car was the course car for the All-Tar Rally, as I say, about 2 years ago. Was the 00 car. Liaison vehicles, just driving between heats, between sections to make sure the course is okay, and also drove a stint or two in Clubman's racing, did Faisal Jacobs in this car, as far as I can recall. So awesome to see it back out and on boost. Makes its way by us. Grid 21. Nice to see the McGanns representing. Absolutely goes to a Jamison, go Daniel Chang. Those guys in the RS club as well. There also goes by a Polo Classic. That is the Polo Classic of Wessel Oosthuizen, who had, unfortunately, an Opel Superboss with an RB20 in it yesterday, but I believe it was the gearbox and the clutch. Something about the car that clearly an RB20 you can't find the parts for exactly. So he had to quickly find a car to swap to, and he found a Polo Classic, and he'll be racing that thing around. And now the first of the BMW section, I say BMW section, or the long list of BMWs that's about to make their way out. Dexter Bruce heads it out. As there you see him come into turn number 1, block 1, turn number 4. There is Dylan Joubert that we'll watch go up towards Castrol Corner. Let's watch this line. You see how he tucks all the way over right up to the lanes. Then he tries to get two wheels as close to that curb at the Lundstem King as possible. Now he's on line for turn number 2, Castrol Corner, in reverse. And you can see the very tail happy and a very good set of control there from Dylan Joubert. He knows this track very well, the correct way round, clockwise. There is Ernest Page making his way around. He had a big off and saved it yesterday during the warm-ups and qualifying. That car is back up and running once again, and a big lock-up into turn number 2, similar to what we saw from the Turbo E36 a little bit earlier on from Ilaka. But he stayed in control of that and carried on. There you see an awesome shot of 2 cars coming in and out, as well as a replay in the bottom. There's James King of King's Auto Bodies making his way around, a fierce competitor in the Class D and Class C of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series. Next oval track driver doing that turn very well, as oval track racing and CHD cable drivers uses our Colani International Oval in both directions for some of their classes. So some of the guys have a little bit more experience in 1 or 2 of the corners. So here comes another one of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town cars. And that will be an E90, the 3-litre Lloyd Brady, and contends that in the BMW Race Series. A beautifully prepped, very clean and neat example of an E90 race car. So he makes his way down, then we'll jump to the next shot and we'll see who is just after that. Here comes, let's have a look as Lloyd Brady goes to the top right of your screen here. That will be Marco Retta in the Dion Joubert Championship winning inspired NA as a naturally aspirated BMW E36 328i. The old Motorplan colors now with MD Racing, MDR Racing. Marco Retta's stable. There you see him in the background. This is such a brilliant shot. You can see 3 different angles, or 2 specific angles live on track, and a replay we get in the ball. Retta makes his way by us. That beautifully sounding M52. Rob Rowe makes his way out. The first of the, one of the classic BMWs. I believe there is another slightly older BMW that's out on the field. Rob Rowe, the chairman of the Lauda Classic Car section here at Killarney International Raceway for Power Series, making his way around. Again, there's a handful, if not, my guess would be close to 80% of the people that are out here in contention for the day in their respective classes have on-track experience. As a very big lock-up there for Rob Rowe sends him a little bit wide. It looked like the smoke was coming from the tail end, but he collected that car very well and carried on, so it was just a lock-up. Maybe even some tyre rubbing that we see every now and again from certain cars, depending on how low they set the cars for the race day. Here's the shot coming towards the line for Robert Rowe. And he will bring that across the line. That 325 IS BMW, classic example of a BMW race car in the late 80s, early 90s. And one of the most winningest race cars of all time is the BMW E30 M3. Just for those that don't know. Mr. Shane Williams out there in something German, but not a GTI. And a big lock up there for Shane Williams and an incredible save. I honestly believe that that's some good GTI challenge experience, locking up the front wheel. Obviously the GTI likes to slide its tail in, or at least the Class A cars do, as well as B and C. Very quickly corrected that, and he also has loads of experience. He's raced all over the world as Shane Williams. Let me not butter him up too much as he comes down towards the start-finish line. Obviously, the guys are just getting loads and loads, say, of laps in, loads and loads of experience in per session that they do. You'll see some of the guys don't do all the sessions due to the fact that they just want to keep their cars clean or maybe a little bit neater. So you can hear some turbo noises, or I can hear some turbo noises in the background of a certain Mansour Parker and his turbo E46. As there comes Zach Layden. And not that far behind him, I believe, is Valen Volskink in another one of the E30 BMWs, this one turbo, however. He's made his way by us already. Shane Bosco, and one of the CRA accounting teammate of Ernest Page, made his way across the line just a moment ago. There's Mansour Parker, a bit of a veteran in the Thermofire Club and Saloon Cars, as well as the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series. There's another replay of Shane Williams locking up that BMW's front wheel. I doubt there'll be too much of a flat spot like the full slick Pirelli tires that the F1 guys use. How those things flat spot when you lock up. But maybe just a brush off of the tires and be sent out on his way once again. A little bit slidey out of the final corner for Mansour Parker. On the move across the line. A 1:01.287. There's Valen Volskink. Sorry, he was lining up, getting ready to go out for his run. Let's just have a look at the top 10 as it stands. Tristan Pinal from Ryan Lowe in that 992 GT3 RS. Sits there in second spot with a 56.863. It is a second, 1.8 seconds, the difference between himself and Tristan Pinal. Then Kieran Sneyman on one of the motorcycles. Dexter Bruce, a 1 minute dead. I'm sure he wants to break the 59s. Then Arun, Marco Retta, Parker, Momberg, O'Connell, and Ernest Page rounding out the top 10 as it stands, with a couple more cars left to go. And Detroit just made his way by us in that Detroit Racing BMW, or NDT Racing rather, BMW E36 328i Turbo. Here comes Valen Volskink. Very wide line, but some of the guys prefer this as they get a better exit out of the corner and they can get on the gas a little bit earlier. Turn number 2, Castro corner, is a bit of a strange shaped corner. It's not quite a circle or an oval. It's got this weird sort of lead out on the main circuit when you're going in the original direction. But as Gary was saying a little bit earlier on, you go a little bit wider coming this way around and it gives you a good touch on the apex. Over to the right hand side, across the line. I know there's also a handful of bumps along the circuit that also come into play. We just wait for 1 or 2 more cars to go out onto the circuit. Here comes Andre Steenkamp, who did go out a little bit early on. I don't think I think I missed him. Let's just have a look. He is racing 2 cars, one of the few doing double duty today, which is a little bit more serious than you would have it on, maybe a little bit less serious rather than you have it on a Power Series day, jumping between one class to the next, because you've got some time in between. This time you do have 30 minutes between each stint, as opposed to a couple of hours between Heat 1 and Heat 2. Empty says go Neon. Absolutely. A very fierce competitor. As Andre Steenkamp seems to have stalled that Nardini at the line. 2-litre Swift-powered VW motor. They'll see if they can just bump start on a couple of the guys will just go and push. There we go. The Nardini motor fires up. He'll get up to the line. That Nardini Swift-motored V8 or VW 2-litre has a very, very thin, very small drive shaft that has to deliver the power. So you can't be too heavy on the clutch, you can't dump it too much. A little bit of wheel spin and a good launch as he gets away. Michael Babby 96, there we go. What a run from Neon, absolutely a 52.654, and I'm sure that that time will only come down as the devilish screaming Chevron B19 of Franco Scabanti goes and lines up. There goes Andre Steenkamp. He'll make his way around through Dam's Dip. Turn number 3, up towards the Lundstem King. You see he sort of stays in the middle of the circle, then he moves over. And with a smile on my face, the Banshee is set free. As Franco Scabanti makes his way around, sorrel sweep. Definitely one in contention for the front end of the field when it comes to the shootout a little bit later this afternoon. There you see that Team Gunston liveried Chevron Team Gunson obviously being the privateer team that was brought into play by a certain F1 driver, African, or Southern African F1 driver, that being John Love, back in the 60s. Many incredibly impressive race cars, the likes of the Lotuses of the day in the 60s, as well as the Can-Ams and the Chevrons of the time, and even Porsche 917s. Incredible sound, and you'll only get that when you are here at the circuit with us. So there's still more than enough runs from the day. It gives people a chance to come out. The pit's starting to get lined with people walking around. And as that stands, Neanderthal with a 52.654 heading out ahead of Franco Scribanti with a 54.761, Tristan Pinar with a 55.058. That's your top three as it stands for warm-up number 6, so to speak, for the day. And that once again, as you see on the top right of your screen, and of course here at the start gate banner, Masterdrive, incredibly instrumental in getting this event running. Our only time attack that we have here at Colani. So a big thank you to them once again as we start the next warm-up session, that being warm-up number 7. And even though the numbering may seem a little bit odd, it's because they had 3 sets of warm-ups yesterday during the day and 3 sets of qualifyings. So then we'll have the next 4 sets of warm-ups and the next 4 or 5 sets of qualifying. As there goes Alme Mostert. Unfortunately, no Abigail Possum after that turn 1, or turn 2 rather, spill in the first warm-up. So one of the ladies, one of the 3 ladies, the Super Twin Cup 650s class that races here, one of the regional classes that we have in the Colani Power Series. An awesome class that is only filling up some of the best young riders and even veteran riders in both the Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s class. There in the background you see Jean Momberg on a GSXR 750. He'll make his way around and he sits up and he goes very wide in turn number 2. Very wide as Alme Mostert comes across the line. He had to pick that bite ever so slightly and just with the run right on the page on the outside of turn number 2 Castro corner. Here we see the next man coming up. That will be Missile Motorcycles, the Rocket Man, Kieran Slamer. That races on down towards Dunstead King. There he goes through the kink, right-handed this time, and onto the brakes for Castro corner. Right up there against the red and white curbstones. Brilliant exit, almost onto the rumble strips outside of turn number 2, down the Joubert straight into Block Point corner, as you'll see in the top right hand of your screen. And going through Sorrel Sweep now, there you see him race towards us, is Tristan Pinar. Race accolades, and a handful of championship winning accolades for this young man, Tristan Pinar. Both here regionally in Cape Town and his home circuit, as well as national riding that he's been doing in the last little while throughout this year, and being a fierce contender as he exits very squarely on that tail end of that 1000cc Honda, and down towards turn number 1 Block Point corner. There he goes, touching the apex. Is a little bit different than you would, not hugging it all the way around. You sort of make it like a triangle. You touch the first one, go wide. Yeah, he comes across the line. 54.831 in the second session of the day. Now leaving the line, Daniel Chang. In the Renault Megane, one of 2 Meganes, or one of 3 rather, Meganes that are being run here at the Masterdrive time attack. There goes the Megane of Daniel Chang, also contended in the all-star shootout that happens in our rallycross event, so he also knows the circuit quite well. As we go through a handful of the road car classes, both for some of the naturally aspirated and forced induction classes, and the 6-cylinder naturally aspirated by forced induction road car classes. Here comes Gino Norse, synonymous with the Masterdrive name. He'll bring that forward focus ST around. As Chang crosses the line, second rather, of the road car class 4 cylinders. We had Arno Granger in the MB second generation Mazda MX-5, the 114.659. Here comes Gino Norse. Goes a very wide line into block point corner, maybe some up like the apex. Very different lines for all the different competitors. As here comes Ashley Abbott, you see the pink number 44 on the screen. That's the next class. Also in a Megane. Don't forget, once again, action, drift rides, spin rides there by the spinning pitch, the Castro spinning pitch on the side of the circuit, just behind turn number 2, Castro corner. And I'll point it out for those on the live stream that maybe want to come a little bit later on. As Norse crosses the line, Ashley Abbott will be the next one to come to the line. There you see him in the background. There is Donovan Odendahl coming through the Lundstedt again now. There in that shot, just behind those grandstands, is the Castro spinning pitch, where I believe it's 250 South African rands to go and passenger with some highly skilled and highly trained, both race car drivers and drift drivers. Get yourself in the hot seat. Also, of course, linked with Masterdrive and all that they do. There comes Donovan Odendahl to the line, slotting himself just ahead of Ronaldo Jack. Jason Clifton brings that 2.8 litre BMW E36 to the line. There is Stuart Jamison. Rallycross All-Star Shootout reigning champion. However, not in that car. He campaigns a 350Z Nissan. Jumping in a Megane this time around. A little different. Jason Clifton's got off the line. There is that beautiful 992 GT3 RS. Produced in Stuttgart, Germany. As are plenty of incredibly amazing Porsches, this being one of them, with the dual element wing, DRS enabled abilities, the highest of tech in the Porsche stable. He launches off the line with that 4 litre flat 6, make his way through the double apex left-hander and down on the Tigerberg straight. Jumping on the brakes and leaning in for turn number 3, Dams dip. Rolling through the semi-banked left-hander this time around. Moving over to the left to cut to the right over the Lundstedt kink and Lundstedt. Then in it to Castro corner, turn number 2. Not hugging the apex too close. You don't want to let it settle you, unsettle you rather, as he runs very wide, using all of the tarmac of the race circuit. Down the Joubert straight into the braking zone of turn number 1, block point corner. And he'll run it on down to the line. See where Ryan Lowe puts himself. Crosses the line. A 56.804 for the 992 GT3 RS. Just behind, just the pin-on. Almost exactly 2 seconds the difference between first and second. And Kurt's name on a 57.573. In that third spot, Stuart Jamison. They ran him again. Aerial Cats makes their way across the line. 105.919 for the X-Drive BMW. There's Guy Davies once again. Awesome to see him out in that Likomoli Porsche. Carrera 2, 3-litre flat 6. His way around the final corner. Down towards and past the commentary box he goes, using all the tarmac as well, right up against the outside of the circuit. Crosses the line. We'll see just in a moment who's up next coming towards us. Very, very quick F-Series BMW, that'll be the F82. Making his way as the Turbo E36. Naim Olika makes his way across the line. Joseph Arun in the F82 M4 slides his way around turn number 2. You'll see him in the top right corner of the screen as the next BMW through into a shot. The E92 M3 of Yassine Amle makes his way around, and then another V8 launches off the line. And a big slide there, just controlling it, grabbing that BMW back in his grips was Amle. Here comes the dark horse, 5-litre Mustang of Greg Parton. Always love to hear some V8 noises, and still a little bit squirrely out of the final corner for Yassine Amle. Also one that likes to be at the Colani track days and gaining a lot of experience in that obviously road going V8 powered M3. Donnie Sundenberg, he begins to line up as here Eugene Herbert makes his way around in the Masterdrive 5-litre Mustang. Through the Lundstep King. Down into Castro Corner, and very wide he goes, holding on to it. Just caught himself out there, I think, into the braking zone. And a good exit out of Castro Corner, down the Joubert Straight. And towards turn number 1. With a wider line this time, also wanting to tuck into that second half of the corner, get a good run on the apex, slow in, fast out for Eugene Herbert. So he makes his way by us, down towards the cool down zone. Ronnie Sundberg makes his way around the circuit. He'll be coming into turn number 1 in just a moment. As we see him there, just going past your screen now will be Dylan Joubert. 444. I say 444, but in the 22. E46 330i BMW. Sonnenberg crosses the line. There's Joubert. Obviously taking note of the spill earlier on this morning, he now has found the sweet spot for that E46 3-litre. He makes his way down towards turn number 1. Only 2 cars and 2 bikes sit in the top 4 under the 1 minute mark. I'm sure that is going to be the goal for some of the guys out there today to reach 1 minute into the 59s. Dylan Joubert crosses the line. There is Vessel Oosthuizen in that Polo Classic. Also wringing that VW's neck as he makes his way through Castro Corner and down towards the first and only right-hander in this case. We're used to it being the only left-hander on the, I say, correct way around the circuit. James King of King's Auto Bodies makes his way around in that 3-litre BMW E46. Slightly wider line, but look how he tucks it in up against the apex. Runs that tight line and then a wide exit just to minimize as straight line as possible. Drag himself down towards turn number 1. Jump on the brakes, he touches the apex, he rides a much tighter line on the first part corner, misses the center apex, and he missed the third apex, so to speak, but runs very well in the extra corner and down across the line, and that puts him in 5th spot overall as it stands, with a 102.410, splitting himself between the F80 or F82 BMW Tassif Harun and then Naim Elika in the Turbo E36. There you see that big slide from Yassine Amle a little bit early on. Here we see Lloyd Brady and the E90. Nice big spoiler on that, good for traction on the rear tires. This is exactly what you need for a nice powerful BMW. Makes his way by us. And then next up to the line, Rob Rowe in that beautifully prepped E30 325 IS to a 2.7 litre. As Marco Retta makes his way around the final corner, Dexter Bruce makes his way towards us. There goes Marco Retta. PPE engineers there on the side of his motor car, that's his company. There is Neandertoy, as he likes to be called. Well, that's on the side of the car, rather. Nicolas Totoy making his way around in that E36 BMW that was campaigned by Neandertoy last time out in Power Series, giving down something different than the high horsepower, or high powered turbo car that runs at the front end of the field. Towards us now. Also slightly wider line. Not quite getting to the apexes, but reaching the outside of the circuit to run all of that runoff out towards turn number 1. A nice wide and then tighter line right up against the curbstone, and then wide again, very wide. Not quite where you want to be for Rob Rowe, but of course one corner will then set you up in your head for the next time you go out, where to change those little errors or mistakes or whatever that individual or that racer will call it, to go and better that time in the next heat that you go out. And a big lockup, a huge one, going into turn number 3 for Shane Williams, and I wonder if that's the same flat spot that we were talking on earlier. Let's see if it happens again into turn number 2. Not quite, he does run a little bit tighter into the corner, a little bit wide on the first apex, and then runs a good line out of that corner. So I have a feeling that front left is a little bit flat spotted from his earlier endeavors as he throws that BMW E36 around, make his way around the final corner, right up against the curbstone and down towards the start-finish line. Next up, into our frame, Shane Bosco. Very, very good lines through turn number 3. This guy is one of the few at Killarney International Raceway for a Power Series that does what we call double duty up here on the commentary box. He races this as 3-8 BMW E36 in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, as well as a Countron Formula Supercar that is a completely different beast on its own. Space frame body with a nice big shell, as look at the slide for Zach Leyden. Good experience from this youngster, not only in GTI Challenge as well as the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series, and very wide he goes. He chucks that Included E36 around, but he kept good control throughout. And I believe that's because of the rallycross experience that he has. He uses that car in the E36 Cup when they do rallycross at their WPMC rallycross events once a month. So very good behind the wheel is young Zach Leyden. Here comes Mansour Parker once again. Formidable at the front end of the field as well in the race series. As we see, I believe that's a replay of Shane Williams kicking the tail end out just before getting to the starting line. As there we see Parker in the background. Volskink makes his way to us. 101.356. That turbo E46 BMW. Beautiful blow-off noises as he comes past us. There is Valen Falsting, another one of the turbo BMWs. This, an E30 boxy 3 Series, and getting very, very squirrely coming into the corner. Just has to correct himself. Getting a little bit later there on the brakes to right the car and make his way around the corner. And he rolls that turbo BM across the line. As we wait for the next car up.
Well, folks, keep in mind that not only do we have the main circuit action for you today, Time Attack 2025 brought to you by Masterdrive and Eugene Norse, but there's also carts that are doing a bit of a triple corner on the skid pad, and then we also have on the drifting bridge, we have Masterdrive action there as well. And obviously you're welcome to come into the pit area and come and have a shofty and up close and personal with those taking part today. So Masterdrive down at the skid pad and Masterdrive up at the drifting bridge as well.
Absolutely, Masterdrive providing a load of amenities to those here at Killarney International Raceway. It's one of the many things that they do to provide for the people. As here comes Franco Scribanti once again in that Chevron, making his way around through turn number 3, dams up a very good line right up against the paint just before the Lundstem kink. Then you have to slow down, move over into the right side of the circuit. He runs that slightly wider entrance into the corner, touches the apex and the exit corner, just miss out into the replay. His exit on to the runoff. But now down into block point corner he goes, another slightly wider line, then he'll tuck it in and try and get on the gas as soon as possible to race that thing down towards us. And across the line. Beautiful Chevron. Now we wait for its first appearance today, but not his first appearance today. Coming down towards Dam's Dip, up towards the Lundstem kink. Just to get now on the camera shot. There he'll go by us. That is the Lotari driven by Neandertoy for its first outing of the day. Look at all that aero. That is what the pinnacle of what Time Attack racing is. They have it out in Australia at the World Time Attack that they have every year, where it's what looks like abominable spoilers and wings, but it all does the trick to get around the track as quickly as possible. Let's see what he does. It was a 54.8 for Tristan Pinot and a 49.497. A 49.5, 49.5 second run for Neandertoy. Just the warm-up. There's many more sessions left to go, as well as the King of Colani Shootout a little bit later on this afternoon. But an incredible run to breach the 50-second mark. And that was warm-up number 7, which concludes all the warm-ups for both Friday and Saturday. Now we'll have a small break. And when that small break concludes, come out for qualifying 3 for the Saturday session. That'll be qualifying 3 of 6 that run on the Saturday. Then we'll have our lunch interval, and then the class finals and the shootouts will commence just after lunchtime. So while you've got this 10-minute break, make sure to find yourself a vendor, grab your friends, grab your family, grab your kids, and run on down towards the clubhouse to all the vendors where you can get the likes of coffee and food and beverage and t-shirts and Bolton. I see Bolton over there. I might have to get myself and Gary a little bit later on. Don't forget, of course, for those not driving, those spectating, and you want a nice cold beverage for those over the age of 18. Of course, the Colani Clubhouse, the WPMC Clubhouse, open upstairs for all your needs. once again, an incredibly massive shout out to Masterdrive for all that they've done for this event. It's looking exceptionally sweet so far today, Gary.
No, undoubtedly, I think the planning, organisation and execution have been exemplary so far today. Remember, there's a full-on karting event going down right here by us. Francois Butler will be Mike's side with that one. I don't think we'll be able to hear his commentary unless you're close by. And then down on the spinning pitch, Masterdrive guys are making magic and smoke down that side. And then if you like the drifting, you can, the spinning that is happening down on the skid pan. They've got go-karts out there. Go-kart on a skid pan? I think you're going to have to put a raincoat on. We'll be back with you for warm-up number 3.
And this is the pit walk. We are down at the Masterdrive time attack, and I'm standing here with the promoter sponsor Eugene Herbert from Masterdrive. Sir, how's things going so far?
Listen, when we saw the weather originally, I thought, well, hold on, this is not going to be so good. But the weather has turned out absolutely stunning. Not as many participants as what we would have liked, but still enough to make this really exciting. And you know, the camaraderie that takes place at a time attack
Absolutely.
is a lot different to that which is at a normal race.
Yes.
So, by and large, we're happy. We've got our customers down in our Boma.
Nice.
They can see action at first turn, which is where some of the things are exciting, and where the steroids kick in, you know.
Absolutely. So you were saying that the camaraderie with the riders and the drivers, you know, it's still very light-hearted at the moment. I've got a feeling that's going to change as we get closer towards the end of the day, and those tenths of a second start to count in those classes. Might change the energy just a little bit.
Absolutely. You know, to the ill-informed, 1 second doesn't sound like a lot, but
no.
when you're trying to make it up in your competitor or somebody in your class, that's real hard work. It's the difference between having big ones and small ones. You know?
Absolutely, and you wouldn't think, and it's not 1 second, it's tenths of a second in some cases.
Absolutely. So I think it's going well, but at the end we'll see the real men who have got no concerns about paying for the damages.
To those guys to whom personal safety is a second thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just to give us an idea of how this actual time attack runs, we've spoken about it briefly this morning, but we are using Killarney Raceway.
Yeah.
And what's different is we are going in reverse,
anti-clockwise,
or roughly half the track.
Well, yeah, it's 1.9 kilometers thereabouts.
Okay.
It's very close to what happens at Samola.
Yeah.
It's been running on this is the third occasion.
Yes.
And so it's reverse angle. Now, you can be familiar with this track, eh?
Yeah.
But let me tell you, you approach it from a different angle. It's anything that you thought you knew about the track. Turn 4,
absolutely.
where you would go flat out in a normal race. Yeah, you're actually backing off because you've got to address the corner from a different angle. So yeah, it makes it interesting. It levels it.
I like that idea because exactly like you said, it sort of levels the playing field. So if you've got out-of-town drivers like we've got Franco Scribanti in his Chevron B19, there's Guy Davies in his Porsche, guys that aren't 100% familiar with the track, you know, it sort of levels the playing field ever so slightly.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it speaks well of the fact that you can do this.
Excuse us, guys, we just got some. So we are in a live pit area, so we've got people, we've got cars coming past us all the time. You're welcome to come by, my guy. Lisa, we've got the Flow Code 200 SX, usually a drift car. So we're talking about how the day is progressing. With that being said, how's your race going? Because being the promoter sponsor, you're also driving a race car, which is this beautiful Mustang behind us.
Let me just clarify. It's not a race car. Eh? It's a road car.
I apologize.
That we use for our high performance days.
Yes.
But it's got no modifications other than this one. It's actually interesting. We've got running it on LPG.
Oh,
and
really?
When you do the dyno testing, ironically, it's like 2 kilowatt difference. So I'm running on gas.
Okay.
And remember, I'm competing with this dark horse here next to me.
Yes, there's one here on over my left. Yeah.
It's supercharged, and I'm glad to say there's only like 3 seconds difference.
Okay, so the only modification to this car is the driver.
Well, hopefully he's got a bit of experience, has a sense of his own mortality.
Of course,
because that also governs how you attack these corners.
Absolutely. Well, we are looking forward to see what you're doing a bit later on in the Mustang. Once again, this event is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go back to the commentators and we'll find some more drivers to chat to. So no stranger to Killarney. I'm not going to say he's a stranger to time attack, but this is something a little bit different. Nian de Toy, how's things going this weekend?
It's going really good for me. I have the privilege of racing 2 cars.
You do.
And I'm also racing probably 2 of the fastest cars.
Yes.
I mean, you are normally lucky to race 1 fast car, but to be able to race 2 of the fastest cars, obviously a very big privilege, and I realize that. Yeah, I have my crew here, which is making life easy for myself. But yeah, I love this event. It's social. I always feel like there's an element of grassroots racing here. It feels a bit
Absolutely.
like Gymkhana.
Yes.
You know, Gymkhana, everybody's together, everybody has a chance to mingle, everybody's chatting, which is great. And we've got some, you know, we've got the Herman Manke here, we've got a whole bunch of people that's interesting to talk to. And yeah, I'm loving it.
Look, so let's just, where we are at the moment, we haven't done qualifying 3 yet. We've done qualifying 1, qualifying 2, and several practice sessions. In yesterday's practice, I'll be honest, I didn't look at your times today, but yesterday, what was your fastest time in this BMW E36 and then the Latari?
Yeah, so yesterday in the BM 53.3 was the fastest.
Which is quick.
Which was second overall, and then the Latari 49.3.
49.3. Let me just break this down for you. If you are able to jump onto Speed Hive and look at the speeds that these guys are doing, you'll see that monstrous gap. And I see how far 49.3 is from any of the other times.
Yeah, so I mean, this car under normal conditions would do a 1 minute 10 around Colani, which is, you know, very fast for what it is, but it's also on par. Yeah, it's on par with a GT3 car that's been raced at the national level. The Latari has done low 6s, 1 minute 6s. So I mean,
insane.
And the fact that it's got this massive capability of pulling away really well with all the weight at the back, you know, puts it in a different league.
But what does that do to your driving style? Because you are driving in essence, a saloon car. And then not too long after you jumping into the Latari, very different car, very different braking, very different throttle response. Walk us through those moments.
So I must admit, again, very fortunate. I get to do this quite often, driving different cars. You know, often we'll come in and practice and swap from one car to the other while the guys are working on the one. So I do get a lot of practice with that sort of thing. But yeah, before I pull off, I do have a little mental check which car I'm in. The Lotus is much more responsive on the turbo side of things. It is a bigger engine.
Yes.
It has a sequential gearbox, so I'm more often in a more optimal gear.
Of course.
So I find, especially driving the track backwards, not exactly knowing where I'm going. I mean, in relative terms, it has more room for a margin for error. So I can wait, I can be a bit more patient, but when I get on the gas, and the way it comes in is a bit more gradual because the turbo sizing isn't so aggressive.
Yes.
Where with the BM, it's got one single big turbo.
Massive turbo.
Yeah, and it's only a 3 liter.
Yeah.
So when I get, you know, when I start applying the throttle and then having to lift is a big penalty because you're losing the boost. So
100%.
That's one side of it. And then, yeah, the Latari does the corners like it's on rails, you know, like ice skating. You know, the one is like trying to run on grass with torques, and the other one's like ice skating. You just feel like the harder you turn, the harder it goes.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, and we're also playing with this thing where you're going out with cold, you know, not cold tires, but, you know, we're trying.
I'm seeing tire warmers on the car here now.
Yeah, there are, but there is this period where you're rolling there. You're not ever sure. You also, we're trying our best to keep the front tires clean. Obviously, we're doing a little burnout, but the guys are using welding gloves, just rubbing the stones off the front wheels. So yeah, and also I'm driving a big investment of my own. I don't want to put it in the wall. And I also don't want to drive Darby's car into the wall. Yeah,
absolutely. So, guys, stay tuned. Jump onto the live stream. Stay tuned to the live stream. It's going to be an insane days of racing. Nian, thank you so much. We'll probably catch up with you later on. Gary, back to you.
CBR 600 at 56.996. He bridges into the 56-second box. Next, final motorcycle in qualifying 3. There you see it. Very wide, he goes just a bit off onto the grass. He just caught himself out there, tried to tip it down, and set himself up, and he managed to stay on the bike. Good stuff, Tristan. And ride that bike back across the line. And on the pack wheel, go. Egg on the back wheel across the line. me, but as I said earlier on, a handful more sessions left to go, so more than enough time. As there goes Marlo Granger in the background. The MX-5 coming to the line now. These Mazda MX-5s incredibly nippy in all their different generations, in a 1.6 and 1.8 litres, as well as the MBs, the NCs and the NDs, even very good mountain run cars. And in the US and other countries around the world, they've got Mazda Cup series races. That'd be awesome to have here if they were a little cheaper. Across the line now comes Daniel Chang, the first of the Renaults. And the first of the trio of the Megans. There's Gino Norse through Castro Corner. We'll see him run down behind the commentary building, the karting building rather, down towards turn number 1. There's the Audi S3. That'll be Ronaldo Jack. Making his way around a very tight line through 3. Just run it out as much, very sharp with it. He goes, trying to find that apex again. He'll pull a little bit closer and then lead out. Gino Norse makes his way across the line. Ronaldo Jack will make his way towards turn number 1. Very wide. He goes, don't want to get too close to that paint. There's a lot of dirt that sits there, just in general. There is the 42 of Ashley Abbott. Into the 3A M-Class. There he's had replay in the bottom right. Just short patch by of just looking on. Just misjudging ever so slightly and running off onto the dirt. Holding that bike upright. Getting back to the bits. Here comes Ashley Abbott. Towards us now. In the second of the Renault Megans. There we see Donovan Odendahl in the wonderful looking VW. That's that Mark 6 Golf GTI. And then Sean Odendahl, the first of 2 Odendahls. But not the only father-son pairing of the day, making his way around in that Siege S. Very nippy these things and brilliant in the power, and it sounds awesome running across the line. As here comes Odendahl across the line now. There goes Stuart Jamison in the Renault Megane RS Cup. Now towards Sorrel Sweep he goes. There I see a good number of people standing on the WPMC Clubhouse balcony, watching from there. Also a good spot to watch the cars go into the first corner. There you see Sean O'Connell in the background, coming towards us now. You'll hear that awesome supercharged motor make his way from us and into the slowdown zone. And then Matthew O'Connell into the Harper Type 5. Harper, a local brand, built and designed by Craig Harper, Harper Sports Cars. 2 types, a couple of original designs from many a year ago, and then into the full developmental building of his Type 5s and Type 6s. He's got a couple of Cobra projects, one that's been done, I believe is the Super Cobra, and or the Super Snake Cobra, and his Project Snakelet, which is another Cobra, and sort of the sister of that first build. To see a range of vehicles you don't often see here. There's the Harper Type 5 short Matthew O'Connell across the line now. Here that turbo, I believe those things came out with Alpha Motors. Actually they came out with a motor of your choice. And there's one wrestling around with a Audi V8. There's ones with Toyota twin cam motors and Alfa Romeo V6s. So here comes Jason Clifton. Durade and Motul BMW E36 Lunging down into dam step, now up dam step. You've got to remember that. Down into dam step is a term we use in commentary. And that's because into that corner, the circuit quite literally goes down. That is probably the lowest point of the circuit, is the center of turn number 3. So when you go up towards Castro Corner, it is an uphill drive towards that long left-hander. Here we see the beautiful singing flat 6 of Ryan Lowe, Ryan Lowe, making his way around. These people will line up against the grandstand to see. Here comes that raspy 3J-tie. Jason Clifton across the line. There goes the Porsche of Lowe. There's Aerial Cats. And then also stunning looking 240i G42 2 Series. X-Drive, meaning it's all-wheel drive, which is also awesome to see. So used to BMWs being rear-wheel drive. So comes across the line, and Lowe does a 57.269. That's 3/10, just under 3/10 behind Kuhn Sneeman in that first spot, and very wide goes the BM of Aerial Cats. But caught very well. There goes Guy Davies in that Carrera 2, making his way down the nose up on that Carrera 2. You put your foot down, it really uses that rear engine balance to lift the nose of that car up. The Turbo 4S's are brilliant in a straight line, for drag racing especially, maybe street drag racing. As there goes Aerial Cats across the line. Here is Herman Munker in the Mischief Garage Subaru Impreza hatch. Ex-supercar driver, a brilliant business he's got with Mischief Garage. Making his way around quite slowly, in fact. As here comes Guy Davies and Likomoli Porsche. Here comes another Mischief Garage entry. That being in the E36 Turbo on Naeem Elika. I really hope I'm pronouncing your name and surname right. That's nice. Big puff of smoke comes from the burnout box from Tasif Arun. Oh, and a brilliant launch for that 6-cylinder BMW F82 M4 as he races on down towards the first corner. Brilliant car control from this man. He's very good at sliding that BM around, moves over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and holds a very tight line. I wonder if there's not something, piece of body work or something that's on the circuit. There's a big slide as you just caught, as we just caught. As he comes across the line, on the boost, I could hear as the wastegate blew out all of that. Here comes Yassine Amle down the Tigerberg Straight. There you see Harun in the background, Amle in the forefront. He slides just briefly. 2 and 3. There goes the F82 M4, and there goes the Ford Mustang Dark Horse of Greg Martin off the line. Just on the limit of the tires of that E92 M3, using all the track that he can. Here comes Greg Martin. Most would say that a Mustang is not a race car, that any American muscle car is not meant for the track. However, the Dark Horse, by Ford performance, is incredibly good around the track, and its big brother, the Dark Horse GTD, now turned into a GT3 car, in the States and around Europe and around the rest of the world. Was beating supercar times around the Nürburgring, as was the Dark Horse itself. Now onto the second of the two Mustangs, Eugene Herbert, the twin Coyote-powered 5-litre, I say twin, Coyote-powered 5-litre as the dark horse of Greg Parton comes across the line. And Donnie Sunderberg in the Polo 9N GTR Challenge Class B car. Brings that neck. I'd love to see, I love watching GTR Challenge the normal way around the circuit, but I'd love to see some bumper bashing, some very close racing from GTR Challenge in the opposite direction around the full circuit, which hopefully we'll have in the future. If all those that plan can get that up and running. Cross fingers for myself. As Herbert comes across the line, not very long from now, we'll have Donnie Sunderberg, and there, as some may look, it looks quite strange, but that is in fact technically a Bucky. It was a Toyota RAV4 with a Toyota Celica GT4 motor in it, the old World Rally Cross, or World Rally Championship Celica, the same one that Carlos Sykes Senior won a championship back in the 90s. All that controversy about the turbo restrictor plates and such. That car used in all-tar rally, in rallycross, in rally sprints, in tarmac attack. And down towards turn number 2, Castrol goes fires with Jacobs. The traction WRX STI. Bruce, now he leaves the line. Jacobs now comes across the line in the Subaru. And a good run there.
I've had to make sure that I've got my words in order because Ryan just said to me, no, don't say 911. It's a 992 GT. And he said GTR. GT3 RS.
Yes,
so Ryan, you down at the Masterdrive time attack today. Give us a little bit of an idea of what your sort of racing life is like.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me, first and foremost. Yeah, racing life and thus far has been an amazing journey so far. From the perspective of just social runs, in terms of breakfast runs, social track days, various groups in and around Cape Town as well as Johannesburg. And that's what I've gained of my experience, and this is actually my second MSA event, which is going exceptionally well organized as well, and that's pretty much my experience thus far.
So one of the big differences about today when compared to a normal track day that you may have been on before is that the track is running in reverse. So we've spoken with a lot of the drivers who are seasoned racers on this racetrack, but for you, being your second MSA event, what is it like racing this track the other way around?
Sure, that's a great question. As soon as I heard that it's actually called anti-clockwise, it gave me a little bit of a nervous thought. But
I'm sorry to make you nervous. You need to have it after qualifying. You need to be focused.
You have to be focused. No, not in the least, but it's just coming into the event, knowing that it's the other way around. I actually am quite used to the track, the correct way around, if you want to call it.
Of course.
Obviously, it did throw me off slightly, but I think once we got in about 3 to 4 qualifying laps, I kind of gauged the lines and became a lot more comfortable. So, you know, I guess it comes with the sport. You know, you can't have sort of the comfort in hand at times, and you have the exact perspective of each track. So yeah, it was actually it's a nice turn of events.
When we actually mentioned that in previous interviews, that by being a reverse track anti-clockwise, it sort of levels the playing field slightly, where you've got guys that bang out hundreds of laps on the circuit, but now it's in reverse and we very seldom do this. But what have you got any predictions for yourself or for the car as we go on? You just finished your qualifying. How are you feeling?
Sure, feeling absolutely amazing. It's been a great day out, and hopefully we can keep knocking those times off.
Nice.
Each and every set that I've gone out, I've dropped it by 0.5 or a second, so just gauging the lines more so. And but yeah, from the perspective of starting off yesterday to now, been an amazing event, and just hope to keep bettering those times and getting to the half 55s, hopefully.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Boys and girls, we're going to throw back to Gary in commentary.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Awesome live little interview there from Jason Williams with that driver of the 992 GT3 RS. And sure, I have a couple awesome to have insight not only from the team, IMUSAT team downstairs, but here from the drivers about what they're doing out on circuit. You can't really get the chance to hear what's happening in the mind of a driver during an event like this. So for those that are around the circuit and you want to talk to drivers, you want to learn what's going on, you know how to get into racing, these are the people to speak to. So never be too shy to go up to a race car driver and figure out what's happening. It's a little bit wide goes Marco Retta into that E36. And the next E36 up and around will be Willem de Toy. The first time he's been back out on the circuit in a very long time. I'm sure he's loving being back out on track. And in the reverse layout, it's very, very squarely out through Damstep. He goes and up towards Castrol Corner, through the Lundstep Kink, and onto the brakes. For the long sweeping left-hand, that's why you go a little bit wider, and you wait to get the apex, the exit. He touches the curb. Doesn't run all the runoff down towards turn number 1. See what his time looks like when he crosses the line. That later that gets himself ready, know that I lie. That will be Sean Tibbs. That's asked that man himself. As he sets off in the old BMW Works colours. And that E36 BMW also one driven in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town series. There we see Shane Williams behind him. And then just behind that will be Shane Roscoe. Up the hill towards Castrol Corner. He goes in a big slide and a big off for Sean. Just locking up the front, getting the tail out, and then jumping over into the dirt. But he gets that car collected. There was a yellow flag there, but it's been taken away, and just luckily in time, I believe, for Shane Williams to carry on without too much of a disturbance. The last thing you want, especially on a qualifying run, is to have to be slowed down due to someone else's issue. And again, locking up in turn number 2 for Shane Williams. So either that flat spot's getting bigger and off the track goes, but manages to hold that car in an incredibly straight line down towards the Joubert, down the Joubert straight towards turn number 1. I would really like to know if that front left is flat spotted, or very possibly brake bias on the front end is just very aggressive, and he's slamming on those brakes super hard to get the car slowed down for the corner. As he comes across the line, here comes Zach Layden in that Included E36. Lots of E36s out, a brilliant platform as well, I would say, as I own one myself. And awesome race cars, awesome rally cars, awesome drift cars. They are probably one of the best all-rounder motor cars in every discipline that you can have. I know some guys turbo them and drift them, and drag them. Awesome cars, these show cars. So here comes Zach Layden across the line. Oh, sorry, I lied, that's Shane Boscombe across the line. And then Leander Toy from NDT Racing. The race makes himself. Leaves the line in that, I'm pretty sure it must be close to 1,000 horsepower under that BMW's bonnet. That composite material bonnet down towards turn number 2. So much later on the brakes, so much more speed he carries into the corner. But that's the aero and the brakes and the power that this car has to do such a thing. As he exits Castrol Corner down towards turn number 1 into Block Coin, you see him in the background, way before the next competitor even leaves the start line. Down at the Porsche straight across the line, and he does a 52.256, cutting down on those times. Now it's just for him to get into the 51s, and closer to breach the 50s he will go. Uncle Bambi saying, BMW Car Club of Cape Town guys giving it their all, and that is great to see. And the reason why there are so many BMWs and BMW Car Club of Cape Town race series cars themselves is, as Gary said a little bit earlier on this morning, this event adds points to the championship. So if you're not here and you're running at the front end of any of the class championships, then you might just lose out. Here, line out here goes into Parker. There we see in front of us is Valen Forskink, making his way around. Someone I haven't seen is another father-son parent of Dace Forskink in the Audi. Unless he's saving that for a little bit later on. Lots of power that Audi Quattro has. Comes Andre Steenkamp, Nardini. Exiting turn number 1, there is Valen Forskink. Comes across the line. There is Andre Steenkamp, as I can hear in the background, blowing out my eardrums. As we'll catch in just a moment down into Damstep he goes. There he is. That is Franco Scrivati, hill climb champion at Samola. Race champion in his Porsche GT3, I say GT3, but the RSR that he built, as well as in that Nissan GTR R35, the dual spoilered front and rear that he uses for 4-time attacks. He was here last year with it as well as the Samola hill climb, where he won the entire show. He's back in the Chevron B19, a little bit wide through that first turn, or the final turn in this case, and down towards the start-finish line. Let's see if this adds across the line he goes at 54.505. Good run from him. I know it was a little bit squirty, so maybe there's just a couple of kinks to iron out before the end of the day. But as Empty says, the BMW Car Club of Cape Town is a great class. And they are always extremely entertaining, as they are. Once again, a big thank you to Masterdrive. As you can see, a nice, awesome, great gate banner at the start line.
That makes it look quite a bit of
Absolutely.
it just gives you an idea. You don't realize how big Masterdrive actually is. When you see boarding and what they got up at the circuit, you realize that Masterdrive hosting events, corporate and social, is actually kind of massive. So, you know, do your homework when you want to, maybe for your end of the year function, maybe it would be awesome to say to your guys, let's go down to Killarney, let's link up with Masterdrive, and let's do karting on the spinning, on the skid pan. Let's do drifting on the skid pan. Let's do drifting on the drifting pitch. Let's maybe do a track day. So, like, it depends if you're the worker, you're the foreman, or you're the sales manager, or you're the dealer principal, or you're the owner will determine, do you get to ride a 350Z on the main circuit, on the drifting, on the spinning, or just a go-kart on the skid pan. That must be amazing. Do you think all the weight sits at the back? If that backing starts coming, it's like a Porsche. If you drive a Porsche and you don't get that feeling that the Porsche wants to kill you, then you're not driving it hard enough. And I think this idea, in fact, it's happening right here today. So if you want to look at the options of what you can do, maybe today's a good time to go down to the skid pan and go and look, see if you need a raincoat or not when you go out there with a go-kart on the skid pan. It's completely different type of scenario. And then between the sessions, like we've got now, perfect opportunity to go around to the drifting pitch and go and see how it all happens out there, how we get around to making smoke. So a massive big thank you to Arrival Live with Masterdrive.
And we are back in pit lane. It's just before, just after qualifying. Cars are moving back and forth, so when they do come by the screen, do excuse them. It is a live pit lane. I am with my namesake, and we've known each other for a long time. Jason, you have been driving, you've been involved in car culture for a super long time, track days, that kind of thing. What is today like for you?
Today is amazing. So it's basically taking everything I've done at track days and, you know, applying it to a competitive event, you know, doing a competitive event of this nature. It's really cool because it's not wheel to wheel,
of course,
but you know, shooting for times and going past times. That's kind of what I've been doing for the last 2 or 3 years. So
I think what you mentioned is not wheel to wheel, but you are chasing yourself and the clock and possibly someone else in your class that might be close by. And we've seen a couple of moments coming around turn 3 towards turn 2 where the guys are riding a curb, car gets a little bit squirrely. It is a bit different.
Yes.
What are you driving?
So I'm driving a 1997 328i.
Beautiful condition, by the way.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got it about 2 years ago, and for the last 2 years I've been building it and just developing it and going through all the setup. And that was the goal, was to build a car that handled amazingly. Don't focus on power and just make sure that...
And don't focus on stance either.
Yeah, I mean, the stance, it just happens to be...
It's functional stance.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's set up to go faster on corners, and that's what it does. I mean, timing-wise, the car is pretty competitive. Like, it's up there with some of the race cars, so I'm really happy with that.
So, by saying that up there with some of the race cars, what class are you in today?
So, in today, I'm in the 6-cylinder naturally aspirated road car class.
Okay, which happens to be a big class. There's a lot of guys with naturally aspirated 6 cylinders. And look, you've had practice. Did you do your last qualifying?
Yeah, so I did. I did the first qualifying run now, and we've had practice this morning. Yeah.
Okay, and if you don't mind my asking, what are your times like? Where are you at the moment?
I'm currently in the 105s. I managed to get down to 105.3.
Okay.
But the goal is to do 104s today.
Whoever's in your class, have you been keeping an eye on who's ahead of you or who's right on top?
Yeah, so unfortunately...
I know that rivalry is there. People say like, no, I haven't really been watching, but they've been watching.
Yeah, so unfortunately I'm in the same class as a 992 GT3 RS, so that's not going to be even close.
Hey, listen, you can have faith. You can have some kind of faith.
We can hope. But Derek and I are having a really great battle with the 350Z.
Derek's in the 350, yes.
So we've been having a great battle. Our times are really close, so I think him and I are going to
So that could be where this class rivalry is for you.
Yeah.
And any expectations? Do you see? Is there a little bit more in this race for you?
There's definitely more in it, especially in me. I need to work on myself and just get the lines dialed in.
Okay.
But I'm hoping podium is possible today for the class. I'd really like to be on podium in class today.
We'd love to see it. Jason, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Jason.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go back to the commentary up in the tower.
straight on that GSXR 750. That Clubman's class contender in the MGA Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run Motorcycles. Kieran Snyman comes towards turn number 1 as we see Tristan Pinar on that Honda CBR 1000 Triple RSP make his way down towards Damstip. A nice flowing shot there. And up towards Kieran Snyman makes his way by us there. You see coming towards the cool down area and around the final corner back into the pits. A little bit of a wide line, but tightens back up once again for Tristan Pinar, racing on down towards Block Point corner. All these qualifyings count. Your fastest qualifying, as far as I know, is what puts you into your class final and what puts you in to King of Killarney Shootout at the end of the race day today. Pinar comes across the line with a 54.825. So he's breaching under the 55-second mark now. It was the first of the 4-cylinder road cars makes his way out. That is Marlo Granger ahead of, now on your screen, Daniel Chang towards Sarah Sweep. There's that first apex and then the second apex, and running on down the Tigerberg straight towards turn number 3. Here comes Daniel Chang just in the background. There he is, as well as Gino Norse on his way up towards Damstip, turn number 3. See him get off the line. There he goes in that Masterdrive Ford Focus ST. Down the Tigerberg straight, chucking that 4-cylinder Focus into Damstip. Up towards the King is there Daniel Chang, the first of the trio of McGann's. Makes his way across the line. Also a contender at the all-time shootout that happens at Rallycross. Gene Norse, a slow exit out of Castro Corner. And down towards turn number 1, Norse goes. There is Ronaldo Jack in the Audi S3. The 2-litre turbo. Makes his way down towards the final corner. And of course, there is Stuart Jamison. I lie, sorry, that's Ashley Abbott. First of the M-Class cars. 3A M, I believe that, I don't know if that counts as a Masters class. Then I know there is 2 3A classes. Possibly it's 3A manual. It's down towards the line. There's Ronaldo Jack, starting himself 5th overall with a 106.776. There is Ashley Abbott down towards turn number 1. And there is Sean O'Connell, as well as Donovan Odendahl into that Mark 6 GTI. There, Sean O'Connell passes the timing line. And there goes Abbott across the line. And here comes Sean O'Connell. There he is, just breaching that barrier. An interview. He comes in that Lotus Exige S. Nippy little sports car, roaring in the burnout box before he set underway. Up the gears and then down the gears once again into Castro Corner. As you see in the bottom right, Stuart Jamison, the 3rd of the Clio RS Cup. Is that model, sets off. Down the Tigerberg straight he goes. And into Damstip. So there you'll see in the background, there goes Sean O'Connell. Sean O'Connell, an extremely talented jazz player as well. You've seen that man on the piano, incredible stuff. Down the Lotus Exige, heads towards the cooldown zone. The Harper Type 5 of Sean O'Connell, oh sorry, I lied, Matthew O'Connell. makes his way out onto the circuit. An awesome little car. Craig Harper himself, the man behind Harper Sports Cars, used to race us in the Sports and GT class a couple of years ago. Also a very good little platform for endurance racing. It is a prototype style race car and road car. Stuart Jamison comes across the line. And setting off now, Derek Truscott in an Edison 350Z. Stock standard road car in the 6-cylinder class, naturally aspirated. Next up in the bottom right, Jason Clifton in the inline 6 328i M2028. And away he goes to watch Truscott make his way around turn number 2, and Clifton make his way through turn number 4. As he sets down at Tiger Walk straight as well. Up the gears and then onto the brakes, maybe down a gear, if not just running the same gear through. You see that stealthy black 992 GT3 RS 4-litre flat 6. You can hear him on the rev limit. Why is that's more of a launch control in that car. Hold both pedals in and let it go as he launches on down towards Sorrel Sweep. Runs both apexes through the double left-hander, right on the red-white curb, using all the track limits that he can, and then dipping it into Dam's Dip. Way to the right of the exit, into the center of the circuit, across the Lundstem kink, and into the center of the circuit. Goes a little bit wider than I have seen him run today, but it still looks like a brilliant run, using all the track surface, getting the tail end of the rear-engine Porsche right out towards the runoff. Down into turn 1 he goes as Guy Davies sets off in the Carrera 2. I believe that car is a 3-litre as opposed to the 4-litre in the GT3 RS that makes its way across the line. Next up, Homer Bunker in the turbo BMW. As far as I know, that's got a 3-litre Toyota motor, that's a 2JZ. I'm not certain if that car's still all-wheel drive. It came up from the factory as he slides. The power slides that Impreza STI up the circuit towards the Lundstem King. Hard on the brakes he goes through Castrol Corner, right up against the inside curb. We'll watch him in the top right, into Block Point. As on the left-hand side of the circuit, we see the second of the Mischief cars out on track at the same time. That will be Naim Elika in the Turbo 328i M15B28. He makes his way down over bunker, across the line, with a 103.080. As Haroon, getting very slidey on the exit of turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep, almost heading towards the tyres, but luckily that car snapped back into line and stayed under control. As he rockets up towards Castrol Corner now, the turbo Elika makes his way down, and 5th place overall as it stands, ahead of 2 of the Super motorcycles. The 102.236 just ahead of Juan Homburg, Sean Homburg rather, a 102.332. Here comes to Sifaroon, and there is Yassine Amley. Sifaroon comes across the line, on 59.965 brings him under the 1 minute mark once again. As Greg Parton in the Ford Mustang Dark Horse 5-litre supercharged Coyote leaves the start line. And down Tiger Walk straight he will run. still an automatic. So paddle up the gears towards turn number 2. As Yassine Amle brings the E92 M3 4-litre V8 across the line. There is only a handful of these Ford Mustang Dark Horse V8s in the country, as far as I'm aware, and only releasing halfway through last year, if my facts are correct, if not end of 2023. Still a fairly new car. Corrals that V8 across the line. You see Eugene Herbert, Masterdrive himself, make his way down towards turn number 1, one-point corner, on the limit of that 5-litre Mustang. We're going to stay on this Masterdrive car. Good line at the moment. Good exit out of turn number 1. So let's say where he ends up. Ended 15th with a 105.8, 747. And Eugene Herbert at 19th with a 107.331. That 5-litre Coyote, and that one is, of course, non-supercharged compared to Dark Horse. And Andre Steenkamp, one of the members of Induction Noise podcast, awesome little podcast that those guys have together. All of them do different forms of motorsport, speak about different forms of motorsport. And Seneca powered RAV4 makes its way almost on 2 wheels with the body roll that soft suspension RAV4 has. But the power that it has for the launch out of the corners is astronomical in such a hardly weighing anything motor car. That's technically a fully built race car, if anything, as is the Subaru Impreza WRX STI of Faisal Jacobs. Still awesome to see that thing back after quite some time. As Steenkamp crosses the line, just catch WRX STI hatch of Faisal Jacobs. He also campaigned an E46 M3 in Clubman's and the BMW class. Traction. As well as him being a part of Century Karting there in Century City. Next up, I do see Vessel Wursthuizen. He makes his way around the final corner. As coming now into a shot, Dexter Bruce in that all-black 1 Series makes his way down into turn number 3. Not too much footage of this car today, but a feisty contender in the BMW Car Off Cape Town Race Series. And Clemens, when he was still running his 328i BMW E36, and an overall winner at last year's All-Tar Rally. Not quite the car that Dexter wants to drive in All-Tar Rally is this 1 Series of his. It's definitely a fully built track car as he swirls out of the final corner and drags that 1 Series turbo. I believe it's NA in actual fact, down across the line. Then James King looking to better his time once again. Oh, a bit of a slide out of Castrol Corner, not using all of the track there. Leads into the inside, almost touches the curb, runs a little bit wider and then cuts back to get the second apex. And a good exit down towards the line. So there we see Lloyd Brady. Mr. Frost, let's go Shiro. Use those awesome karting skills of yours, Mr. Q. Shiro, obviously being Daniel Chang in that Renault Megane. And he does basically throw that thing around like a go-kart. It's incredibly quick in that Renault Megane, both time attack as well as on the Tar Rally at Western Province Rallycross. There, Lloyd Brady in the background, just ahead of From Du Toit, Nicholas Du Toit. Then all black E36. Oh, into turn 2, he locks up and he spins out. There we just caught it. And he stops. The other flags will be out in just a moment. I don't know if anyone else is set underway. Yes, they have. Rob Rowe is set underway, but Du Toit recollects that car and gets back up and running. Just in time for the yellow flags to be removed and Rob Rowe to still be on a flyer. Because the last thing you want to do is see a yellow flag ahead of you and get off the throttle and lose those precious tenths or even seconds. As he now is coming into frame. The same thing that happened a little bit earlier on this morning in the warm-up. A little bit of smoke that could either be rubbing or a little bit of locking up for Rob Rowe. Next up to the line, Shane Williams at the bottom right-hand screen. As Rob Rowe comes around the final corner to complete his run in this 4th qualifying section. Getting ready to get underway. Just as he gets underway, let's look at the top 10 as it stands, with half the field still left to go. It's Tristan Pinard on 2 wheels with a 54.825 ahead of Ryan Rowe in the Porsche 911 GT or 992 GT3 RS, ahead of Kieran Steyman, the second of the 2-wheel class. Then Jussi Faroon in the M4 ahead of Dexter Bruce, just outside that 1-minute barrier for the 101.265. Then James King. Then I believe that will be Shaw, or that might be, it's one of the 2 O'Connells. I just have to look and see. That'll be Matthew O'Connell on the Harper. And once again in the background, there you see Shane Williams. He's up on 3 wheels, in fact, going through that corner. It looks like quite a good amount of power in that 3 to 8, just after the little spin he had. Launching it into turn number 1, block point corner, and around that final corner. Up the Killarney straight, off the Porsche straight, past the Porsche Club, Boma, and past the Castle Tower he goes. As you just hear in the background, or we hear in the background, there he goes, Mansour Parker, the E46 Turbo. You can hear it spooling up as he spun those wheels in the burnout box. With Valen Forskenk up next, also with an impressive burnout. Zach Layden comes across the line now. There's Forskenk at the bottom right of your screen. Parker in the center of the screen coming into turn number 2, Castro Corner, as they come around. So it is Matthew O'Connell in that 7th spot in the Harper 101.855. Then Naim Elika in the E36 Turbo in 8th spot. Then Jean Momberg, the 3rd 2-wheeler on that Gixxer 750. As here comes Mansour. What a boost across the line. Awesome sounding M motor that. Now that pushes Jean Momberg outside, sorry, just within the breach of the top 10 in 10th spot, as Mansour Parker claims that 5th overall with a 1.469. And as we look, Franco Scribanti brings the Chevron B19 DFE to the line.
Time to switch on the music.
You know, I don't even know if I want to speak for this run, Gary. So
maybe we should just listen and watch it all.
We're doing just that as he sets underway for his time. just like that, unless the Latari comes out, which I don't think it will right now. That will conclude qualifying number 4 and put us on to the next little break before we head back for qualifying number 5 at 1:20 past. So grab yourself a bunch to eat, unless you want to wait until lunchtime, that's at 2:00, but we'll be back with you in just a little while.
So go-karts in the winter, if you want to call it that, on the skip bank, and then also down on the spinning bridge. Masterdrive, I've got a whole bunch of action happening down there, making some smoke as well. So when there's those little gaps in between, there is additional entertainment. And remember, also the bull bar is available for you and the clubhouse during the course of today.
first two-wheeler across the line now. A 1:10.508, all within very, very close tenths that she's been riding in all the sessions today. She's definitely fighting to try and better her times, as is Jean Momberg, who comes across the line now with a 1:01.591. He breaches in to the 101s, and he's just over 5/10 away from a 1 dead, which I'm sure is his next target. And here comes on the CBR 600. Neyman crosses the line, the 57, 1:17. To break 3 seconds in to the 52nd area. No Tristan Pino out in this run, unfortunately. But there is Granger in the MBMX5, running down into Block Coin corner once again. As I said a little bit earlier on, very nippy little cars these are. Really a driver's car, especially on agile, tight circuits like a short circuit or a autocross. He crosses the line. Next will be Daniel Chang in the Renault Megane. I believe that's the standard model, possibly an RS. There comes Gino in the Masterdrive Ford Focus ST, right up against the paint as well, so he's also bettering his times over and over again. I'll have to look back to the previous qualifying sessions times as well as the warm-ups just to see whereabouts he is compared to where he was earlier on this morning. But the lines are definitely looking better as he races on down towards turn number 1, Block Coin corner. A good line through turn number 1. Just hugging the apex, running it out almost onto the concrete and straight lining it across the line. Neil coming across with a 1:09.929 within the 110s, just under the 110s rather. As here we see another Renault again, that being Ashley Abbott. Makes their way out in the RS 265 Cup, 2-litre Megane. And with that, coming across the line now is the Audi S3 of Ronaldo Jack. Spawning a 1:06.912. There is that second Renault Megane of Ashley Abbott. And I see Donovan Odendahl has set underway in the Mark 6 GTI. There he is on screen. Also very nippy cars, these Mark 5, 6s and 7 GTIs, as well as the 8s if you really want to spend the money. Get lots of power out of these Golfs. And a lot of guys like to use them for the streets, even for drag racing or street to strip or even robot racing. Very incredible race cars. Powerful cars that these can be built into. And a race car for the road, basically a go-kart for the road, is the Lotus Exige. Zodendahl crosses the line. Here comes Sean O'Connor. Not using all the track is O'Connor, but down towards the first turn he'll go. Finding his line, I'm sure, just sticking to the same thing over and over again. Consistency is definitely key when you're just trying to find those tenths, if not maybe even seconds, if you feel that you're not quite there. And Sean O'Connell brings the Lotus Exige across the line. Here comes Matt O'Connell in the Harper Type 5. Now down towards us, down in the Tigerberg Straight. Open top, prototype-esque. we see 350Z of Derek Truscott across the line, and a big lock up there for Matthew O'Connell going in to turn number 2, but holds it steady, uses all of the track at the exit of turn number 2, and carries on forward down to Block Point Corner. Around Block Point he goes as Truscott makes his way by us, and next up to the line is Jason Clifton, 328i BMW 36, and just behind that, Ryan Lowe in the 992. Harper, Type 5, driven by Matthew O'Connell, comes across the line, and Jason Clifton sets off underway. Using all of the track that he can without getting onto the bumpy stuff, and will unsettle the car if maybe you don't have the right suspension, or it just pulls you towards the dirt, and that can unsettle you even more, send you into a spin. Even the paint, as I just saw a puff of dust and dirt come off the ground, and very wide Jason Clifton goes, but he hangs onto it, and he pulls right tight into the apex, but doesn't run all the way out of turn number 2, as Ryan Lowe sets underway in the 992 GT3. That all black, menacing Porsche. There it is, down towards Castro Corner. He goes up through the Lundstem kink and hard on the brakes, and very wide he goes, just missing the dirt. Ever so slightly was Ryan Lowe. Very quickly into that corner. I thought maybe the overspeed was a bit high, but he managed to save that car from going off the little embankment and into the sand. Luckily, there is a handful of those foam bags just off the corner on the sand or on the grass, so that will definitely save a car if anything were to go wrong. As Ryan Lowe now brings it across the line, a 56.643. Even with that going wide, still beat out the two-wheeled, I'd say, master that is Kuhn Sneyman with a 57.117. So 5/10 between the two of them. Matthew O'Connell on the Harper 101.345, Jean Monberg on the 750 with a 101.591, and Stuart Jamison in the third of the McGanns, the RS Cup, with a 103.665. Now coming towards us is Ariel Katz in the 240 G42 X-Drive 2 Series. And Herman Munker in the Mischief Garage, Subaru Impreza, making his way down towards Damstip now. Just behind that screen he goes. Popping and banging in the background for the Turbo 328, the other Mischief car. This guy Davies comes across the line. There's that replay of the Harper just locking up in the bottom right. As Herman Munker comes towards us into the camera shot of turn number 1. There is that E36 Turbo of Elica. That in Class 3C. Herman Munker comes across the line, and a big lockup for the E36 Turbo. Throwing some smoke around. And using all that track, that is a brilliant line there. Apex to the just before the runoff on the inside, on the, what would be the entrance into turn number 2. Sliding out of the final corner and rolling it across the line. Not a bad run at all from Elica to bring that E36 Turbo home in 5th spot overall with a 102.230, just ahead of the second Mischief Garage car of Herman Munker, the Subaru Impreza, the 102.767. So no one else has managed to put in to the top 5 yet. That's sort of generally the basis of where you want to be if you want to fight for overall to hit the top 5. And of course, on the podium if you can get there. As I see, Amle crosses the line. There I can see just behind the screens is Eugene Herbert. As he makes his way around. Final corner he goes. And there you see Donny Sonnenberg. The 9N Polo GTI Challenge Class B car. He runs into turn number 2. Uses that right line, tries to turn it in and get on the gas in that front wheel drive Polo and just make his way down towards turn number 1. It's Faisal Jacobs, the WRX STI all-wheel drive for that Subaru, as they all come, most of them come out in, besides the BRZ. He runs on down, runs on up now, rather, through the kink and into Castro corner turn number 2. Ronnie Sonnenberg comes across the line. He sports a 105.257 and sits there in 11th spot, just outside the top 10. As Dylan Jabir joins back into the fray for qualifying number 5. There we see, rounding the final corner, coming towards us now is Faisal Jacobs. Let's see, can he jump into the top 10? As the time shows up, a 103.333 for Faisal Jacobs in the Subaru, puts him in 7th spot. So top 10 in actual fact is the place you want to be if you want to just sort of be there close to the front, especially in your class, out of a field of what was 49 cars that entered, as far as I was told. There's Dylan Jabir back out again. Get a little bit of a spill in heat number 1. Going off in turn number 2, so let's watch him into turn number 2. As he gets through Colani this time around and holds it up against the corner. Runs the outer apex out, down towards block point corner he goes. As we change shot, there's Ernest Page just going under the screen and past us. He'll go into turn number 3 now as we follow Dylan Jabir around the final corner. Good line out of the corner, just on the dirt, running right on the limit, on the very hairy edge of the circuit. He brings that car home in 11th spot with 105.086 and just on the cusp of the top 10. As here we see Ernest Page. He is currently fighting for what I believe is E-Class Championship with a few more of the guys in the BMW Car Club Cape Town class. As he comes across the line, of course, as I said earlier on, this definitely counts for points. So this will make a huge difference to those that joined us here at the Masterdrive Killarney Time Attack. As always, a huge thank you to Masterdrive for all that they do and for all that they've done to set up this event. Gino and Eugene Herbert, of course. He's going by as James King, makes his way past, and he slots himself into 6th overall with a 102.222. Here comes Marco Retta as Lloyd Brady heads into turn at number 1. There you'll see him in the background just about now. There he goes in the E90. As Marco Retta rolls under your screen in that raspy E36. That car's got throttle bodies and it screams amazingly, but I might just be a little bit biased. As the 3-litre E90 makes its way by us. Lloyd Brady just sporting there in 15th spot, a top 15 for him at the moment. As around the final corner, Marco Retta goes. Coming towards us now, that'll be Nicolas Tatoy in the all-black E36. Marco Retta screams on by us with that E36. There's Nicolas Tatoy heading up through Damstep, up to the Lundstem Kink. As Rob Rowe sets underway in the E30 325 IS. Tatoy holding that E36 down this time around after a spin in the previous qualifying session. Much cleaner through this corner this time around. rockets himself down towards turn number 1. As Rob Rowe rockets himself into turn number 3, into Dam's Dip, holding right up against that inner curb through to the middle of the circuit. You can see the darker lines around the circuit, especially in the corners where the cars run on the main circuit. As Willem de Tooy comes across the line, next up will be Shane Bosco. I lied, won't. It'll be Sean. Still don't know his surname, but I'm assuming it's Cheers. Could be wrong. He makes his way through Dam's Dip, also stick to the center of the track. You'll see all the differing lines from everybody, and is also dependent on the grip levels of your car. The power that you, and the speed that you reach into that corner is a big snap. Sean as he goes through turn number 2. There Rob Rowe crosses the line just below us. And next up underway is Shane Williams in that E36. Let's see, crossing fingers, that it doesn't lock up into turn number 2 once again. Then it's Shane, he locks up into turn number 3. So there's definitely something on that front tire, unless all the bias is just to the front left wheel, which I don't think it is the case. He rockets over that inside curve. No locking up this time around for Shane Williams, and a good line through turn number 2 he goes. He'll hold it right out beyond the paint, that white painted line, up towards the runoff, that concrete line around the outside of the tarmac circuit, using all of that inside the white lines. Nice tight line through block point corner, right up against the curb. See all the different lines that all the different drivers, whether it's in similar cars or in different cars or even on motorcycles, everyone is a different style, a different line. As there, Shane Williams crosses the line now. Shane Bosco heads into turn number 2. From up here, my eyes aren't so great. Now down into 1 he goes, as coming into 2 is Zach Layden. There you see him on the top right goes Bosco, and he'll come to cross the line. The line property management, CRA accountants. E36. There is Vaden Volskink. Very quickly he goes, misses the first apex. Now tries to make a better run of the second apex. That's also a good strategy, just to line yourself up for the second apex so you can get on the power down the straight. As he makes his way through Dam's Dip now. Vaden Volskink very quick in that car. As now, I thought the car wasn't coming out today, but in fact it is. Tace Volskink and the Audi Quattro lines up and heads off underway at a very quick pace in that S2. The 2.2 litre Quattro 5-cylinder Audi all-wheel drive. Obviously what Quattro means. Down towards Dam's Dip he goes. This thing is incredible off the launch, and that is where it counts. We're speaking to Jason this morning about it, and there is that 7 to 10 meter gap before the start line and the bridging point as the timer starts, and a little bit wide goes Tace Volskink. He'll just roll that car on through and then onto the power once again. Foot flat to the ground through the gears, and then hard onto the brakes for turn number 1. The long, sweeping, single right-hander around the circuit in this format. Rolling that way around, just holding up, and then onto the power, a little bit of a wide line, and then down towards the start-finish line. And the chevron is out there as the chevron gets underway once again. A piercing, screeching noise to the ears, however, a beautiful song to all of those here at Killarney International Raceway. You just have to be here, not to see it, but to feel it, not just to hear it, but to feel the essence of what the screeching V8 is inside this Chevron B19. Down into turn number 2 he goes. As Gary's saying to me, it's so quick, it just jumps between the cameras in an instant. The camera can't even pan fast enough just to keep it in shot as he dives down into turn number 1. The lock point goes a little bit wider. He uses that setup in to turn number 1 as Andre Steenkamp rolls slowly over the line. A bit of a spot there bit sketchy across the line as you see Andre Steenkamp's Nardini cut out. It's possible that I don't think he would have broken the drive shot throughout that run. But that will conclude qualifying number 5. And Steenkamp will be stuck there on the Porsche straight just after the City of Cape Town bridge. And I don't think that in any way, no, that car is still running. It's just rolling towards the pit lane. Might have to get the tow vehicle out for that. But let's just look to the times quickly before we head off into the break interval once again. That was Franco Scribanti with a 54 this time around. A 54.287. An incredible run for Franco Scribanti. And that, as we see Andre Steenkamp hopping out of the Nardini Swift, will conclude qualifying 5. And we'll head on down just a little bit, just before lunchtime, before the final qualifying session. This is qualifying 6 up next, and we'll start at 2 o'clock.
all been put together by Masterdrive Cape Town. Gino Morse, massive big thank you to you from all of the competitors, from the IMUSAT people, and for the thousands that are watching this live stream as well. Time attack, opposite way around, Killarney with the National Raceway. 2 kilometers of action, amazing stuff. And the little break that we've got now, we're about to go into quali 6. Then we'll go into lunch and break, and then we'll start with the shootouts from there on up. We'll see that we are awesome. They'll be able to get the bike back together and get out there as well. Right, so just been on Kevin Slayman, going to be right up front there, making that happen. But while we've got a bit of spare time in between, and literally between runs, you're going to have around about 10 minutes apart from the lunch interval. Come back and turn by the skid pan, and you can see go-karts that are out there with a couple of cones out. Very little grip, much more power than what it is grip, and others have a bunch of fun. And then you can also go down to the drifting pan, and you can see some drifting also brought to you by Masterdrive. So lots of entertainment, and then obviously the private entertainment at the clubhouse. Don't forget about the vendors all around the circuit as well. And then obviously you can get yourself something nice to eat also at the clubhouse and have a vantage point from there as well.
To Jason, knowing some of the marshals, unprecedented access over here on the actual start line. So literally you will see there's a car behind us about to go out. Super exciting to be here as they're starting. I was hoping for some burnouts, and I see a nice car that's pulling up over there. Jason, what do you think? This is exciting.
This is absolutely amazing. I'm not too sure what that's doing for audio, but I think we're good. This is the start line. This is where everyone starts, and they go for 1.9 kilometers around this track in the reverse. We've mentioned it several times before, and end up on the other side.
I laugh because we've been making jokes that Franco, this is the first time that Franco has gone in reverse on this track.
Correct.
Like yesterday was his first time, and we were saying he's going so fast that he's figured out the time machine and he's going literally backwards. Oh, guys, listen to that. That was, if I'm not mistaken, Sean Colani from Mischief, who we just interviewed earlier, and hoping, hope he gets a good time.
Turn 1 as we speak. Well, we say turn 1, basically where we are now, that is turn 1. But usually at Killarney, that will be turn 4, usually. So what are we expecting today? Look, we came to see burnouts. They happen just a little bit behind us. Not every car does a burnout. But why this is different, Simone, is that you'll see the cars are staging over there. You'll see these beams right there. That's where the car's time starts. So it's not immediately as the tires start spinning. It's a bit of a rolling start, and the time starts when they cross those beams and ends just on the other end.
Super exciting, guys. We managed to get right here on the starting line to give you the action.
Masterdrive time attack is insane.
Their starts are so slow.
Oh, we were different kettle of fish. Yeah.
That sounds nice. Yeah. I like that like under roar kind of sound. Not these ones with this wastegate.
Now you see what I mean. But listen, the guy's paraplegic. He's got no leg. Yeah. So he doesn't put low.
That was a good pull away. Whoa! That was a backfire of note.
Then before the class finals, the shootouts occur at the end of the day. Alvin Mostert, the first one out once again. sure wanting to better her time from the last qualifying sessions and see what she can do when she gets to the line. As Jean Lomberg launches off the GSX R750 Suzuki. Down through Sorrel Sweep he will go. Down the Tigerberg Straight and into Dam's Dip. Now, in just a moment, and then Masterdrive will come around in the final corner and up the Porsche Straight. As she comes. A little bit wider there for Jean Lomberg. Masterdrive across the line with a 1:10.940. It's there. Lomberg comes from the final corner, holding a tight line, knee on the ground. He's trying to get that motorcycle turned and on the gas. Down towards the start. Sneyman makes his way around the final corner. The CBR 600. Some motorcycles. Honda. Colani comes. And a 56.624. Reaching out on 56s. Tristan Pinot is out on this run. To get the final time for his qualifying runs. Around the final corner, he'll go. Tristan Pinot on the rear wheel, out of the final corner, down in the Porsche Straight, and across the line with a 55.004. 55 dead for Tristan Pinot, almost into the 54s. Now, he very well could get into the 54s in the class finals in the shootout. As here comes Daniel Chang. A bright yellow Renham again, down towards Dam's Dip. All of these guys and gals only getting faster and faster throughout the day, unless it is for whatever reason some sort of error, or maybe a yellow flag, or whatever the case may be, that just sets their course off. And they lose a little bit of ground or a little bit of time, or even just going a little bit wide in some of the corners. We saw Shane Williams just go onto the dirt in the last qualifying session. That lost him a couple of tenths. As we saw Gino Norse make his way out onto the circuit. There he is in the Masterdrive Focus ST. Up the hill he climbs as Daniel Chang comes across the line. And there into turn 2, Norse heads through right up against the inside of the corner, still holding that middle line. And then down through the gears, or up through the gears rather, and then onto the brakes for Blockcoin corner. Also lovely green color on both the Masterdrive Fords, the Mustang and the Focus. As Norse comes across the line with a 1:10.253. As he comes across the line, it is Ashley Abbott that sets underway in the gunmetal grey. Renham again, just behind him, or her, is Donovan Odendahl. Coming across the line now will be Ronaldo Jack, a 1:06.657 for the S3 Audi. As you watch Odendahl in the GTI make his way down towards Dam's Dip. Someone asked me about the wind a little bit earlier on, and there isn't a whole lot of it, which is also helping out a considerable amount. Well, there at least isn't a whole lot from upstairs inside our fishbowl, as There, Abbott comes across the line with a 104.857 in the top 5. Here comes Sean O'Connell in the Lotus Exige. Just trying to keep that car on rails. And on rails it sounds for the DSG GTI. That's 6th gen. Odendahl doing a 105.765, putting him in 6th spot. Sean O'Connell coming around the final corner. We'll see where he ends up as the supercharged Lotus makes its way towards the line. Yeah, I can hear the whine of that supercharger just screaming as it comes by. Through 2 goes Stuart Jamison, the final of the 3 Renner McGanns. As Matthew O'Connell makes his way down the circuit. And then Harper, he's been doing consistent 101s. And let's see if this time around in the qualifying session he can break in to the 1 minute mark. Around turn 2, holding very tight, lots of grip. And then Harper, it seems, as he exits down the Joubert Straight and towards Block Coin Corner. Through the sweeping right-hander it is, up the Colani, or the Porsche Straight rather, up the gears, and across the line, and that'll put him with a 1:01.433. So still 4/10 off the 1 minute mark as Jathan Clifton gets underway in his E36. Through Sorrel's sweep he goes, through the double left-hander, along the line of the red and white curbstones, right up the inside, touching the paint, moving over to the right-hand side, over to the left-hand side for the kink. Through the kink he goes, almost touching the little raise in the brow. Some of the guys even go 2 wheels when they go over that inside kink. Exiting Castro Corner as we watch the 992 GT3 RS of Ryan Lowe make his way out of the start gates, already through Sorrel's sweep, in and through and out of Dam's Dip, up towards the Lundstem kink. He moves over to the left and then dives to the right. Now he needs to move over slightly to the center of the circuit just to have a better line as Clifton crosses the line. They're holding right up against the concrete for the 992 and Lowe. He brings that around the final corner there. We'll join with him as we saw Aerial Katz just go under the screen there in the 240i. Around the final corner, up through the gears. And a screaming flat 6 come across the line with a 56.295, just pipping out Kuhn Sneyman on the CBR 600. Guy Davies sets off in the Carrera 2. Also 3-litre flat 6. Hand controls. And up towards, I say up towards Dam's Dip he goes, because this will be a slightly upwards climb and then down into Dam's Dip. Into the banked left-hander, semi-banked left-hander. You see Aerial Katz in the X-Drive 240i come across the line and put that car in 8th spot with a 1:04.820. Guy Davies will make his way through and out of Castro Corner now, and we'll see him just pop out from behind the karting building. There. There he is. Just out of view for a moment, back into view, and through he comes. Rolling through the final corner. He'll get on the gas, and we'll see what the time is when he crosses the line. Here we see Herman Munker once again, roaring that 6-cylinder Subaru Impreza, I say it's a wagon, a hatch, rather, down towards the final corner. Around the final corner he'll go as Yassine Amle makes his way through turn number 3 up towards the Landstem King, going to cross the line. Mango will come and put a 102.637 on the board. That slots him into 6th place. Getting off the line there is Eugene Herbert in the Masterdrive Ford Mustang 5-litre V8 powertrain. Down towards and through Dam's Dip he goes. Also staying in the middle of the circuit, not moving too far right, not moving too far left. As you've seen, Amle comes across the line. Amle will be slotted into 9th spot with a 104.278. As Eugene Herbert exits out of the corner, just out of frame, right up against the paint. And a good exit out of Castrol Corner and through into Block Coin he'll come. He'll move over to the left-hand side, right up against the curb, which is the runoff for turn number 1 Block Coin in the clockwise direction, or count. The circuit is a counterclockwise, as the first corner is to the left. As here comes Andre Steenkamp after the Nardini broke a little bit earlier on, or just at the end of the final qualifying, or the 5th qualifying session before this. And the final run of Franco Scribanti. Sorry, there's lots of names to remember here. Dani Sundenberg will bring that Polo 9N GTI Challenge car across the line. Faisal Jacobs launches off in the all-wheel drive Scooby. And a beautiful blue-white. I suppose it's yellow, some might say it's green, but it's looks to me like highlighter yellow. No, it's yellow. As up towards the kink, he goes a lot over to the left, through the kink, and onto the brakes as he heads through. Andre Steenkamp in the RAV4 makes his way across the line. There we see Eugene Herbert. He actually got the tail sideways on the Mustang. And you know what, Masterdrive also, with their driving courses, teach you some excellent skill on how to handle a motor car. And that came in pretty handy for Eugene Herbert. And here comes Faisal Jacobs across the line. That'll slot him into 10th spot. Just ahead, 2/10 ahead of Ariel Katz. A 104.604 for the Subaru. There is Wessel Oosthuizen in that Turbo Polo Classic. And I know it's a turbo because it came past and I heard that whoosh, and I thought, oh wow, this thing is quite quick. So we'll see him come through the final corner. And we'll see at what time Wessel will put down as he heads towards the line. Here we see Dexter Bruce. Oosthuizen, a 108.912 slots him into 21st position. As Dexter Bruce now heads down towards turn number 1. Dylan Joubert in the 330i E46 BMW heads down towards Dam's Dip. Follow him with now. Very fierce Class D contender. As Dexter Bruce brings it home in 4th spot with a 100.423. And what that did was put almost a full second on 5th spot Matthew O'Connell. As here, coming towards us, and just behind that shot, that's Ernest Page. And the performance of Page at CRA BMW E36. Hard on the brakes. And locking up the brakes, going a little bit wide. Also, did a nice long stint in rallycross, did Ernest Page. And also has a brilliant car control, as well as Dexter Bruce, known as the Bumper Boys from back in the day, i.e. a couple of years ago. James King comes through Dam's Dip now, really fighting, or hardly fighting that car. It looks like it's on rails, and he's even on rails when he races in the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series. So So he's looking very good, not stepping out of line in any way, not throwing the back end out too far. As I say that, he gets a little bit twitchy onto the concrete. As here comes Lloyd Brady in the E90. And Page set a 101.891, slotting himself into 7th spot. As I hear a throttle-bodied E36 of Mark Areta lining up to the line. And he sets off underway with that launch control of his, setting the RPMs to a limit just to get enough of a launch where the wheels won't spin off the line. And a good launch this time around. There goes there goes Reta rather, up the Tygerberg Straight, into Dam's Dip, and then up towards the kink. We'll just follow with him for a moment through the kink with some serious speed, moving over to the right and then pulling it to the left to the inside of the second apex, and then down towards turn 1 he goes. Here's Shane Line, sorry, this is Nicholas Dutoy. Dutoy, if you will, racing in an E36. Even after some time from being away, he's really on it today. As here comes Marco Retta across the line, and he'll do a 1 dead, a 100.116 right there on the brink of a 59. I think he'll be chuffed with that time. That might be the fastest time today. I know this morning, I believe, on his first run, still on a bit of a sketchy track, he did a 1 dead 0.9. So now just a 10th, 116.116 to get by, to drop him down into the 59s. As Dutoy makes his way out of the final corner and up towards the line. Another big puff of smoke there for Rob Lowe, unless that's just how the car is fueling. As there I just see Dutoy. Let me just see where Dutoy slotted into. I believe that was 25th spot. We'll just have to wait for the page to turn over again. As here we see that is Sean Tibbs. As Rob Rowe now crosses the line in the E30 325 IS. Here comes Sean, a good line through turn 2. This time obviously spun out a couple of sessions ago. And here is Shane Williams. He throws that car into all of these corners like it's a challenge car. And he's still incredibly quick. As Sean Tibbs crosses the line. Sideways. Oh, and something looked like it broke for a second. That wheel hopped. But he seems to still be at speed, so I don't think anything went wrong there. As he runs on down into turn number 1. Always great watching Shane Williams drive. He's done stints overseas, he's done rally, as well as even driving an Audi GT3 and having René Rast as his teammate at one stage. He comes across the line. Shane Boscombe exits turn number 2 and down the Joubert Straight he'll go. Into turn number 1. There will catch him. And also brilliantly prepared car there with CRA and Line Property Management. As I hear a very powerful BMW leave the line. As Dutoy gets underway, Shane Boscombe crosses the line, Zach Layden on the dirt out of 2. But let's just watch Dutoy. He hasn't been out for about 2 sessions, or maybe a session, as this car is blisteringly quick. You watch him go through these corners, and we can't even pan the cameras fast enough. As up in through the kink he goes, down into the inside of Castro Corner. He holds a tight line, as opposed to some of the other drivers that go a little bit wider and then try and hold a tighter line on the exit. He's right on the inside, or the center of the circuit, as he leaves Castro Corner. Down towards turn number 1 he'll go. Also another tight line through block coin corner, getting a little bit slidey on the exit. And he races that car down towards the line. And it will be a 52.276 for Neandertoy. Very close to the 51s. That I'm sure is his next goal. With that slide, maybe there was a little bit of time. Maybe a few hairs, the difference. As we see here is Mansour Parker in the Turbo E46, making his way around. That 3.2 litre inline 6 turbo, powering that thing down towards turn number 1. A little bit of a wider line. You see the difference once again. I've spoken about it a couple of times today, in a very wide line all the way out to the exit of the corner and up through the gears. Doesn't bring that car across the line very quickly, so obviously it just wasn't his run, but it's still a 102.254 for Mansour Parker, slots him into 11th. And here comes Valen Forskenk with a handful of cars left to go. And I see, and we'll hear very soon, that the Chevron is getting ready to line up. Here is Thijs Forskenk once again out in this final qualifying session, as here comes Valen Forskenk, his son just ahead of him, crossing the line with a 101.254, slotting him to 7th spot. There's the Chevron, and underway he goes as Forskenk goes into Castro Corner, turn number 2. Here comes Franco Scribanti in the B19. He'll get himself underway and down into Dam's Dip. That thing is literally on rails going through. It looks like a toy car, it looks like a slot car, if you will, a Sky Electrics. The way that is inside those lines perfectly, no errors, no mistakes. Let's watch him go through Castro Corner now in the center of the circuit. Pulls a little bit close to the inside line. We just miss him behind that replay there, all the way up until the paint. Down the gears into turn number 1. He still rolls that thing with incredible speed, leaves it a little bit late, runs it a little bit wide so he can get that secondary apex, so to speak, and runs it down towards the line. That did not sound great as he came across the line. It looks like it revved. It looks like he found neutral.
That something went wrong there. Definitely one of the major contenders. And as he came across the line, unless it was an error in footwork, but the revs all of a sudden climbed. Either he pressed the clutch in by mistake to a certain degree and released some of the torque, or it broke down at that point, although we do see him coming back at this point. So we'll see him come to picture now. I think he has gone into the pits as such. So
but that was a very quick run, a 54. But just missed.
But then again, at that pace, even if you've got no drive, you could still coast for 4 kilometers before you stop.
He was probably doing close to 200, if not over 200, coming across the line.
I'm sure you'd be way over 200 if you think that Clubman's GTI Class A cars touch 2.5, 2.10, 2.17 going down the back main. A car like that coming out of Block Coin Corner in the opposite direction would easily reach the 200 mark before he gets here. So 200 k's an hour with a wedge shape, 900 kilos odds on somewhere around there. I think you could coast halfway back to the stadium to watch the live show there tonight.
And for all I know, he can coast all the way back up country, so he doesn't need to chuck that car back on the trailer. Because also another thing that I completely forgot to mention is there's a couple of Joburg guys that are down, the likes of Franco Scribanti, for example. So there is some, not really intercontinental, but inter-country battling going on, because it's home ground advantage. None of the Cape Town guys want to lose to a Joburger.
But keep in mind, to the best of my knowledge, this is the third running of the Time Attack. This is the beginning of the real deal version of Time Attack Colani International. And I think the fact that we had the likes of Masterdrive and Eugene Norse getting involved with it, a lot of the big hitters realized, hold on a second, this is going from club to mega. And it's time to get into it right at the beginning and be part of it, like 16 years ago, 17 years ago. This was the 16th running out of the last 17 years of the Samoa Hill Climb. And the guys that got in right in the beginning, that got that heritage of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 times that they've gone out with that. This event that you are here at today, I guarantee you, is going to happen next year, and it's going to be bigger. Should we have another Cape Town hill climb, I wouldn't be surprised if the organizers kind of make the one weekend after the other, draw all the big names for both events at the same time. That's just my personal opinion, but why not? I mean, if the guys are going to come down, we can just as well try, and then we'll draw all of the big hitters.
I think that's a very good point that you put there. And obviously Gary and I are just speculating.
No, it's pure speculation, but I mean, from a business point of view, it's difficult for the people that can afford these kind of motorcars to be away from the office for too long. So if you can make it a double-header, 2 weekends back-to-back, just think how much crowds that would join in at Killarney, and then say, "Yo, look at this, let's go to the hill climb next week." So a back-to-back, if that is possible. But either way, Masterdrive, Colani, Time Attack 2026, I would be very surprised if it's not going to be on the cards, and that it's not going to be even bigger than what we've got. This is the most successful Time Attack to date at Killarney.
Absolutely, and I can only see, with the support of Masterdrive and the others that have jumped on board for this, with Eugene Herbert and Gino Norse and the rest of the organizers and everyone getting this event together, that it does have a very bright future. And the only thing we need more of is more cars. So, and more ice, because it's a flippin' hot day today. Good to see people still around the circuit, the karting still going on, still drifting happening around the track. And as I say that, lunch has just begun, so go find yourself a vendor, make your way to the Bull Bar, go to the clubhouse, go watch some go-karting, and we'll see you guys back after lunch for the class finals.
So for the folks at home, we are now in the luncheon break. We've had all the qualifying runs, and from here on out we're going to be going into the shootouts. So for all the folks at home, there is still time. You've got 40 minutes to get down to Colani International Raceway, Masterdrive, Time Attack, Colani International 2025. 40 minutes from now, on the dot, we're going to be getting the smoke and the revs and the burning rubber going here at Colani International Raceway. For those of you that are at home, take a little break, pour yourself a fresh one, light up the fire, and we'll be back with you shortly.
So, one of our few out-of-town drivers down at Killarney International Raceway, Masterdrive Time Attack. Mr. Francois Clemente Racing, it's so awesome to see you in Cape Town. How have things been going?
Well, I mean, to be in Cape Town is always great. It's like being on holiday. This is the first event of our kind, and I can see it's still quite in its fruition, but I think it's got great legs to go. Yeah, we're here also just to get warmed up for the hill climb next month. That's going to be a very big event. You know, as you can see, we're outgunned here today.
You are. So, first of all, let's just touch on the car just quickly. This is the Chevron B19. This one runs the Ford BDG engine. How period correct is this car?
Look, apart from an ECU, just to watch temperatures and that sort of thing, it's completely period.
Okay. And this car's also put you on the top step of Knysna Hill climb quite a few times.
Look, this is the only car that's ever won the Friday and the weekend. They actually changed the rules because of this car back in the day, but that was quite a long time ago. So the modern day machinery has advanced
of course.
Leaps and bounds since those days. But you know, it's a great car, and we're going to be using it on the Saturday for the classic division on the hill. So we haven't been doing a lot of racing lately. So our GTR wasn't ready because it's undergone major surgery after quite a few problems at Samola. Yep. So that's still in the workshop, and we thought, you know what, let's just come anyway, get our heads in the game, get the tuning right for the coast, and
that's so important because I mean this car is usually run at altitude. At coast, I mean, it's a very different tune, which is why you've got the ECU in this car. So a question would be, how is it going this weekend with the car, with what you're up against now? You are boxing in a class with things like WBS Lotari.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you guys doing? How's the car doing?
Look, we're way off. So we know that we're not going to touch Neon in either of those cars, in his BMW or in the Lotus.
I don't know. You might come close to the BMW, maybe.
Well, I thought we might, but he just seems to be going quicker and quicker. Okay. And we're quite close to maxed out. I mean, there's a 10th here and a 10th there maybe, but I'm going as quick as I can. So there's no miracles left.
Well, we've seen all the practices, you've done your qualifying, so it's sort of just more of the same. Do you maybe see, is there a possibility that you've got a little bit more to put in the table, a little 10th year, cut the corner there, or are you at your full tilt already?
Like I say, there may be 2-3 tenths left in it if you get a miracle lap, and there's always a start in these cars because it's all manual shifting and there's no launch control or anything. Yes. So a lot's on the start. You can gain 3-4 tenths sometimes on the start. but he's 2 seconds ahead of us, so we're not going to find that. There's no ways in hell we're going to find that, so that's where we're at.
So it's awesome having you back in Cape Town. Thanks so much for bringing yourself and your team and the car through. We do appreciate you being here, and we'll have a chat to you a bit later on.
Excellent. Thanks, Jason.
Monster energy at Killarney. Absolutely amazing attendance that we've got here today. I need to find out from these good ladies and gentlemen, what are you guys doing here today? But before we go there, please introduce yourself.
My name is Yonela.
The other guys, my name is Sia.
So you'll see Monster Energy all over the place, keeping everybody hydrated with the energy drinks. I'm no stranger to this van. Sia, you want to give us a quick idea of what it is that you guys do when you guys come out here?
So we sample. So what we do, we give out nice cold cans to everyone from the ages of 16 and above. So we just here to create the vibe and just,
just a vibe. And I can vouch because these monsters are ice cold. And is it, Yonela, is this available to anybody that's at the track right now?
Yes, it is. Like Sia said, from 16 and above. We are here waiting for you guys.
Nice. So if you guys are down in Killarney, come down into pit lane and grab yourself an ice cold Monster Energy.
Simi on track, and I'm back. I'm on the track. It is the time attack, as we know, guys, and I'm here with the clan of Mischief Motorsports, Mischief Garage, Sean, Herman, and Matthew. I will let them introduce themselves and talk about what they are racing here today. It's been a little bit exciting. Herman, did something go wrong a little bit earlier? You want to talk about that, please?
Had a boost pipe come off, but not too bad. Luckily, we've had not too bad. We had a water pipe on Matthew's car, and we had a boost pipe on my car, but so far, so good.
Okay, and the car you're driving?
It's a Subaru, but it's more Toyota than a Subaru.
Yeah, I've heard. I spoke about this on the breakfast.
Yeah.
Is this the 1JZ or 2JZ? What? 2JZ
Subaru, yeah.
in a Subaru. Okay, I always say Subaru. I don't know. I just do it wrong. Scooby. I don't know. And Sean, hi.
Hi. I'm having an awesome time today. So that's my first anti-clockwise, can we call it? Being the older gen, I'm less competitive than these.
You're not an old, you're a classic.
I'm a classic. The competitive camaraderie amongst the team is starting to happen. Herman can't have Naeem beating him. Matthew can't have Naeem beating him. Yeah, so it's lots of fun.
Back at the moment.
I'm loving this. Okay, and tell us a little bit more about your car.
So I brought the Exige along. Having lots of fun with it. There's that toss-up between binning it and getting through. I suppose everybody's there, but parts on the Exige are becoming more and more scarce. Of these guys, 3 and 4 seconds off their pace. So
awesome.
What do you do?
Matthew, tell us, what are you driving? How's it been going?
So I'm driving a Hopper Type 5. It's a little four-cylinder turbocharged.
You check, he's the fastest of all of us. Oh no, I'm just driving the little car.
Just the little car.
Yeah.
The whole speed is him.
It's not the car, it's the driver.
I'm having an excellent time and just loving the way the car's performing. Just getting used to it. I mean, I said coming into this, I'm not going to be competitive, but then every time you see the time and you're like, I want to just 1 second faster. And then you come in and you don't get that second.
So you're competing the clock, or you're competing against yourself, or you're competing against these guys here?
No, just all of them.
All of them.
I think pretty much you're competing against the clock and yourself, and where you end up.
Correct.
But you're trying to go faster yourself every run, and
He's just saying that to make me feel good. I'm competing against the clock.
I'm trying to convince myself. No, but there's no one else there. You don't know how fast you're going that run. So
yeah.
When you come back, it's like, did I go faster than the last time or not? You know,
exactly.
So very
awesome.
cool. It's an amazing event.
Well, guys, you really do seem like you're having fun. The vibe is awesome. Thank you so much for chatting with me today. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Enjoy everyone.
Guys, it's Simi on track, and we are here at Colani. It is the time attack on the 20th of September, powered by Masterdrive, and we are standing here where the vendors are. All the excitement, the food, the t-shirts, the caps, the sunglasses, the biltong, anything and everything you want, it's right here. So let me see if I can get to chat to some of our vendors. What is a South African event without biltong? Guys, I'm standing here with Aaron. Aaron, how's it?
Well, thanks to yourself.
Awesome. Aaron, tell us about your stand. How long have you been coming to Killarney? And how are things going to go today in terms of sales, do you think?
Well, they've already been going pretty well. This biltong almost always sells.
We're South African.
Best in the world. I've got some kudu, chili sticks, chutney sticks, and some beef force, chili beef force, and then our traditional heel fat biltong.
Oh, look at that. Guys, take it home, fry it in a frying pan with some mushrooms. Okay, I learned that from some of my truly Afrikaans friends. That's what you do with biltong fat.
This is our first event at Colani racetrack, but hopefully we get to come back. And,
awesome.
Spoil you guys some more with the best meat in the world.
Well, guys, biltong, we are South Africans. Enjoy it. We love it. Dried meat. For those watching overseas, this is what we get to eat here in Cape Town. Completely unusual. This is a first for me. Apparently a very popular Mexican dish. This is a vendor here at Colani, guys, at the time attack. This is Melissa and this is Elliot, and the name is Mel for Melissa and Elliot. Okay, so this is some fruit, pineapple, sweets, and I'm gonna let them explain it because I don't want to undervalue this amazing product because I just want to grab one of these and take a bite. So tell us, Melissa, what is this exactly?
So we have here pineapple mixed with tahini and chamoy. It's a Mexican spice for fruits, so it gives it that kick, but it's just a little bit spicy. And then we've got ice lollies, loco lollies. Loco means crazy in Spanish.
Loco.
Yes, so we've got loco lollies mixed with sweets, fruits, and then we add a bit of tahini and chamoy just to add that kick.
Absolutely amazing. I'm going to get you guys to zoom in on this. So please tell us, how long have you guys been doing this?
For 1 year now.
Wow. And do you have a shop somewhere that, like, when you're not at Colani, you go somewhere else?
No, we're just working on the markets.
Amazing. Guys, this is advertising right here. Okay, we're going to have to try these and see how amazing this is. Thank you so much for coming down to Colani, and we hope you sell lots today.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
Yes.
I'm here with Heidi from Fudge. I was walking past, I was about to go upstairs into the clubhouse, and I saw this. It's not fudge, it's not chocolate, it's something in between. Heidi, this fascinated me and I've got to try some. I really do. Guys, this is like, I love this job today. Heidi, tell us about this product.
Yeah, basically, it's not as sweet as fudge. We took out the sugar, butter and syrup and replaced it with chocolate. So, yeah, it's a more creamier style sweetie.
Amazing. And do you guys have a shop somewhere when you're not at Colani?
Only online, and then we're at events and expos and so forth.
Guys, I love that. That's how businesses operate nowadays. You're online, you order online, and then you get to showcase yourself at amazing events like this at Colani. Heidi, we wish you all the best today with the sales, and I'm going to try some of your fudge. Fudge.
Which one?
Oh, anything chocolate.
We've got chocolate, brandy, orange.
Brandy. Am I allowed to do that while I'm filming? Yes, I can. Brandy.
Okay, you can.
Okay. Guys, it's so cute. Oh, come on. Oh, wow.
You taste it?
It's like chocolate, but it's creamy, like fudge, and I'm loving the brandy kick. It's amazing, guys. Fudge, you got to get down here. Try this out. Guys, I'm here with Omar from TGN Racing Simulators, and I just had a laugh. Okay, I embarrassed myself more than anything, I think. If there's any footage of me doing the simulation, it is a simulation of the actual racetrack here at Killarney. And I want Omar to tell us a little bit more about it because that was fun, that was real, and I think if I had any sponsors and I was racing, I think they would all just ditch me after what everyone just witnessed. Omar, thanks so much for being here with us today. This is absolutely incredible that we have this here at Killarney. Do you know all the young kids can come out and try it out? What are we doing here today?
It's a pleasure being back at Killarney once again. We're here today with Masterdrive and the Time Attack Challenge. So we're having our own challenge on the simulators for 16 and over. The fastest lap time gets a driving experience with Masterdrive.
What? Wait, so if you win on these simulators, you get an actual on-the-track opportunity?
Yes, with Masterdrive and the Masterdrive team, and we're also giving another random prize to all the competitors that entered for a defensive driving course, also with Masterdrive.
Well, guys, if you have the worst driver of the day, I think I should win some learn how to drive. Okay, so keep me in mind. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. Thanks.
So I was walking back to my production office and I saw this amazing family, Dad standing there on the other side, and I had to just ask them about why they're here today and what are they looking forward to seeing here at Colani. They look like such a cool bunch, so I want you all to introduce yourselves.
I'm Shanae.
I'm Jock Lunel.
In HL. Oh, Anna, HL.
Awesome. What brought you guys to Killarney today?
So we're actually here with Franco Scribante. We always support him. So we are, and obviously the Porsche GT3 RS is amazing. So I don't know about them.
You guys?
I'm here for Franco. Probably also the GT3 RS is the
good one.
The good car.
Yeah, and the Porsche and the Air Franco, yeah.
And do you think he's going to win today?
Yeah, obviously.
Yes,
I mean,
without a doubt, guys.
Do some mola.
I might as well go and get the later interview of like the king for today and just go and do it now because apparently he's going to win.
Yeah, you will. He's the winner.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for chatting with me. I am here with the lovely Ghislaine, and you see these sunglasses I'm wearing? That's right, I bought it here about 20 minutes ago, because if you're in need, Colani has it, and this wonderful lady over here has it, from soft fluffy toys, to sunglasses, to skirts, to dresses, bags. Look at this, absolutely cute. So for the kids, there is anything they are looking for here at Colani. Tell us about your store.
My store is the GM Trading. Yeah, I'm selling the sunglasses, the soft toys, and the clothing.
Absolutely incredible. The patterns are great. And like I said, I literally just bought these sunglasses and I promised her I'm coming back. So here we are. Guys, get down to Killarney. It is amazing.
Now, I'm supposed to introduce myself to the show, introduce the show. But then my mechanic over there just put on the drift show for you guys, came to come say how's it. So the timing was once again perfect for an unprofessional moment, which we're definitely going to clip and put on the internet. But welcome to the lunchtime show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back. I managed to get rid of Jason, but he's really good, eh?
He is. He is. There's a vibe. I've got to have him back next time. We've got to introduce him to the Power Series.
And how was your day so far? So you guys were chatting to all sorts of drivers.
So exciting. So exciting. The vendors, first of all, okay, I've got to taste so many things today because to go interview them, I also got to taste it. It was lovely. And then went back for my big bag of biltong.
Oh, nice.
I got to drive the sim. And I think you might have seen a small clip, and hopefully only a small clip, because I crashed on every corner.
Yeah,
I am an embarrassment to all female drivers. Hey, okay, it was my first time. I didn't have my glasses on. I was like, is this an automatic or a manual? And then when he said it's a manual with paddle shifts, I was like, oh God. Now I've got to remember to change gears on top of it.
It's a good thing that they've got them here, because there's lots of other things. It's a good thing you said there's lots of other things happening.
The kids were having a tour, and it was free.
Wow.
The kids could drive for free. And then the best driver of the day wins an actual experience to go onto the track.
Wow.
So that's pretty cool. So I said if they have a worst driver of the day, I win.
So that is still going on. The day is still young. It is the lunchtime show. It's a late lunch, we know. But the next part of Time Attack will be starting after this, and that, of course, is class finals, etc., etc., etc. All of this was basically qualifying, but I got to give a shout out to the BMW guys, because this was our championship rounds that just took place now. Qualifying 3 and qualifying 6 form part of our actual championship. So this was effectively an away race for the BMW guys, and I have to say it was incredible. We had an away race in Cape Town.
Well, there's so many of you BMWs on track.
So. Away race in Cape Town, no trailers, no accommodation, no hauling things around, just at the same track but going in the wrong direction.
Well, on that note, I have noticed today what is completely different to like a Power Series event is the energy with the drivers is unfounded today. They are so excited. They're almost in a little way like excited teenagers running around, bantering. Because I think that's that you're on the track, you're off the track, you're on the track, and you have one shot to get it right, kind of thing. What is your take on that?
It's so intense. This event really lends itself to high performance and doing your best when it counts, because you could have qualifying, and then mess up the final, and then it doesn't matter. So we basically had 2 finals today, and we were discussing you have to execute on that final run, so the tension builds up. Some tips for those new drivers out there: the best thing, and now I handle it, is to make sure that it's just another run. It's just another run in a sequence of runs. But I tell you, the heart is beating, the guys are nervous, the banter's going. But you're right, the drivers do feel differently about this event. Yeah. We're pitting next to each other, so there's a lot more interaction between us.
Yes,
the
I think
vibe
that's
is
what's
incredible.
bringing that energy. There isn't all these different random pits or sporadically all over the track. Everybody's kind of in the same 2 lanes here, basically.
Yeah, 100%. We had the similar experience with World Rallycross when the regional guys competed in the World Rallycross, also pitted next to each other. It felt like 20-30 minutes or so we'd have to go out on track. Now it's about a 30, 40, 50-minute gap, but it's quick. It's really quick.
Well, that's another thing. You got one shot.
Yeah.
You got a 30-minute break, roughly. You're going out again, so it's warm-up, qualifying. It's
Tires
just
are ice
back
cold.
to back.
Back to back. Tires are ice cold. We weren't running tire warmers this year. I think next year we definitely will. Tires are ice cold. You're heading out into the track to the unknown. You get one chance, no mistakes allowed. Because on a normal race, you're running 8 laps, you're running 10 laps. You make one mistake, it's one mistake out of 5 corners, let's say, and that's 5 times 10, that's 50 corners. You make one mistake, it's 1 out of 50.
Yeah.
You make one mistake, it's a quarter of your run, and your whole run is destroyed.
Yeah.
So it's the pressure's on, but the drivers are coping. There's a lot of guys that are doing well. We go through that list
Well,
in
what
a
I'm
moment.
finding, and we're going to go through this, is I've been watching since yesterday afternoon with some of the warm-ups, not the warm-ups, the practice runs and things were happening. And with every one that goes out, there's like a second more, a second faster, like half a second faster. They're climbing up to this afternoon. It's going to be hot.
It does that. It really does. And the track does come to you after a while. You get more comfortable. We've been trying different things and lines, and you set
and
to what
talk
works.
more about the reverse. How you? Because I mean, you're racing.
It's intense,
so
man. It's
you're
intense.
going around corner 1, but in the opposite direction, or turn 4, but it's actually now turn 1.
I don't call it. I'm sorry. I'm not calling it turn 1. It's too confusing. That's turn 4. That's turn 3. That's turn 2. That's turn 1. I've been telling everybody that'll listen that I'm referring to it. Even though it's the first corner, it's still turn 4.
Did it feel unnatural yesterday?
Yeah, it does. It's very difficult. It's a much more technical course, I think. Now we also don't know it, and the corners do. And as our producer Alicia just tightened things up at the back here, thank you for that. The corners turn in on you, which makes it so difficult. You got to wait. Patience is needed, and you get greedy. The corner's gone. It goes away from you. You get patient. You might be too slow, or you get it right. So there's this fine balance, and we can see a lot of the guys.
And it's race after race intuitiveness of learning this track. And programming it into your head, and you come yesterday and everything's backwards.
Yeah, it's a new track. So even the guys that are local, that have local knowledge, some of that local knowledge doesn't apply as much anymore.
Yeah, and which is also a helpful advantage or a helpful level playing field for people that are not from Cape Town that are coming here to do it.
100%. So it gives the locals, yes, the locals have that local advantage, but the import guys, the guys from out of town, they get to have the same sort of, oh my goodness, I don't know this track. So granted, some of us did it before, but that doesn't mean those guys are the quickest yet today. There's still, you only got a couple of runs a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Well, it's been very, very exciting today. The banter, the fun, the racing. We had some donuts things happening earlier over here. There's so much excitement. And what I noticed is that it was quite quiet this morning. It's that general, it's warm-up, it's qualifying in terms of the spectators. But it is really packing up now. I think I waited 25 minutes to get a pita at one of the vendors because it's that full. So it's not too late. All the action is happening right now. So if you are watching us and you are in Cape Town and you're close enough, you've got time, get down here, all the shootouts are happening after
And how's the start line where you can get right up to the
That was exciting. Literally, there is a gate. I don't know if you guys could see it on the footage that we had. There is a gate right next to the start line, and you can go stand up there and watch it. We got the privileges of going onto the start line and getting some great footage, but it's that rush when you're feeling them, and they're going. It's not like any rolling start, it's nothing, and it's one car at a time, and you get to hear it. It's incredible.
Yeah, and there is Mansour's Parker turbocharged BMW. Speaking of the cars, let's go through some of these results. Starting with the bikes on top. Tristan Peter. Hey there. Oh, thank you. Sponsored Coca-Cola from Mr. Hoskins. Cheers.
Refreshing. No, I've got my sparkling water.
I'm going to put that down there. Thank you, Mr. Brian Hoskins, the man that building is named after over there. So, let's start with the top now that my thirst has been quenched.
Thank you, Coca-Cola.
Thank you, Mr. Hoskins. Thank you, Coca-Cola. Tristan Pina leads off Class 1A for the bikes. And Tristan, of course, riding that Honda CBR 1000, one of the quickest riders here, very young still. Basically, I think he's still a teenager. I think he might be 17 at this stage. Very, very fast. Kieran Snyman in the CBR 600. Of course, Kieran, a local legend here at Killarney in second place. And then Johan Momberg with a 101 in third place. He's on that 750L over there. The bikes are quick around here. And they're saying it's difficult. The bike guys, I spoke to Tristan, it's a difficult track for the bikes to do.
Yeah. And it's also, I think, a little bit different for them as well. They're intuitive with the corners, especially being on a bike. I had nearly a heart attack. I had like a mom moment earlier this morning. I was walking through the pits over here, and I saw this bakkie come, and it had a trailer, and I just saw Abigail's bike on the back.
What?
Crumbled in pieces, and my heart sunk to the floor.
Is she okay?
And I just looked around, and I saw her get out of the car, and I ran up to her like I was her mother, okay, guys? Because Abigail is like my girl now.
When did this happen?
But I must tell you the funniest, this morning.
Oh,
she
that's why she
crashed
hasn't
her bike.
got a...
Her bike flew up against the wall, bounced off. But this girl, I love her.
Tough as nails.
talking about nails. Gloves off. I'm like, are you okay? She goes, my nails are still perfect.
Gives new meaning to the term tough as
She
nails.
is a girly girl, and she is a machine, and I love it. The fact that she is fine and all she was worried about was her nails are still okay.
I missed that completely. But having said that, she's still leading Class 1B ahead of Alma Mostert over there. And Abigail, unfortunately, I can see now she didn't do the last 3 runs of the day. But in the 1:00.00s, and again, that's not slow. These guys are doing really quick times on the bikes here. And now we go to the road cars. We've got a couple of Renaults, well, a Renault, Audi, and a Ford. With Gino Norse, the organizer, in 3rd place over there. Doing his best time of 1:09, quite early, late on in the day with round 5. But 2nd place, Ronaldo Jack with a 1:05, and then Daniel with a 1:04 in that Renault Megane 2-litre. They call that car the Meg. And Daniel has been doing a lot of the Raceway events on the other side over there, Tarmac Attack. And the guys, I got to say, those guys are really coming through the ranks. They've got a little racing series on that side that I myself have taken part in. It's a nice grassroots, and this, I think, is the stepping stone for these guys to come from there to the circuit. Now they can do time attack and other things. So it's track days. You go that side, and then you come back this side over here. So well done to those guys over there. Well done to Ronaldo and Gino in the 3A category.
Nice.
Then we go to your people, Mischief Garage, eh?
Yes.
Where are they?
They're here somewhere. There we go. They are having the best time. The banter between them, I think there's 4 of them all together from Mischief that are racing. But between Herman and Sean and Matthew, who's of course Sean's son,
yes,
they first this morning, I'm competing against myself. Then it became I'm competing against the clock. Then I'm competing against this one on my right and this one on my left. So it's really just, it's transforming into something else.
Well, fantastic performance from Matthew over there. He's in 1st place in class at the moment in the Harper Type 5, and I've driven that exact car. They had some suspension issues over time. They've clearly sorted those issues out, and well done to Team Bishop for topping the standings over there in class 3AM. Stuart Jameson, whose footage I've been watching from last year, is, I mean, he is just flying at the moment. He's got the Megane RS Cup front-wheel drive car, and 2nd place over there with Ashley Abbott, followed by, oh no, there goes my Coca-Cola. Sorry, Mr. Oshkins.
The wind is not on our side.
No, there goes my Coke. There goes my Coke. You guys weren't supposed to see that. So, can I just pass this to my producer there? There we go. No Coke for me. No Coke for me today.
It was a sign. You see, that is one. The universe didn't want you drinking Coke.
So let's get back to those results over there, folks. Yes, I'm telling you, I think your other co-presenter's better than this one.
Yeah, no, you see, you've got to hang it up. Just you stay behind the wheel,
so
rather.
Ashley
You're doing
Abbott,
well there. We'll get to
that now. Ashley Abbott over there in 3rd place, Donovan Odendaal in 4th position, and Sean O'Connell in 5th place over there with a 1:05. But well done to Matthew. That's a great performance there in 1st place in that class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next up, alone in class in 3B is Marlo Granger. Mazda MX-5, absolutely loving it out there. I mean, what's it like driving with the top down? That must be insane.
That must be crazy.
That must be insane. I would want to do that. I would definitely want to do it. Matthew O'Connell, in fact, does have the roof down on his car, but this is one of the marquee classes up next. Class 3C, Tosif Haruan. And again, if you want to see these results, go to ZA Timing for the live results, and you can go to mylaps.com for the after results.
Or like I said this morning on the Breakfast Show, if you download the Speed Hive app, just type in Speed Hive on your app store. You can go to the live little button at the bottom, click on Colani, and there we go.
Yeah, so Tosif Haran over there with a 59.9 in a road car. That is just insane. These guys are running, I know they're running cheater tires, okay, so these are street legal semi-slicks, but Tosif to do a 59 in that car, incredibly fast. BMW M4, then Naim with running one of my tires actually, Naim, I'm going to put that out there. So my tires are going, my one tire is going very fast. 102.2, he wants to break the 102s, that's his personal target today. So I've spoken to him earlier, he's hoping for that in his E36 turbocharge. Herman Manka, as you said, Naim is actually Herman's protege. So the two of them work together, and there's 0.4 of a second between them. Herman in the WRX STI, which has a 2JZ engine. So when you see that car out there, just remember it's not
it's not
Scooby.
a Subaru, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, earlier when we were interviewing, I was like, Subaru, Scooby.
I know.
I'm just going to go with Scooby.
I say Subaru. most people tell me in South Africa it's Subaru.
Yeah, I say Subaru.
I know. But
it's
in
like
South Africa,
Simone, everybody gets it.
Ariel Katz follows on, and then Guy Davies, of course, in the Porsche 911. Guy Davies on standard road tires, though, to be fair. Guy Davies on standard road tires, not on cheetah semi-slicks, not on road legal semi-slicks, so he is running on standard tires. So really putting on a valiant effort there in Class 3C. And I think if this goes one more time, we might just need to take, we need to take this away, and all drinks in the surrounding vicinity. Okay, well, that bar over there needs to shut down. There's too much wind over here. The Coca-Cola is running down the, at least not down my leg, which is a good thing. Then we got Class 3D, Ryan Lowe, with a 56 in that 992 GTR. That is incredible. Technically a street legal car, and unfortunately in his class, with a very close battle, is Derek Truscott and Jason Clifton, with a fantastic time of 105 for Jason Clifton in what is basically a standard-ish E36 with some mods. And Derek Truscott in that 350Z. Now, the two of them are battling it out. Very tight battle between the two of them. But Ryan Lowe absolutely running away in that Porsche. So, yeah, the classes, unfortunately, they're both running street legal cars. That is a 992 GT3 RS, which is frankly one of the best cars in the world.
So just speaking of these E36s and E90s and everything, did the BMW club just get together and be like, we're all going to take part in the time attack? Why are there so many BMWs?
Yeah.
Or it's just the flavor, right?
Let's get to that then. So what happened? 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Oshkins. Thanks for the Coke. Thank you for the Coke. I enjoyed every drop of it.
I thought they were messing with us.
Every single drop of that Coca-Cola. Okay, cool. I'll see you there. So he gave me that Coke, by the way. Don't tell him I spilled it. So let's talk about the BMW Car Club. So it is split into two classes. We've got turbocharged and normally aspirated. We're all battling it out in the NA class. But within that, we are running 2 championship rounds today. The class agreed that we're not having an away race this year, so what we're going to do is have this be our race 1 and race 2 of our away race.
Okay.
So we've taken 2 heats that have passed, and those 2 heats count for the championship. So it's been very exciting for us and very
so there's a
nerve-wracking.
method behind there being so many BMWs.
Oh yeah, but I think it's been great for the show. I think it's helped the show. What do you think?
Really
What does it look like from the outside?
It really has, and each one has its own little unique twist to the car. What has been tweaked on it? What's the standard one, like you just mentioned? So it is making for exciting racing.
Awesome,
and they all sound a little bit. I mean, the BMW is a BMW from the sound, but some of them sound a little bit different.
The sound a bit more BMW than others.
Some of them a bit more.
So the question is, will I do under 1 minute today? The answer is no.
Yes, no, come on.
My best is the 101.8, and I am going as fast as I can go at the moment. So we'll see. But I got to say that what you touched on there, we say amongst ourselves in the BMW Car Club that is like Forza for grown men. Other than Zach Layden, who's the youngster in the clan there. But you can do to your car what you want. You can make it look the way you want. You can put the wheels on you want. As long as you're running the Dunlop tires, next year there's a rule for that. But it's like Forza for grown men. My car looks exactly how I want it to look, with the exact wheel that I want on it. So it's kind of fun in that sense.
Yeah.
And just to go through those results, again, top there, Marco Retta, fantastic performance from him. He's leading off the normally aspirated guys. Dexter Bruce in 3rd place. James King pips me into 3rd position there. I'm currently 4th in the BMW NA class.
No, what's your time?
101.891. I'm very proud of that.
We need to get rid of that 0.8, please,
Oh,
Mr. Page.
no. I'm going. I tell you what, yeah, those other guys have been beat by 30, 40, and 50 kilowatts respectively, so they can have it. But I'm going to come for them, though. I'm going to try. And then Neon de Toy gets 1st in the turbocharged class. Mansoor Parker in 2nd. Waylon Volksking. And then before we go off air, we got to talk about the marquee class. Sorry for those guys we haven't mentioned yet, but the marquee class, which is the King of Killarney class, basically. Neon Toy leads off with a 49.364. What does it look like?
For 1 point, what's the total? 1.9 kilometers.
Yeah, yes.
That's insane.
But it says here, 2.1.
2.1, okay. But I think there's some discrepancy because you burn out to the start line and then the timer starts when you're there.
Correct.
So I think that's the difference between the 2.1 and the 1.9.
49 seconds. Franco Scribanti with a 54. Clinton Thorne with a very respectable 56 in the Lotus 7. And then Andre Steenkamp doing well with a 1 minute, and Tace Volksking there with a 105. But yeah, well done to Neon, Franco, and Clinton Thorne over their top 3. And then we're heading into the finals later on, which is going to be absolutely mega later on. We've got the shootout, we've got the top 10s, we've got the class finals, all of these other things. So effectively these are all qualifyings now. So for most people other than the BMW Car Club, this doesn't really count. This is just your qualifying
This was just have fun quickly.
Just have fun, see what your car can do.
Now the things really get
Now
started.
the thing. So I think for guys like Neon, they have to perform on this run. Like I said, our pressure's kind of weirdly off. We all want to do our best now, but in my
how is the mindset? Because you get one chance, right?
One chance.
So like you said, if it's a normal race, you get to go, like one mistake, it's fine, you can catch up with it. You have one shot.
Yeah.
What is the twist in your mind between how hard do I push it and potentially make a mistake versus go easy?
It's all of that.
And actually just get to the end.
It's all of that. And Dexter and I had a cool moment. I went to go shake his hand just before we went out now before. He was battling against Marco. Marco just pipped him. I'm battling against James. James has pipped me overall for the day so far. So, and we're not in the same class. I'm not in James's class and he's not in Marco's class, but this is where we've ended up. And I went to go greet Dex early on, and the intensity is different. Normally we're hugging and we're high-fiving before we go out the track because you've got 2 warm-up laps, and then when it's go time, you're going. But when you pull out here, you're almost by the start line. It's almost time to go. You're doing the sequence in your head, like what must I do? Have I done everything that I need to do, etc., etc., etc. So the intensity ramps up very quickly from the time you start strapping in. I do give thumbs up where I can and high five where I can. But and when I did the Suzuki event up in Neisner, I was going much slower than I am here, so it was also like, hey, down the pit lane, fist pumping the kids and whatever. But now it's like
in the zone.
You're supposed to be able to turn it on when you need to, but the time between getting out the pit lane, it's quite short.
Yeah.
So it is different.
I
It
mean,
does
you're usually
ramp
being
up.
offered sweets out of the back here on the breakfast show, so you weren't here. You were on the starting line and you didn't see it.
I
They
didn't
were
see it. Yeah, I was like,
sweets, they were offering, and I was like, Ernest is not paying attention at all.
Yeah. So
we were all standing.
And I almost made a very critical mistake on the start line. I switched the fan off just as I launched. I felt comfortable launching, but I've once before, instead of switching the fan off, hit the power button. I've done that once before.
That
would have been bad.
Yeah.
So we're not doing that again. And as I did it, I was like, that wasn't a good idea. So my coach who's watching this is probably going to be like, that wasn't a good idea. So we won't do that again. But yeah, you don't want to leave. There's no room for error.
Yeah.
There's no room for a silly mistake. There's no room for messing up the start. There's no room for messing up the first corner, which is one of the most critical corners here. So
is it also quite different not looking at it like a robot? You're looking at a lady on the side?
No, there is a robot there.
Was there
there is a robot.
that was the thing that was in our way when we were filming. Okay,
yes, so there is a robot there. They do the countdown, but oops, nice catch. But you do need to not. You don't have to go immediately. You can wait until you want to go. You don't have to go as soon as the lights go out. You can literally get your head right and then go. So
okay, I thought it was almost like what I watch on Street Outlaws, where like you got.
No, it's not like a drag race, not at all. It's the light is there to indicate that the track is now open and the track is now yours, and now you must drive. But you don't have to go when the lights go out. So it gives you that chance to.
See, I learned things.
Because the guys that have launch control, most hill climbs work that way. At least the Simoli hill climb works that way in South Africa, and so does this one. So yeah, I think we've just got the signal to wrap up. Anything you want to add to what's been happening to the festivities today?
If you are in Cape Town, come down. But if not, please stay tuned, because the fun and the excitement is about to start, and we are going to be bringing you live interviews. We are going to try and catch these drivers as they come off from the shootout. Helmets coming off. We're going to be there in their face live. Okay, it's not going to be pre-recorded. Not you.
Oh.
Me and Jason. Jason's going to come back on the
I need to go.
So you need to stay tuned. It's going to be exciting, and we want to see who wins today on the overall.
Oh, yes, we do.
I'm not putting my money on anyone, because anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and in the words of Murray Walker, it usually does. So that's it from us here for the Lunchtime Show, but more interviews coming soon. Stay tuned.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
This is the class finals after lunch. And we get underway. Alme Mostert, the first out on 2 wheels, makes her way down towards block coin corner, turn number 1. To finalize this run. There you see it on the screen for those watching at home. On that SV650. In the bottom right, you can see Kieran Snyman, Rocket Man. Missile Motorcycles getting on the back wheel as he goes through the double apex left hand and right onto the outer curb. Alme Mostert makes her way by 1:11.604. The circuit's getting a little bit hot. Temperature getting very warm as here comes Jean Momberg across the line, a 1:01.827. And in the background I hear Tristan Pinot. There he is, CBR 1000 RRR SP. Craig Harper, the man behind Harper Sports Cars, also watching from home. And awesome to have a live feed for such an event. So another big thank you to IMUSAT. As Tristan Pinot goes now into Castrol corner, turn number 2. On a flyer at the moment, he'll make his way down the Joubert straight now. On the back wheel, using the power under his wrist. He comes into the braking zone. He had a bit of a mistake earlier on. Categorized on that now. This time exits that corner right up against the inside curb. Will lean it out to the outside curb. And on the back wheel to cross the line. And a 55 dead, a 55.089 for young Tristan Pinot. And a 56.975 for Kieran Snyman in that second spot. Now the 4-cylinder road cars make their way out. And it is Marlo Granger that starts him off in the NB Mazda MX-5, just ahead of Daniel Chang, who set off just a moment ago. Then Masterdrive maestro himself, Gino Norse. He'll set off in a moment. There he goes. There you see Granger in the background of the MX-5. Working their way out of the final corner, down the Porsche straight to come across the Motul and Masterdrive start-finish line. And a 1:16.053 for the Mazda MX-5. There is Gino Norse making his way up towards turn number 2. There he comes into frame as Daniel Chang has just made his way past the line with a 1:04.606. Here comes Gino Norse through turn number 2, Castrol corner. And a good line, very smooth and flowy for Gino at the moment. He's got one more corner left to go. See as he rounds the final corner, there he is wide on entry. Now he can tuck it in and have a good blast on the exit. There we see Ronaldo Jack in the S3 Audi. And coming to the line, Masterdrive's Gino Norse with a 1:09.571. Here we have Ronaldo Jack in that S3. Making his way out of Castrol corner is Ashley Abbott in the Renault Megane, making their way down towards Damstep. A very wide line, maybe a little bit too wide there for Jack as they exit out of Block Coin corner and down the short sprint straight to the line with a 1:05.343. Here comes Donovan Odendahl in the Mark 6 GTI down the Tygerberg straight. The day is sort of settling down now as we pass the lunch interval. Everyone's sort of had their time to sit down and relax and adjust to the class finals. As here across the line goes Ashley Abbott with a 1:05.416. Here we watch Donovan Odendahl A very good line right up against the paint, that left-hand side painted line. Then there's a second painted line in the concrete. And just on that line, as we see, Sean O'Connell in the Mischief Garage Lotus Exige S make his way up. A nice little talky sports car by Lotus. As here crossing the line now goes Donovan Odendahl with a 105.787. 3/10 behind Ashley Abbott in the same class. O'Connell makes his way towards turn number 1 as that all-white Clio RS Cup. Stuart Jamison. That car was recently on a Cape Route rally not that long ago. But still stick it up for that. As here comes Sean O'Connell across the line. Hear that whine. And a 106.744 in class. That puts him 8th overall and 3rd in class. So here comes Matthew O'Connell in this Harper Type 5. And he's been running very well in this class. As up towards the kink he goes. Stuart Jamison will come across the line now. You'll see the time come up on the screen. And a 104 dead he goes. That puts him in 4th overall and 2 spots ahead of the rest of the group. But Matthew O'Connell rather still in this class, and I'm sure is going to put in maybe a sub 101. That's what he's been looking for. And around the final corner he comes. Matthew O'Connell coming to the line. As we see Jason Clifton lining up in the E36. Crossing the line. A 102.348, a little bit off the laps he was doing a little bit earlier on today, but like I said, it is getting warm. The engines are getting hot. Luckily, they've had the chance to stand for a little while, so hopefully that has helped out. As I see Derek Truscott, making his way through the final corner, and Jason Clifton out towards Damsdip. There you see on the screen. In just a moment, you'll hear the roar and the rasp of that flat 6 4-litre GT3 RS, the 992 model of Ryan Lowe. There he holds the paddles in, he gets ready, launches off the line. 2 shots of it, that's how impressive this car is. As Truscott managed a 104.963, the first in class. And 3D. 3D being roadcast 6-cylinder naturally aspirated. So here comes Ryan Lowe. Jason Clifton will come across the line now in the E36, and he'll set a 106.185. But Ryan Lowe, we watch this Porsche, the same car that was tuned and developed on the Nürburgring in the Eifel Mountains of Germany, one of the most demanding tracks in the world, is here at Killarney International Raceway for the Killarney Time Attack, brought to you by Masterdrive. As what is all of these beautiful and incredibly well prepped cars and bikes. As here comes Ryan Lowe to the line. There's the shot. Racing across the line, the time of a 56.903 puts him 0.06 of a second. 0.06, just ahead of Kuhn Sneemann on the CBR 600. Slots him into 2nd spot overall and 1st in class. Now we wait to see if Arun makes his way after a nice burnout up to the starting line. As here comes Ariel Katz across the line in the X-Drive 240i with a time of 105.196, slotting into 9th spot. Here comes Arun out of turn number 4, Sorrel sweep down the Tiger Bird straight. That's a lot faster this time around in the other direction. Turn 3 is a little bit slower exiting. Now using the fast left-hander of turn 4 to bring speed into turn number 3. And here comes Herman Munker in that turbo Impreza WRX. And a 101.734 for the number 33. Puts him into 4th overall, and a brilliant time for that car. Arun will come around the final corner in that F82 M4 as we see Yassine Amle in the E92 M3 just passing by. Haroon crosses the line with a 1 minute 00.157, a second ahead of the other man in class, Herman Munker, second and a half ahead actually, as we wait for the next man in class, that being the E92 M3 of Yassine Amle, coming around the final corner, making sure not to get the tail out too far. This is the class final, of course. Coming down to the line, the flag waving, and it will be a 1:03.429. And sorry, he's in the next class, of course, being a V8. That was the road car 8-cylinder forced induction, even though I'm sure that car is naturally aspirated. As here comes the other maestro of Masterdrive, as the dark horse of Greg Parton comes across the line with a 1:04.315, slotting him into the top 10 as he stands, and a good, a very good line out of turn number 2 for Eugene Herbert. Now this might be a very good run for the Masterdrive man as he goes into the wider line, tucks it back in right up against the inside curb and into the outside curb, and a run down to the line as Andre Steenkamp sets off, and across the line for Herbert, puts him into the top 20 with a 1:07.178. Here comes Andre Steenkamp with that RAV4 Celica motor, making his way down towards Dam's Dip. Very, very quick on the dirt, very quick on the tar, and incredibly light, which makes it extremely agile, even though it sits up like a bit of a monster truck. So the body roll is quite excessive, even for a car that weighs nothing. As Donnie Sunderberg comes across the line, Sunderberg doing a 1:05.473 in that 9N Polo GTI Challenge car. Aisha Arun, go to Sif, yes, hashtag Rocket Red Countdown liftoff, and Potent Performance, of course. Mr. Potent himself, he's got that beautiful license plate that I actually own, an old license plate of his after a track day, a little bit of history. As Andre Steenkamp will come across the line in the RAV4, and he'll put in a 1:08.974. I don't think that quite has the top end that it needs on the big track. Slots him into 21st place. But now we wait for Faisal Jacobs, who's been incredibly quick today. He'll come across the line now in that Century Karting and Traction Subaru WRX STI, and almost into the top 10 by 0.2 of a second, a 1:04.512 for Faisal Jacobs on that run. We'll wait now for the next man out, and that will be Wessel Oosthuizen in the Polo Classic Turbo. Rounds the final corner and makes his way down towards us, using all the track down towards the checkered flag. And it will be a 1:08.503 that puts him just ahead of Andre Steenkamp in class by 4.5 of a second. Now we wait for the next man out. The next man out coming towards us now will be Dexter Bruce. The Garage 43 entry right up against the tyre wall, right to the line, using the drag of that wall, the slipstream of the wall rather, to put himself up into 5th spot with a 1:01.494.
Straight out of his car, taking his helmet off. It is the class finals. It's going to be a jam-packed afternoon, so we've got to get through these interviews really quickly. But I asked him immediately, how did it go? And his words were brilliant, so tell me about it, please.
Oh no, it was just brilliant since yesterday and today. For us, we're very excited because we've got one of the fastest road cars with a 59 second.
BMW
M4, full road car, doing a 59 second. which is as quick as the race car, so we're very happy.
Awesome.
And brilliant
and tell
event.
us the time, please, because we're trying to keep track as it's happening right now, but we're juggling so much. 1, 0, 0.
Okay, so what do you want to know
What
about the
time did you do?
Oh, so my time, we started out yesterday with a 102, and we're now doing we're doing 59 sub ones. So for a road car, that's quite fast. So we're very happy about that.
Amazing. Good luck. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Cool.
And I'll back after that brief interview with Mr. Potent Performance himself to see Farun, and a good chat with Simone himself down in the pit, and a good run from him as well when he went out a few moments ago. James King, Ernest Page just ahead of James King now to the line. Page doing a 101.557 just behind his friend and the second of the bumper boys, Dexter Bruce. But look at that, James King in the same class pips both of them with a 101.187. That was incredibly close between these fierce rivals and friends on and off track, but on track definitely rivals. Friends in the bestest of ways in the garage and out of the car. As now the next man out, it is Marco Retta in this beautifully prepped as Lloyd Brady comes across the line. Brady with a 104.571. Wait for Marco Retta to come down to turn number 1. There is Nicolas de Toy. De Toy makes his way through Sorrel sweep turn number 4 as Marco Retta comes around the final corner. We'll see what Marco Retta can do. He did a 1 dead. Oh, and a big slide. And that has slowed him right down. We just missed it. I'm sure there'll be a replay of that as he comes across the line. And that'll slot him into 11th spot, 4th in class, with a 102.624. I just looked over into the background of the screen, and he was fully sideways, almost 90 degrees, coming out of the final corner, getting on the dirt and kicking that tail end right around, but holding onto it and bringing it home in one piece. As de Toy rounds the final corner, and there we see Sean Turbis, or Tubes, spoke to him, he says, it doesn't matter what I call him. But Sean will round turn number 2. There you see on picture, de Toy comes across the line. We'll just see where he slots in. A 109.570 for de Toy as we see Sean Turbis come around the final corner.
And we are standing with some, you just came off your run now, Andre Steenkamp, and you are in a very unique car. It's a Toyota RAV4, but not as I know it. Give me a little bit of insight into the car.
It's slightly different. It does look, it also looks a bit different to a standard RAV4. It was built by Wynand Vlok from Strand. Bit of a mad scientist, so the car's got a Celica GT4 drivetrain.
Okay.
Like the old Sega Rally Celicas.
Yes.
And it's got the GT4 drivetrain, the gearbox, the engine, the 3S GTE Toyota engine.
Yeah.
And it's even got the limited slip diffs from the, so it's like a little rally car.
Yes.
It was built for rally sprints.
Yes.
We started doing rally cross with it now.
Okay.
I'm doing this, and then I also entered for the Cape Town, hill climb with it as well. Yeah, see how many things we can race it.
And how has it been going for you today?
It's been going pretty well. I also have a car entered into the Nardini entered into the sports and GT class. Unfortunately, with that, I lost the second gear, so that day's over. But now I'm focusing on the RAV.
Nice. So
focusing on the fun.
We're doing driver shootouts now, so we have to wait until the end of this round for you to find out what's happening.
Yeah.
But best of luck and hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. We'll have some fun.
With Andre Steenkamp and his RAV4 and the Nardini. Here comes Nian de Toy. Through the kink he goes. Now it's in through turn number 2. Zach Layden's just made his way by us. Layden doing a 103.347, slotting himself into 12th and 5th in class. But here comes Nian de Toy in the E36 328 Turbo. In 4D, sliding ever so slightly out of the final corner, down towards the line he comes. There he is in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and across the line, it will be a 51.862 for roughly 4.5 seconds just ahead of 4.2 seconds ahead of Tristan Pienaar on the the CBR 1000. Then we wait for the next competitor to come across the line. There is Mansour Parker. Uncle Babby says, couldn't stand watching from home anymore. Hospitality to the track is way better. Well done, James, for breaking into the ones and still improving. Absolutely, it was a brilliant run just to see him pip out the other two in his class and two good friends of his. And the hospitality, you're correct, is awesome at the circuit, as well as the noise. And speaking of noise, here comes Mansour Parker in the Turbo E46, 3.2 litre across the line. He will slot into, let's see where he is.
Guys, we are in the pits, as you know. We are calling drivers left, right and centre. And I happen to find, if you watch the lunchtime show, Ernest is up against James King, not in the same class, but we managed to find him over here. James, how's it going today?
Brilliant day so far. We've managed to go faster each round. I've just came back to do my fastest lap. So yeah, it was, I almost broke into the 1 minute.
You were close.
We were very, very close. A tenth of it, but we're going to push hopefully further.
Okay, so a 1, 0, 0.
We are 1, 0, 1.1.
Jeez, so close,
Yeah,
so close. Okay, you're getting there. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So you're probably going to be on the top for the class final. And what do you think about the shootout?
No, I'm very excited for them, and I, of course, give it my best shot. And let's see how it goes. We are improving all the time.
Awesome. Well, good luck going around this track in reverse.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Cool. Bye.
Bye.
And a very, very off start there for Franco Scribanti, as we saw that interview with James King now. Tace Forsking comes across the line in the Quattro S2 Audi, that 2.2 litre all-wheel drive 5-cylinder comes across the line. I didn't quite see where he slotted in. We'll just have to look on the timing screens as we wait for the Chevron. And at V8, he missed a couple. It sounded like he missed gears off the start. So we'll see what the time is as he comes across the line. And a 55.240. Not the run that I think he was wanting. And he definitely had more in it on that final run. And that put him into third overall, just behind by 0.2, just under 0.2 of a second to Tristan Pienaar on the CBR 1000. And I believe that will decide the class finals, unless, I don't know if the Lotari is making its way out. They're pushing that car out towards the pit exit. And there they get it bumped and running. The Lotus Ferrari, the Lotus body, Lotus Elise bodied, Ferrari powered, or Ferrari heart, in that all composite supercar, so to speak, with the canards above the rear fenders, the double-decker, what you would call a park bench spoiler, a monstrous time attack vehicle that's about to get underway at blistering speed and a blistering noise. The revs climb, the light is on, the light is out, and away Neandertoy sets off towards the first corner. If you blink, you'll miss it, and just like that, through the first apex, into the second apex, and down the Tygerberg straight. Obviously, this car is built for the corners, so it needs the power to match in a straight line, and already into Dam's Dip he goes, holding the inside line right up to the right-hand side of the circuit, now down into the inside of the kink. You'll slow right down, go down the gears through into turn number 2, holding that car tight up against the apex, right, holding closer to the center of the circuit. He doesn't want to go too wide onto the dirt. The sparks flying off the underside of that car, incredibly low, all that downforce, using all that he can through the final corner, right up against the dirt, kicking the dirt up in the background, and to the line he comes with a 49.620 at the line for Neandertoy.
Well, that makes for pretty interesting stuff, because remember, at the top end of the show, for those of you that have been with us the whole day, we said Neandertoy with 2 cars, 2 different classes, So what happens if he has the first and second fastest time out there? Does he then get the first and the second place trophy? How does he race against himself? And it has played itself out. But we've got more interviews for you, and for the folks at home, well, what can I say? IMUSAT bringing you all the information from down on the ground.
Back in pit lane, I'm standing with Mansoor parking in his BMW. Mansoor, what a lot of people don't know is that you weren't here yesterday for practice and qualifying.
No, I missed out there.
You came in here fresh this morning.
Yeah, I was sick all week, so
Yeah.
I missed out yesterday's practice.
Okay.
But I made it for today at least.
How's it going for you today? What kind of times are you doing?
Awesome. I'm not too happy with the times there. I missed out the practice yesterday.
Of course.
But every time I go out, I'm shaving some time off.
A little bit different.
Yes,
Because
yeah.
we are running in reverse, it's different to a standard track.
Correct, yeah.
So something where everyone else has had a little bit practice, you're just learning it today.
Basically a new track.
Yeah.
Yes.
But listen, at the moment now, you've got no time left to figure out the track. Because
No.
at the moment now with class shootouts, now you've got to give it everything you've got.
That's it, yeah.
Is there anything on the track, just for the people that are out there, by running this track in reverse, is there anything that you sort of like, is there a corner that maybe you're a little bit cautious on? Is there something where you think you can put a little bit few more tenths onto your time?
Yeah, definitely. Turn 4, I can take more speed with me, yeah. But
Okay.
you're always scared, you know.
Of
You don't want
course.
to lose it, yeah.
Okay.
You want to push, but yeah.
All right, well, best of luck. We'll come back to you with more drivers soon.
Cool. Thank you.
So folks, while we've got a bit of a gap out there, a big thanks to the people that put this all together. Arrival Live with Masterdrive. Masterdrive Cape Town, Gino Norse and his crew putting this together in conjunction with Colani International Raceway. And it was always pipped that it's going to be a massive event, and that it has been. And I think those of you that are here today will agree with me that you are here at the right time, because this is something that's going to probably become a yearly institution at Colani International Raceway. I think we're in year number 78 of the existence of Colani International Raceway, and going forward, believe you me, this is going to be a biggie. And we've still got the hill climb to come in the not too distant future, and there's still 2 rounds of the Power Series from Killarney International Raceway that is to come. So have a look on the WPMC site, and you can pick up all that information. Alternatively, if you want to get it in writing, Paul at wpmc.co.za. Back down to our folks on the ground.
Back over to us. I'm here with Shane Boscombe. Just came off the track as well. It is like, this is almost like the shootout, guys. It's so exciting. Shane, how did it go?
Very well. Fastest time of the weekend for me. So solid result. Happy all around.
One?
I'm thinking in the BMW class, the way we've got it set up, I think I'm second overall.
Amazing.
So yeah,
awesome.
I'm hoping for that
Okay, so it's a 107.3.
0.3.
Okay,
Yeah.
we hope you drop a whole second, 2
If I get to
seconds,
go
3
out again,
seconds.
yeah, then I hope so.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Enjoy. Good
No,
luck.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
here we start the final class shootouts. And in the motorcycle shootout class, we've got the 4 riders left on the circuit. We started with the 5. Unfortunately, Abigail Boston dropping the bike early on this morning and calling an end to her day. Luckily, she was okay. But Alme Mostert starts out on the SV650 ahead of, next up on the line, Jean Momberg. He sets off now on the GSXR 750 and down towards turn 3 he'll go as Alme Mostert makes her way through turn number 2. A nice healthy braai next to the circuit. It's a little bit of a smoke screen across the track, so hopefully that's not in the driver's vision or rider's vision at all. Is now down towards turn number 1. We see Alme Mostert come around the final corner as I hear Koen Snyman on the Missile Motorcycles CBR 600 get underway. Here is Jan Momberg. Alme Mostert across the line with a 1:10.392, which may possibly be her best time of the day. I know she was running in the low 110s earlier on. As Jean Momberg on the 750 will come around the final corner. And across the line he'll come. There we see Koen Snyman, a 1:01.317 for Jean Momberg. That may be his fastest time of the day. He was looking mighty quick in the 101s, and he's just hit a 101.3. As here comes Koen Snyman, way under the 56 mark was he last time. As here around the final corner he goes on the back wheel and down towards the line. The Rocket Man will slot in with a 56.347. And Tristan Pienaar rounds turn number 2. He'll make his way down the Joubert Straight and into the final corner where he made a mistake a little bit earlier on today. He's gone through clearly around the final corner, through the final apex, next to the runoff on the back wheel and to the line. Tristan Pienaar, a 54.758. A brilliant, brilliant lap.
Back on track again, or in pit lane with the man of the hour, Gino. Gino, you are representing Masterdrive. You guys have put this amazing day together. How's it been going so far?
Right now, just a motorcycle.
It's been going amazing. Been getting a lot of good feedback from both spectators, competitors, you know, partners that we've got on board. So overall, it's been great.
It has, and we've been chatting to a lot of the drivers, a lot of the competitors, a lot of the guys in and around, and they've been echoing those exact same sentiments. But close to where we are now, 2/3 of the day is gone. We've just finished class finals. What happens next?
So we've just finished class finals, and we've just had a run with the bike shootout. So what's lining up at the moment is the road car shootout. So it's our top 10 overall best times within the road cars.
Yeah.
And then once that's done, we then move over to the race cars and we do the top 10 shootout there. And then combined over those 3 categories, in a sense, we then have the overall top 10, which is the King of Killarney.
That's going to be amazing.
It will, and that's going to be a combination. It's based on your time, not what you're driving or riding.
Okay.
So we could have 1 or 2 bikes in there, race cars, road cars, so which kind of throws everything into the mix. Makes
Absolutely.
It so, yeah.
Good day, and it's just about to get really fiery right now, so stay tuned.
Cool.
Gino, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
No worries.
As now jumping back after the interview, Daniel Chang going very slowly around the circuit. That Renan McGann has had some sort of issue, as we saw both Ashley Abbott come by in one of the other sister Renan McGanns, slotting in with a 105.487, and then Ariel Katz in the X-Drive BMW 240i putting in a 104.858. Now, of course, they're holding Greg Parton in the Ford Mustang Dark Horse supercharged V8. They'll move him back a little bit as they wait for Daniel Chang. So something's not happy. It's possible maybe that car's jumped into limp mode, or I don't like speculating, so we'll have to hear from him afterwards. But if it's not limp mode, then he's definitely limping his way to the line. I'll just pop my head out the window and hear for any strange noises that might be coming from this McGann. And nope, just gently across the line in a crawl. Obviously he just wants to get that car home safe. There they'll close Greg Pond's door. As here's the replay of it. No puffs of smoke, no. Oh, he gets the tail out. But does he go over the dirt? Yes, he does. He goes over the curb and onto the dirt. Maybe, as you say, something suspension related or drive shaft related.
If it's got a limited slip diff in it and the left-hand side shaft stops giving power, you would have extra power on the right-hand side going to the deck and less on the left-hand side, and that would then rotate the car in that format as what you see there. So possibly a drive shaft issue.
Or to me, possibly also something that sent him around and going over that curb. That curb's quite high, quite sturdy. It's not going anywhere. And that may have caused some underbody damage that hopefully hasn't made it terminal, as Greg Parton sets underway in the Dark Horse. Through Dam's Dip now he goes. I don't see any fluids on the circuit, so hopefully it's not something like that that caused the Renault's demise of Daniel Chang. As Yassine Amle sets off in the E92 M3. We watch Greg Parton make his way around. Obviously this car sitting in the V8 road car class, forced induction with that Whipple supercharger. He'll come around the final corner, will Greg Parton, and drag that Mustang, the pony car, across the line. You can hear the whine of that supercharger making its way by us. You've seen Amle making his way out of turn number 2 down to the first corner. Greg Parton, a 1:04.714 for the Mustang. There is Stuart Jamieson, who is on his flying run now in the third Renault Megane. As here comes Amle to the line. And it will be just pipping, oh, I say just pipping, just over a second to Amle with a 1:03.513 for the E92 M3. Just beating out the Mustang. Coming in to Block Quain corner is Stuart Jamieson in that Renault Megane RS Cup. Around the final corner to the edge of the circuit he goes. There's a little bit of dirt left up there, I think from Mark Areta when he slid out earlier on. He comes across the line and a 1:03.591. That puts him just behind Yassine Amle. However, obviously the class is a little bit different amongst those. Here we see Matthew O'Connell in the Harper Type 5 as coming around the final corner. Here comes Herman Munker to the line in the Subaru. Oh, brilliant noise as he comes across the line with a 360 cam above. Munker, a 1:01.566. Slots him into 4th overall and first in class. We wait for Matthew O'Connell to make his way around the final corner. Here he comes, a bit of a wide line as there you see Tusif Haroun make his way down towards Dam's Dip. Here comes the Type 5. And across the line it will be a 1:01.242. He did a 1:02 in the previous session, and it is down to a 1:01.2 for Matthew O'Connell. A brilliant run for himself. Now we wait for Tusif Haroun, Mr. Potent Performance, to come around the final corner. As we see Ryan Lowe there in the 992 making his way down towards Dam's Dip. Around the final corner for Haroun and the F82. M4 coming to the line, and it will be a 101.282. Slots him just behind, 0.04 of a second behind Matthew O'Connell. Just wait for the 992 GT3 RS of Ryan Lowe to come around the final corner. He turns it in. He gets himself ready to launch up the final short straight to the line, and across the line he goes, and it will be a 56 dead, 56.093. That still puts him 2.7 seconds behind Tristan Pinard, but puts him 0.3 ahead of Kuhn Sneeman. First in class and second overall for Ryan Lowe. Next out on circuit, just waiting for them to let the next man out, and that will be Dylan Joubert. Dylan Joubert in the 4C class, the race car 6-cylinder naturally aspirated in that 3-litre 330i BMW. This will be the modified saloons shootout, I believe. So now I believe they're separating the classes. And it is just that. We had the motorcycle shootout first, then we had a short little gap, and then the road car shootout. Now another little gap, and another burnout for Dylan Joubert in the modified saloon shootout. So now what they do is they go in the order of slowest to fastest. And Dylan Joubert set a 104 in his qualifying, his fastest qualifying time. And he'll let off. And underway he goes down to Sarl Sweep. Into the first apex, lining himself up for the second apex. And a good run out of Sarl Sweep. Down towards Dams Dip he goes. Faisal Jacobs lines up in the Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Dylan Joubert swiping across the track right up against the dirt before going through the kink and into Castrol Corner. Here he comes, choosing that line nice and neatly. You've got to remember this order will, I believe, determine the top 3 and send them into the King of Killarney shootout. Or maybe even top 1 in the King of Colani shootout. As Faisal Jacobs gets underway, Dylan Joubert comes around the final corner. There you see him in the top right. And Faisal Jacobs in the bottom left. Here comes Dylan Joubert to the line, and he will put down a time of a 1:04.928, just under 1:05s for Dylan Joubert. Zach Layden gets off the line. He needs to make sure that the car is straight and stable throughout the entire circuit, right on the exit curb on a standard lap. He's using all the track and more, getting a little bit tail happy enough to make sure the car turns nicely. Faisal Jacobs around the final corner. There you see him. Now you don't. You see Zach Layden. He'll make his way up towards the final corner. Faisal Jacobs across the line with a 1:05.781, putting him in second spot in class. Zach Layden comes around turn number 2. He keeps the car straight. You don't want to slide and lose a little bit of time. Just like that, down towards Block Coin Corner he goes. Around the final corner, as there you see Ernest Page on his run, making his way up towards the Lunstem kink. Zach Layden to the line, and he puts in a 1:02 and a big lockup, and a massive lockup for Ernest Page going into turn number 2. Then he'll drop a handful of tens, but he kept it nice and neat, and he rolled through that corner. Should still have enough speed to get himself around with a good time in the modified saloons class. Around the final corner he comes. There goes James King A little bit of a touch of dirt for Ernest Page, just on the limit of the circuit, coming to the line, almost up against the wall. It will still be a 108.873 for Ernest Page, putting him into first position, provisional first position in the shootout. James King, who pipped out both Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page in that final class final. We'll see what he can do in this class shootout. A little bit wider through the final corner. Around the final corner he comes and down towards the line. Let's see what it is. Across the line he comes. And a 101.425. 4/10 just ahead of Ernest Page. Mansour Parker, the next one up, making his way down towards Block Coin Corner. You'll see him on the right side of your screen. Just as we jump frame, there he goes through the corner as Dexter Bruce comes towards us. Down the straight, Mansour Parker will go in the Turbo E46. Rocketing across the line with a 59.290 for Mansour Parker, putting him in provisional first. We wait for Dexter Bruce now, making his way gingerly through turn number 2. Nice and easy, clean and steady. Right on the limit of the circuit once again for him. As he makes his way down into the final corner, eyeing out the line, looking for the exit of the corner, looking where you want to put the car. As Margareta sets off and makes his way through to Castrol, here comes Dexter Bruce to the line, and across the line he goes. And a 101.428 for Dexter Bruce. That puts him 0.003 of a second behind James King, which will be a big talking point between the two of them when they get back to the pits. What a good split between those two right at the line. Margareta comes around the final corners. Neander Toy sets off. Here comes Margareta to the line. And it will be a 59.847. 0.6 behind Mansour Parker at the line. Here comes Neander Toy in the NDT Racing Coastal BMW E36 328 Turbo. Down towards turn number 1, Block Coin Corner. In this case, turn number 4, the final corner in the Masterdrive Colani time attack. Here he comes to the line. Shooting by us. It will be a 52.347 for Neander Toy. A brilliant, brilliant lap there for Nean right at the very end.
Back in the pits, and I'm here with a couple of Renault drivers. It's been an absolutely insane day. To my right, we've got Shiro. Shiro, you drive him again. How's your week or your weekend, Friday and Saturday, been so far?
It's been well. We've had lots of fun, did well, and then obviously the last run we just over-centered a little bit too much.
So I had a quick look at your car. I saw the fenders were over. It didn't look like it's having the best day. What happened?
So going into turn 3, got a little bit of oversteer. As I started correcting, we clipped the bump that was there and it just sent me the other way and we just nipped the wall.
That is unlucky, but I'm glad to see you in one piece. You were on the same race and you're also driving again. How's it been so far?
No, this weekend's gone really well. Really happy with the times. Also running a road tyre, not a road legal semi-slick, so really happy to have done the times I've been doing. And yeah, love this layout. Did the past 2 as well, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. Very different to the normal track days and stuff, but yeah, it's a challenge and it's fun.
Well, congratulations guys, it's been an awesome weekend so far, but it's not done yet. We've got the finals coming up soon, so stay tuned.
Some little interview there from Jason Williams with Stuart Jamison and Daniel Chang, 2 RS Club members. Brilliant drivers. As now the sports and GT car shootout is out and away. 4 drivers in the class, and it will be Thijs Voelskenk that leads them out. Down through turn number 2 they go. We've still got a replay on the screen of Ernest Page's lock-up as Tace Forskenk goes through turn number 2. Down into turn number 1, Tace Forskenk goes for his final run. Through and out of turn number 1, block coin corner. And down to the line in the Quattro S2 Audi. It will be a 106.907. As next up, Franco Scribanti in the Chevron. Oh, he's missed a gear. And that's dropped him, I'm assuming, a handful of tenths down. And a big slide going through. That kicked out way more than he wanted it to, and that's definitely caused a spanner in the works and will drop his time down by a considerable margin as he makes his way down towards turn number 3. Damsdip up towards the Lundstem kink, moving over, trying to make his corners as straight line as possible, trying to stay on the gas and off the brakes as much as he can. Through turn 2, Castrol Corner he'll go. Now on at the apex, moving to the outside of the circuit and launching down towards the final corner. Into the final corner he will go. Just keeping a nice steady line. He can still get a good time in, even due to that little error in turn number 4. It will be the drag to the line for Franco Scribanti. And across the line for the DFP Voward. B19 and a 57.701.
In the pits, we're live. The shootout is happening. Time is flying this afternoon, but so are the drivers. And I'm here with Zach Layden. Zach, how is it going today?
Yeah, it's very fun. I just did my best time in the last session.
Tell us, what was it?
I did a 1 minute 2.6 seconds.
Amazing. And does that put you into the finals now to go up potentially for the King of Colani?
I don't think so with the other cars in my class like Neon's BMW. But I'm still really happy with my result.
Absolutely amazing. It's been a really exciting day. I can tell it from all the drivers, and you're competing against the time, the clock yourself, as well as everybody else. All the best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And as we join back, Neander Toy almost finishing his lap already in the Lotari. In through turn number 1. Out of turn number 1. The drag to the line. Let's see what he can do. And across the line he comes, a 49.247. I think that just pipped his first time in their final qualifying, or in the class final rather. And that was a mighty, mighty impressive run for Neandertoy. There's that slide in the bottom right-hand side of the corner. A big, big slide for Franco Scribanti. Luckily he saved that with all the power under his foot and none of the weight in that car. It's so light. And a big, big slide. Now we come up to the King of Killarney Shootout, the final fastest top 10 cars of the day will make their way out onto the circuit. Masterdrive, another big thank you to them for organizing this event and organizing what is about to be an incredible final showdown. For all the glory of the Colani time attack. We give it a few moments for everybody to line up, all the individuals to bring themselves to the start gate. So for those around the circuit, those watching on the live stream, don't step away. This is the top 10, the fastest 10 of the day. Everybody around the circuit, make your way up towards the fence, make your way to the pit lane, to the start, to the finish, wherever you may watch this from, as Dexter Bruce starts the burnout process for this top 10 shootout for the King of Colani. A handful of different classes amongst all of these cars. As getting away off the line, Dexter Bruce goes down towards Sarl Sweep. Entering the corner at a mega pace through the first apex, into the second apex. And down the Tigerberg straight he goes. Watching his lines very carefully. This is the final session of the day. You don't want to make any sort of mistake or you will lose out big time. Aziz Saul's amazing team absolutely is coming in a little bit of a lockup. There was a little bit of a puff of smoke as he jumped on the brakes. But I can't agree with you more. What an awesome day it's been, and everyone involved has done an incredible job as Dexter Bruce now comes down to the final corner. James King behind me, I heard, is set off already. And down to the finish line comes Dexter Bruce. In that 1 series, across the line with a 1 dead, a 1 minute .00541. As DJ Ice Cape Town says, very impressive, and absolutely a little bit of a slide on the tail end under the brakes for James King as he rounds turn number 2. King really putting on a pace. He wants to try and just pip Dexter Bruce if he can, as they run down into turn number 1 for the final time today. There you see Tasif Haroon in the background, but here comes James King to the line. The straight line drag to the finish. The flag waves, and it will be a 101.19, and Dexter Bruce has a big spin on the fight. Oh, sorry, not Dexter Bruce. Tasif Haroon has a big spin, and into a cloud of dust he goes in that F82 M4. I think coming through the kink, it just spun himself out under brakes. Possibly we're going to have to get a replay of that. I just missed it.
I do believe we might have gone to a red flag at this point.
Yeah, that was a big one. I just caught myself looking up after James King and Dexter Bruce had come across the line. And there I saw that BMW sideways. I'll just have a look in my binoculars. It was just enough for the car to go off the track and into the dirt and kick up a big cloud. I think they might have to do a little bit of sweeping to get any dirt off that circuit. As the car door opens and Tasif Haroon of Potent Performance gets himself out of the car. So glad to see that he is okay. So they've just stopped proceedings, and they'll stop whoever's next on line, or at the line rather. Very, very unfortunate there. I'd love to see what caused that. Maybe just getting unsettled, going through the kink, jumping on the brakes with the wheel slightly turned, and there it sends you around. We'll have to have a look if they put a replay up. For now, just stand by. We'll have to get that car back out on circuit and then into the pits. Then we'll continue with proceedings in this King of Killarney shootout. There you see already a snap, and he snaps back. So I think he just tried to correct it, and there the car was already around. There's 90 degrees facing towards the inside, and there it spun itself around. And Haroon at that point was just a passenger, and into the dirt it slides. And I'm pretty sure that that car is unequivocally beached.
Well, remember when we spoke to Ernest Page earlier on this morning with the breakfast lineup, he said when you go the normal way through the kink, you can pretty much go through there flat foot without lifting off at all, without touching the curbstone. In the opposite direction, it's pretty much impossible. You have to use a piece of that curbstone, and that then obviously lifts the right-hand side wheels quite a bit, depending on how much curbstone you take. If you try and go through there, totally flat out, maximum attack. And I think that is in fact what happened there, and touching the curbstone and unweighting the wheels of the car meant that you then had more traction on the left hand back than on the right hand back. That then makes the left hand, the back end move out towards the left. You're doing 200 probably at that stage, and you overcorrect it, and yeah, let it suffice to say you run out of road and ideas around about the same time, and you're heading straight towards the scene of the accident.
Absolutely, and we saw that quick replay as he came by of that shot pointing towards the kink, and you can see that he was probably full lock. As Empty says, well, that's unfortunate, and absolutely it is.
But you know what I find strange, having just said what I've said now, that car doesn't have any flat wheels. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like it's beached. If it was completely beached with the back wheels, you should be able to drive forward out of there, which tends to make you think that there's a mechanical problem with the car.
Well, here, Gary, you see he comes through the kink. I don't know if he touched the curb, because the curb can send you up onto two wheels, but there, full lock to the left he goes, and he doesn't want to jump on the brakes, because then it'll just slide on and then it snaps back.
If they show that one again, look at the front wheel. The right-hand front wheel is rotating, and the right-hand rear wheel is locked. I just picked that up on the replay now. If we go back to the 28, look at the wheels. I might be wrong. Look at the wheels when he comes into play. Maybe we can do a super slow-mo of this one. Look at the front wheel. It's definitely rotating. As it comes back, you can see the front wheel's definitely rotating. And look at the back wheel. That rim is standing dead still.
That's a very good point. And that wouldn't be jumping on the brakes, because the brakes are more forward biased than anything else. So if anything, the front would have locked up. So,
and the front was still turning.
Alex, good to hear from you, buddy. Did well to keep that one out of the wall at that speed. And as Gary said, you're flying up the hill towards that corner. So we'll see it again as he comes by, just getting the car unsettled. And at that speed, I mean, world-class drifters, they can sometimes pass this angle, but at this angle, it's already too much. You're trying to correct it, and there's nothing you can do.
It'll be interesting to see when if they come with a flatbed and they crank it up onto a flatbed, that would give you an indication as if there is something wrong with the rear drivetrain.
Well, I think, Gary, that car, the rear wheels are just way too far dug into the sand. So I think if he just had to try and put his foot down or roll out of it, that it would just make a nice big rut. But it's just off the tarmac.
But with 4 people there, and if the car was still in good mechanical nick, I'm pretty sure you'd be able to drive out of that one. So, yep, a little bit of a hold-up. But while we've got a bit of a hold-up, a massive big thank you to Masterdrive. I love their slogan, arrive alive with Masterdrive. managed to get that car out of the kitty litter, and it's going to work its way slowly back towards the pits.
So there's just another replay of that F82 M4 making its way around. Just a big snap of oversteer. And full lock to try and correct. And then it was just a spin from there, and luckily it ended up where there was more than enough runoff that the car could have slowed down before hitting any sort of wall. And that car is luckily being driven back to the pits and not having to be towed back, which is always a good sign. The last thing you want is to be towed back or your car to have any damage after a great day of driving. So as Tusifaru's car, that F80 2 M4 comes back to the pits, as well as Fire and Rescue Team 1. Next up will be Mansour Parker in the E46 3.2 litre turbocharged BMW, ready to smoke out the burnout box and get underway for his run. We're just waiting for the circuit to be okayed and clear. Fire Team 1 just comes down there. You see the M4 and the Fire and Rescue Bucky back to the pits. And that car will be pulled in, and Fire and Rescue will find their spot at the front of the grid.
sort it out, and then we will continue with our program. And this is literally the top 10 shootout, the King of Killarney shootout. 10 entries. It's gonna be good.
Jeez, Jason?
I'm at a loss for words right now. I'm so turned around as to where we are, but I know there's good stuff happening right now.
Absolutely. It is right now, it's the king of the shootout. As you are watching this, we've already had a car come off of the track.
Ooh.
We know that they're going in a reverse order, slowest
Yeah.
to fastest. Neon is second last, and last he's going to do a car swap, and we're going to try and get that from you. Oh, they are going back, as
You can hear
engines roaring.
in the background. It's absolutely crazy. This is what it all comes down to. All of these guys were playing nice as the day went on, but now those 10th of a second, this is when it counts. It's crazy inside the pits. It's palpable.
Yeah.
It's absolutely palpable.
Well, guys, it's the king of the shootout. They're great. Stay tuned.
Now back to the shootout. Mansour Parker heads out with the E46 3.2 litre turbocharged BMW and down towards Dam's Dip. He goes up towards the Landstem Kink and into Castrol Corner. Onto the brakes, down the gears, holding through, making sure you can get the power down without any wheel spin, without any loss of traction or sliding. In a little bit of a squirrel he goes, but he sets it up nicely down towards the final corner. You roll it in, and there you saw a car and a bike on at the same time as there goes Kuhn Sneyman. Down towards the line, Mansour Parker will go as Kuhn Sneyman goes through Castrol Corner and across the line for the Turbo BM. And Parker does a 59.5 second run, 59.499. Now we wait for the CBR 600, ridden by Kuhn Sneyman, the Rocket Man, Mr. Missile Motorcycles. He comes in to the final corner. Knee down, close to elbow down, I'm sure. Out of the final corner, on the gas, twisting the wrist across the line. And it will be a 56.492 for Kuhn Sneyman on two wheels. Next up, I can hear in the background the 992 GT3 RS of Ryan Lowe makes his way out through Sorrel Sweep. He comes down towards turn number 3. Dam's Dip he goes up towards the Landstem Kink. Through the Landstem Kink, onto the brakes, down the gears with that PDK gearbox, through, right, up tight against the line as Franco Scribanti gets underway. A good exit out of turn number 2 and down towards turn number 1. Ryan Lowe will go as there goes Franco Scribanti. He needs to keep it nice and clean and tidy this time around. He had misshifts and a near spin in the previous session. Here to the line comes Ryan Lowe. At pace. Provisional first place of 56.436. As there goes Franco Scribanti through Castro Corner, turn number 2. Exiting now on the gas with a DFE V8 just behind his head. The intake screaming as he comes down to the final corner. He has to put all the traction and all the power down on those big chunky rear tires of his. With that Team Gunston liveried Chevron B19 across the line he comes. A 54.196 for Franco Scribanti. As Tristan Pinon now into Castro Corner he goes. He'll go down the gears. Through Castro Corner and down at the Joubert Straight. He'll run into the final corner. Around the final corner. Up the gears and on the throttle, on the back wheel. And across the line for Tristan Pinot. And a 54.203, just behind Franco Scribanti, was Tristan Pinot on the CBR 1000 Triple RSP. Here comes Neander Toy. He rounds Dam's Dip up through the Lundstem Kink. You see the dirt that he kicked up as he just touched the curb. Through Castro Corner he goes. Exits on the power. Down towards Block Coin on the brakes and turns it in, holding a tight line in this very high downforce, very high powered, very torquey BMW E36 Turbo, and down towards the line. Let's see what he does. A 52.530 for Neander Toy.
Well, keep in mind that he's got to do yet another run. He's got to take the Lotari out. And I think it's going to be an official claim that IMUSAT's going to put in against Neander Toy, over-revving of the motors that rotate the cameras. He comes past so fast, it's crazy.
Yep, you'll find that maybe he's even shaking screws loose of things around the circuit. An absolute performance from the race mace himself, Neander Toy of NDT Racing. In that coastal BMW. What a run that was. And he'll jump straight out of that car. He'll roll it into the pits. They'll stop the car. They'll get him out. He jumps right out and he runs straight to the Lotari. It's not often that you see something like this. Maybe Le Mans in the day. There's mega claps in the pits for Neander Toy. There you see, there's he jumping into the car. You got his team, the guys behind NDT, helping get him strapped in.
I don't believe in the history of hill climbs and time attacks anybody's ever come first and second in 2 different cars. That could be kind of history.
It definitely could. And just before he goes out, I want to see what his last time was in the last class session. In the Sports and GT Shootout.
It was 48.
He did a 49.247.
49.2. So, but should something go wrong on this run or with the car, he's still got
provisional win.
BMW original win. He's got to beat, so having done a 49, he's now got to beat a 54.1 to pick up first and second overall. So he doesn't have to go crazy. Tell Neander Toy that. Ain't gonna happen. He's gonna go for a lap record.
Well, in actual fact, I wonder if David Joubert is on the line and just saying, you know what, take it, beat it. And just like that, he'll
launch control and off he goes.
Trying to get a little bit of heat into those tires. I think it's got
A
so
little
much.
A little bit of heat.
Sorry, a lot of bit of heat. I don't know, that car's got so much power and so much downforce and those nice meaty tires on the back. I don't know if he actually did much of a burnout. I think he just, he grabbed up, he gripped up, and he just rolled it forward. Here we go, on the line. Launch control engaged, and away he goes, down towards Sarl Sweep. The final car in the King of Killarney shootout. Neandertoy in the Lotari. Lotus Elise with a Ferrari Heart makes his way down the Tygerberg Straight. Turns it in to Dam's Dip. Up towards the Lundstem kink he goes. Will he touch the kink? He just gets by it. You don't want to unsettle that car through here. Down the gears, down onto the brakes, through Castrol Corner he goes, right up against the curb. He doesn't even need to run it wide. He's already going at quite a speed. Down the gears again, on the brakes for the final corner. This will be the run to the line. He needs to beat himself a 49.247. This will be the drag to the line. Here he comes, Neandertoy with a 48.995. He beats himself by 3 or almost 3/10 of a second. And with that, Neandertoy, you have taken first and second position. He is the King of Killarney.
The King of Colani, Neandertoy Racing, a man that prepares many top races, motor cars, builds top motor cars for a lot of drivers. And well, I tell you what, he came, he saw, he conquered. So you'll probably find that our crew on the ground will probably go and swarm in there amongst the masses to have a chat with Neandertoy.
Yep, the claps will fly as he turns himself into the pits. Alex B, Nean is insane, absolutely, and that was insane for both runs of both cars. Here he comes into the pits, he'll jump out, and the applause will fly. What a day for Neandertoy and Neandertoy Racing. Incredible stuff. That was absolutely mind-boggling. And to go through the final class order in the top 10 King of Killarney shootout, it was Neandertoy with a 48.995 in the Lotari, beating out Neandertoy with a 52.530 in the E36 328 Turbo. In second spot, Franco Scribanti came down to Cape Town with the Chevron B19 and takes third spot overall in the shootout with a 54.196. Tristan Pienaar, the first on 2 wheels on the CBR 1000 RRR SP with a time of 54.203. Ryan Lowe in the Porsche 911 992 GT3 RS with a 56.436, and the fastest road car of the day ahead of Kieran Sneyman on the CBR 600 with a 56.492. Mansour Parker in the modified saloons, a 59.499, put him in 7th spot. Dexter Bruce with a 1 minute .541. James King with a 10. Yeah, I'm still absolutely impressed with all that happened today. A 101.196 for James King, and then unfortunately in the top 10 shootout, Joseph Arun not making it to the end, but still getting into the top 10 regardless. What an incredible day. What an incredible day to everyone. And once again, a huge, glorious thank you to Masterdrive and those involved with Masterdrive. As well as all our marshals, all the officials, everyone getting the day ready and sorted and done. What a day that was.
So,
Guys, this is it! The legend, the man, the driver, the king of the Colani shootout, Mr. Neandertoy. We'll call it.
yeah, I'm feeling a relief it's over.
You're smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you always get the cars fail through the weekend, so that is a thing because, you know, this is like drag racing with corners. So you are pushing the equipment quite hard, the steering starts turning the boost up. And like I said earlier, I'm obviously have the privilege of driving Darby's car, and you need to keep it out the wall.
I felt like you just kept us the whole day, just that little bit, and now you just gave favored
Yeah,
you had.
Paul came to the window. Paul's my tuner as far as stuff go, and we good friends. And he operates in the motor racing, but he's quite invisible. People don't always know of Paul.
Big
And
shout out, Paul.
yeah, and Paul came to the window. He said 48. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, no, I just barely got it in there, but yeah, it was great. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. You
Yeah.
must be beaming right now, and I think you need a good cold beverage of some sort.
I'm definitely gonna have a cool drink and chat with the guys at the clubhouse.
And
And
your amazing supportive family over here.
yeah, that's great for them to come out.
Kids, will you come out and say your son wants to get in on the action and he
Yeah.
deserves it. Check it out to Papa.
Yeah.
That's
So yeah. So yeah.
Well done, Nian.
Yeah, thank you very much.
King
Yeah.
of Colani title is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Wow, guys, there you have it. It has been a fantastic day. I'm not just saying this because I host the show. I do a couple of the series over here, the Power Series and racing. Today has really had an absolutely different energy. It has been completely exciting. There's been a different energy with the drivers. The weather's been on our side. The vendors have been on our side. The excitement right now is absolutely insane. Thank you so much for watching and tuning in, and we will see you at the next Time Attack. Cheers, bye.
And that is that. Masterdrive, thank you for the event that you've pulled. All of the competitors, all the officials, everybody involved. That was a day of note. Neandertoy, you can celebrate as the first and second King of Colani today, as well as everyone coming down, Franco Scribanti and a few others coming down from Joburg and upcountry. What a day it was. Thank you, everybody. That was me and Gary Fleming. JT Huben, thank you very much for today, and we'll see you very, very soon. The 11th of October is the next Power Series round, where we'll be going the correct way around. And yeah, we'll see you all very, very soon. Good evening and good night.